this on. So we would ask that you please stand, remove your headgear. As Faith Wanaka, with her dad Frank, has completed the entire week, she once again will lead us in the world's most beautiful song, our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let her hear it. Faith Wanaka for the fourth time here on this week's tour. Faith, thank you so much. Really did a great job.
All week, just amazing, and we appreciate you so much, and that's super amazing. And you come from a small town in North Carolina or North Carolina, and what's the name of the town, and how many people are there?
It's Mill Spring, North Carolina. There's like one red light in it. My graduating class was 9 people. I don't know how many people are in the town, but I know it's not very many.
That's super awesome, and I know you sang for us at Rocky Mountain Race Week, and we appreciate you so much for singing for us here on Sick Week. And congratulations to you and your dad for making it through the first Sick Week 2022.
Thank you. Faith just absolutely doing a jam-up job. I'll tell you what, just belts it out every single time like, hey, I got this. No training required. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to officially kick off day number 5, day last, here of Sick Week, brought to you by Gear Vendors Overdrive. Luckily enough, I'm being joined in the tower by one of the guys behind the original radio tire, so he gets to see it put in action right here. This is the man himself from Mickey Thompson, Jason. And you know what? We've been talking all week about the fact that you were behind the original radial tire. We're going to go ahead and we're going to exercise a pair of your tires right here on Larry Albright's little turbocharged small block Mustang. He's probably looking for 7.7 ET. Wow, he got out to the 60-foot, 126. All the way out the back door, top end says 780, 477 miles an hour for Larry Albright. That's his safety pass. Now, he's got that. You know what? You're going to see a lot of people that are going to go after the racetrack and do what we call like kind of a midway pass. And then they're going to turn the knob up and see what they get. They got 90 minutes of playtime. Kevin Diassi, also in the tower. Talk about a guy that I have been with both on NMCA and NMRA tours. He's a local here in Florida. If you want to check out all his great photography, I guarantee you he will have some awesome shots here today. Kevin, you're out here joining us, and I know he's not a microphone guy, unfortunately. So, but Jason Moulton here from Mickey Thompson. Jason, we got a couple of real fast cars sitting here in front of us. We got the wagon, and we've got another wagon. We got wagon on wagon crime right here, 1957 wagon. This is Aiden Bailey. This is Tom's son over here in what they used to call the blank box of doom. Over on the left-hand side, the 6-link capable wagon with a little LS with a big old turbo on it. I mean, again, we're talking about some crazy stuff, you know? Both these guys using your radials, I mean, like, did you ever think we would be running 6s on a little 275 315 tire?
Yeah, I made that mistake a long time ago, thinking that that was almost impossible. These guys have definitely proved us wrong.
Oh, Mikhail Borgren just turns it up way too much. Aiden all the way down. Mikhail might actually catch him at the top end. 824, 164 for Aiden. I believe that's his new best pass. He went 825 at South Georgia yesterday. 883, 149 as Borgren got out of it really, tell you what, 161 miles an hour in the 8th mile. Mikel, I mean, he just had that thing turned up to 11, and even though the track was glued to the max, no bueno.
Yeah, he was going for it for sure.
All right, so I have the one and only lovely Tanya Turk up here in the tower. She's the one that you want to make sure you give your time slips to. Tanya, I said earlier, if you do have any trouble, make sure that you turn your time slip in before you go to your trailer, otherwise risk disqualification. Does that sound correct?
Correct. And please make sure that you get them in as quickly as possible today so we can calculate the winners at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, we don't want to be here all night. 904, look at the speed, 171 miles an hour. He went a 202 60-foot. Man, he was tiptoeing that thing out of the gate, and then he just, like, poured the boost in like he went and got a big gulp.
It left in high gear.
Oh, it did? It left in high gear? Well, that would do it. Yeah. Hey, click it down one gear. You might find about a half a second. Here is a guy who is battling for his life right now. You want to talk about close competition? Michael Borgren and Rick Prospero, they are separated in their averages by less than 1/100th of a second. It is that close right now in the modified category. Both of these cars, 6.8 second capable. They've run it at numerous tracks. As a matter of fact, in testing, Rick Prospero went 673. Now he hasn't found that performance yet on sick week, so it's unofficial. He went 673 at 208. But this little twin turbocharged big block, I say little, but yeah, it's 540 cubic inches of big block goodness, and shove a couple of turbos in there too, and where the rotary used to go. And obviously he ran out of room. He's got that little bump there in the hood and shoved some big tires in the back.
Absolutely, and you love the paint on this thing. And again, keep in mind, 800 miles on everything you're going to see here today. So, you know, if you think you got a street car, we tell you to prove it. Throw the thing on the road. We went about 150 a couple of nights ago, and we went 150 last night, and 150 this morning.
Thank you. All right, so I get all the data from yesterday so I can give you guys the update. But right now, all eyes on Rick Prospero left side. He wants a 680 pass. 1.21 to the 60-foot Prospero. 451 in the 8th. Here it comes. 684. 208. Hey, Cole, you tuned it up correctly. I talked to him at Garlett's yesterday. He's like, we want to go out there and lay down the gauntlet right away. 684 with a 6 at 208. Now, it's not clinched. Nowhere close to it, because we all know that Volvo can run just as fast and plenty of speed. You got less than 100th between them in averages. This one's going to go down to the wire. I'll tell you what, it is absolutely insane. Adam, we're talking about like all these single passes, but they mean so much. You know, on the surface, these people have got to have butterflies just churning in their stomach, because they know that every pass they make is the difference between taking on one of those helmets and just going, well, I completed the week.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, everyone's used to running a couple of runs a day, and, you know, by the end of the day is whatever. But now we're doing 4 days, and really should have been 5, but unfortunately got rained out.
Look at him just skipping the front tires across the 60-foot. Dan Hirsch going for the finish line looking for 7s. 786, 176 miles an hour for him in the modified category. That's a good lap, and probably, I'm going to guess, somewhere in the top 5. I mean, that's a decent lick. The mile an hour matches what he wants on the ET board. So, I mean, yeah, there's probably a little bit left. But now we're starting to get some sun on the racetrack, so you got to be careful.
And I did talk to him in the pits a little bit, and he said absolutely like we were talking about, safety pass on this one, and then he said he's going to pull the wick out later on, and he thinks maybe it has like a low 750 or even a 740 in that car later.
So Jason Moulton, once again, joining us here in the tower. I think he's just soaking up the air conditioning, because every day he's been dressed in black. And I'll tell you what, you know, early in the week when it was in the 60s and the 50s during the day, yeah, man, he was cool. He was living large. Now it's in the 70s. Yeah, and look at that. It was almost like I predicted. John Dotson just nips the tires right there on the left side. Ken Riddle in that dark going to go all the way down in the 9s, 941, 143. The sad part is I'm saying that like, oh, 9s. Yeah, like whoop-de-doo, you know. Yeah. But he made it through the week. That's impressive, you know. Jason, you talk about the fact that you guys have been with us the entire week. This is the first time, as far as I understand it, that Mickey Thompson has followed a drag and drive style competition. What have you seen compared to doing your national event kind of stuff? I mean, what is kind of some of the stuff that's stuck in your craw over the last 5 days?
Well, I can sum it up in one word. This is fun.
That's what it's supposed to be. It's drag racing.
This is great. I mean, we've been able to help racers. We've seen racers helping racers, and we're able to see, you know, this is not just a test of what you can do on the track. This is a test of your will, your patience, and definitely
You
durability.
think drag racers have patience?
Well, hey, we like to get from point A to point B as fast as we can, right? But I mean, no, this has been a fantastic event, and Tom's done a good job putting this together. All the tracks have been top notch, and speaking of the tracks, this is kind of like my second home. I've been coming down here for over 20 years, and we've developed a lot. We developed the 275 Pro at this racetrack.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like a second home to me.
So wait a second. When you say second home, does that mean that you're kind of like Wade Rich, and that the fact that Law has like a cot for you somewhere just so you don't have to go to the hotel every night? Look at her. She's nodding over there.
Yeah.
All right.
That's possible, but I won't divulge any secrets there.
Yeah. Speaking of class-leading performance, ladies and gentlemen, here is your top guy. The fastest car on the property, the one currently sitting in the number one spot in Unlimited. Over on the right-hand side, that's Stefan Gustafsson. Fastest he's gone so far in 3 shots at 3 different tracks, 664 at 215 miles an hour in a C4 Corvette. Are you kidding me? Look at all the bulges and everything in that thing. Just so you can shove as much tire as he wants into it. Over on the left side, Jason Golden, little radio car. But all eyes on the right-hand side. He wants to lock down number 1. Looking for mid-6s, and he gets 683, but only 198 miles an hour, ladies and gentlemen. Notice that mile an hour dropped, and there was smoke. Adam, that's not good.
Not good at all. And you know what? That may open the door for the Swedes in the Volvo, or any of these other guys kind of outside looking in, because
yeah, look, Rick Prospero only 1/100 of a second behind Stefan Gustafsson. Now here's the thing: Stefan right now has what I would say a decent lead in the Unlimited category. But again, you got to remember, you got to look at it beyond your class. You got to look at it. You have to look at it globally. You have to look at it across the different classes and be able to say, well, you know what? If I turn in that time slip, is that going to put me in jeopardy of a small tire modified car, or even an Unlimited iron car like, say, Sean Fink sliding around him?
And we'll see. I mean, I think, and I'm not 100% sure, and I haven't confirmed this, but I'm pretty sure if he ran like a 730 on that pass, that he would have got the thing locked up. So I'm pretty sure that actually he has locked up the win. But like I said, that's unconfirmed. That's sort of from unconfirmed sources on Facebook. And if it's on Facebook, it's true, right?
No. Because I've seen Common Core math on Facebook, and that crap don't work.
How about Kevin Smith in the left lane out of KSR Performance?
Yeah, the guy lining him up, no pressure there. An original outlaw drag radio guy used to win here at Bradenton. Also limited drag radio. His name's Will Stevenson. They call him Stevenson. Or on the right-hand side, big tire Camaro Alan Mogi. But Kevin is going to show him the works. The car called Soccer Mom rocketing down the left side. 805, 171. Will is pissed. Look at him. He's not happy with that. He goes, God damn it, I wanted a 7. Look at him. Will, what happened, dude? He didn't hit the key in the correct location. All week, they've gone 7.9s or better. Now, this is their first drag and drive they've ever done. The car actually belongs to a guy by the name of Kimber Jones. But the thing is that him, Will Stevenson, and Kevin Smith all kind of split driving duties. Like, I run an event up in Gainesville. All 3 of them have run that car in 1 year after the other, and they've all gotten real deeper in the finals. And it's kind of interesting. Every time that car comes out, you have to kind of stop for a second and go, hang on a minute, who's behind the wheel this time?
Next pair doing their burnout, both out of the Cletus stables.
Yeah, you got Cletus's brother and Cletus's right-hand man. This should be an interesting matchup, as you have the Dr. Pepper car on the left. You got Ruby, the auction Corvette, on the right. So you got who in the right-hand side?
That's James Tall driving the thing. Of course, Jack Stan, Jimmy.
Yeah, the guy who basically tests front suspensions for a living. I mean, between
That's
every
right.
car he's driven, he finds out, like, how worthy are they when they come down from a wheelie? Is it going to, like, require a complete rebuild, or is it tested tough, so to speak?
Absolutely. And Parker, of course, YouTube on Teeth and Turbos. Go check him out on YouTube. And while you're there, smash the like on this deal and smash the like on the Tom Bailey channel.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Tom Bailey's looking for 100,000 views. He's close to it, and he would really like to see it happen. Now, both of these cars looking for 8.50. How about 842? Again, too quick for Parker Mitchell. He's done that a bunch of times so far this week. 868 is at 154 is not a bad pass for James, but no bueno as far as that's not going to get him any closer towards the top. I mean, you need an 8.5, I would say probably 3 or better to really make it play. Like, for example, let's talk about a couple of guys who are leading their classes. Like, for example, we have Matt Lamphere and Doug Cook in the Outlaw 235 class. Talk about a small tire. Like, you know, we're talking about how we were expecting drag radials to do. We got 235 tires. That's a 26 by 8.5 tire that are running in the upper fours in the 8th mile on proven race cars. We got guys going in the 7s here on that little tiny tire. I'll tell you what, Jason, I think it's unforgiving, but it's amazing to see what you guys have done as you continue to work your way through radial technology. I mean, a 235 side tire.
Yeah, well, regular are definitely things that we're focusing on. And I don't know what they're going to do with some of these classes. Maybe they'll put the front tires on the back and see how fast they can go. I don't know what they're going to do.
It's absolutely insane when you start thinking about, is the small tire even really a restriction anymore, because we talk about the fact that we remember when drag radials, the options were the Mickey Thompson I and the Mickey Thompson Sportsman Pro, and that was it. I mean, if you were running 10s on those things, you were considered a god, but that was back in the 80s and 90s, and now it's come so far, so fast, and you've really kept up with customer demand, but it's gotten so good that a lot of people might say, why even run a big tire anymore?
Well, yeah, I mean, I remember back in 2003 when we were developing the 275, we were excited when we got in the 8s. So it's definitely come a long way, and it's amazing what these racers can do with the bikes.
Speaking of coming a long way, over on the right-hand side, Steve Morris Engines. This is a guy that builds Tom Bailey's power plants. This is his car, the Buick Boostmaster wagon. This thing has been in the 680 range. Now, he had to rebuild the transmission on it yesterday. Not sure if this is a checkout pass or if he's actually going to lay the wood to it. Oh, that one sounded like he wanted to lay the wood to it, but the tranny would not hold up. Left-hand side, looking for mid-7s out of the Firebird, 777. He is jackpot casino ready, 171 miles an hour, as Steve Morris, unfortunately, made it to, I'd say, about 30 feet, and it just went, nope, no more.
Not going to happen, and I'll tell you what, did he make a pass yesterday after rebuilding that transmission? I know I left early.
I want to say he did not. I'm literally trying to remember whether he staged it, because you and I both saw him in the burnout box. He tried to do the burnout, and that was when he had problems. It wouldn't even go forward.
I don't think he staged that car yesterday, and if he did not break the beams yesterday, then he's on exhibition passes right now, because you have to make a pass at every track, and that includes at least breaking the beams under your own power.
Speaking of exhibition passes, like I said, I was talking to Alex and Dennis Taylor this morning. They were still sitting in the hotel parking lot about 10 o'clock. We were talking about the fact that they were trying to get everything back together. They had they had a valve problem, and it was really weird because they got parts overnighted. And then Dennis told me this morning, he goes, the lash is right back where it's supposed to be. He goes, you get all nervous thinking, oh, we got to pop a valve out of it and put a new one in, which honestly on the side of the road or even at a hotel is not an easy thing. You need compressed air and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, and actually that was one of those that Doc McIntyre did on the side of the road, did one of those valve springs and needed an air compressor, and another racer was able to get him an air compressor, which was super cool, and got that valve spring changed, and then they realized that it had nipped the lifter, unfortunately, and so yeah, that big old mountain motor Goodwin Hemi is going to be coming at us with only 632 cubic inches today on 7 cylinders and that naturally aspirated Camaro.
All right, so I am doing the quick work over here and checking out to see if, in fact, Steve Morris is still in competition. The sad part is I can't see him on the list. We're going to send Jason Moulton back down to Mickey Thompson because I know he's got a whole bunch of customers to see. Jason, come back up in the tower if you decide that all-black suit, kind of makes you sweat 5 pounds off.
And I'll tell you what, thanks.
Yeah, that's true, it is. As a matter of fact, do me a favor, let me know who your tailor is because I need to lose about 20 pounds and I can't do it with Weight Watchers. I'm probably going to need to do it that way instead.
But thank you so much to Mickey Thompson. You guys brought, tires out here that are kind of unobtainium tires at this point. And,
yeah,
you guys were doing some mountain and balancing and stuff for racers, and we really, really appreciate that. And the partnership here is amazing. And again, thank you so much. I know the racers really appreciate it. And it's been cool having you guys around the whole time. And you just never know what you're going to run into when you're on the road out here. And a lot of these guys kind of had issues and cut tires and stuff. And you were here, ready to go. You had tires in the trailer and got them mounted and balanced, and that's super cool. And thank you so much.
You know what? He even brought regular non-drag radial tires. So like when we had the rain day on Monday and Tuesday, I'll tell you what, you guys probably sold out of those quick. You still have some?
We're out of rain, but we have rain tires.
But hang on a second. Do you still have 275 Pros in the trailer? Okay, so for anybody that is here on the property, because I know those things are hard to get right now. Yeah, 28, 10, 5. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, they do still have the very, very highly desirable 275 Pro tire, and they do have some 28 10.5s.
And those are the stiff walls.
Yeah,
those are the one.
Those are the good ones, especially for heavy cars.
And 29.5s as well. So yeah, if you right now, if you run that tire, and you don't know if you're going to be able to get those tires, go pick those up from those boys down there at Mickey Thompson.
Yeah, it's a great idea to go do it, like you said, right now, considering a lot of guys are like 2 to 3 months on back order. So take advantage of Jason's generosity or faulty planning.
Yep, either way.
Yeah.
But no, thank you so much, and maybe I'll pick up a set of those 28 1050 stiffs, because that's what I run on my Malibu.
Thanks, Adam. I think I'll just go ahead and I'll put mine on reserve. I don't know how you're going to get yours back in the plane, but I know that I got a car here, so.
I guess
we may have to talk.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
I will charge him minimal storage fee.
But no, thank you again, and I know the racers really appreciate it, and we appreciate the partnership, and you guys are awesome. And that's what he's just saying. The great part is we really help racers out, and they're kind of like the name of the game in this event is by racers for racers. They're by racers for racers as well, man. They're doing everything for you. They're doing everything they can to get you guys rocking and rolling, and we really, really appreciate the partnership.
Thank you again, Jason. Jason Moulton from Mickey Thompson. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we need to do that. Jason Moulton, the guy who has been in the small tire business for well over 2 decades. Adam, I'll tell you what again. I mean, it's biased, man, because I run nothing but Mickey Thompson on my car, but I'll tell you what. I mean, getting somebody like that, I mean, like all of these manufacturers, I mean, we got to start naming all of them off, because all these people that immediately just jumped on the bandwagon and said, we want to support Sick Week. And speaking of which, something that you and I were talking about, I want to go ahead and answer that. Steve Morris did make a pass at South Georgia yesterday. He went 11:77. That was his kind of off pass.
All right.
So he is still in competition. Technically, because he just made that run,
He's finished.
Yeah, he's done. He can actually turn that slip in and go, phew, okay, I'm good. But if he decides he wants to thrash on it, I mean, he's got time, then he can come up and try and make another hit.
And his trailer's right up there, so
Right, but you can't do it before. Yeah,
Can't do it before. You got it. Yep,
If he wants to make a hero pass, that's the thing you got to remember. Once again, because we are quiet, ladies and gentlemen, if you're competing, please let me make this 100% clear. Tanya talked about this earlier. If you are in competition, do not go back to your trailers until you turn a time slip in. If you do, you risk being disqualified. You have to make sure that you turn in a time slip first floor of the tower before you touch your trailer. Now, if you make the pass you want and you turn it in and then you say, hey, I want to make a hero pass, that's fine if you want to do that, because then it won't count because you've already turned time slip in.
Yep, and really, when you get done and you get that perfect pass, turn that slip in as early as you possibly can.
Yeah, they appreciate it.
They do have to tabulate all those results before we go to the award ceremony after this, after 8 o'clock. And again, the more they get done now, the less they have to do then.
And speaking of the ceremony where we're handing out awards, and we got, over 300 things that are going to be auctioned off. I mean, like prize packages and all kinds of cool goodies and everything, and that's going to be done in an auction-style format. It's kind of a cool deal. I tried to get Morgan Hickson to kind of give me kind of a heads up and let us know what was going to be auctioned. She said her lips were sealed. She couldn't tell me, but both everything we got going on right now, all this action, plus the award ceremony, going to be streamed live on Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. And speaking of which, everybody out there, I appreciate all of you coming out here to Bradenton Motorsports Park. See, I'm still trying to make sure I get that right.
I get it.
Yeah, because I don't want people hating me. Hey, you got to be an announcer. Give the people what they want. Remember the fact that you've got one job for us. This is all you do. You want to make sure you tell all the people that are part of what we're doing right here, go and subscribe to their social media stuff, smash the like button, smash the subscribe button, especially Tom Bailey's YouTube channel.
We want to get 100,000 subscribers.
Yes, Luke has said that my and Adam and Chad's paychecks depend on it. So go over to Tom Bailey's YouTube channel, spelled B-A-I-L-E-Y. Make sure you jump on there to watch the live feed. Hey, smash the like button. Let us know what you like about it. Make sure you subscribe to his channel. Also, make sure you visit Gear Vendors Overdrive and Motion Raceworks. Subscribe and like their YouTube channels, because these people are doing all this for you. Money, business, time, all this stuff to give you guys a free streaming broadcast of what we're doing and bring all of us to these 4 different tracks. And Adam, I'll tell you what, again, it is literally an overload. We're just getting started. We got over almost 300 cars that still need to run. We've already seen some really good passes to start the day. Wade's staying after that racing surface, but I'll tell you what, it's getting towards 3 o'clock. It's getting warm. They're gonna have to figure it out. We've already seen 2 cars blow the tires off because they didn't judge the surface correctly.
Yeah, absolutely. And I see John Dodson back in the lanes after he blew the tires off on his thing, so we're gonna see him come back. But again, go like those channels. And how cool for Tom Bailey to get 100,000 subscribers on the last day of his event here at Sick Week. That'll be super duper awesome. And we got the man here.
Tom Bailey, wow,
Mr.
you know
Bailey?
what? We talked about payment, making sure that his YouTube deal got to 100,000 subscribers, and he magically just shows up. So, Tom Bailey, I'll tell you what, you have done probably just as many drag and drive events as anybody else here, maybe a few exceptions. We talk about the fact that you came out here and threw down the gauntlet. You wanted to run really fast, but you're still out here enjoying every stop, doing all the tours. And you did a lot of hard work, and does it blow you away by how much people have watched? I mean, we're almost at 500,000 individual views on your stream. I mean, that's incredible for a first-year event. I mean, it really goes to show that all the effort you put in, the people that you hired, it really did turn out beautiful.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's been amazing. Like yesterday, I was a little late getting into South Georgia Motorsports Park. And as I came around the corner, and you're looking at a track that's full of people, there's a line to get in the place, and you're like, you know what, 4 months ago we had this idea, like, hey, let's all go to Florida and let's go race down there. And I mean, just the support and everybody being on board, and I mean, it seems like everybody's had a good time this week, and like everybody's having fun. It's kind of like the OG type event that like kind of how everything started, which is awesome. But there's still stiff competition out there because we have a bunch of 6-second cars running. So, and that's awesome. And honestly, I mean, me breaking my car was bittersweet, I guess, because then I got to come enjoy the ride and actually see the stuff that's happening rather than just have my nose in my car the whole time. And obviously, I have the people on board that are able to take care of everything without me, and I really haven't done anything all week except walk around and talk to people and what they say, kiss babies, or what, shake hands and kiss babies. There you go.
Something like that. Hopefully the autograph. Hopefully the autograph pen was working. But you know what? Again, we talk about the fact that you and Adam and myself are all racers, and no offense to anybody that has done a drag and drive event. And the funny part was I saw somebody post up in the Sick the Mag group. You want to really see all the nitty gritty stuff that's been going on this week? Go to Facebook and subscribe to Sick the Mag group. You will see a whole lot of posts up there. But somebody pointed out, and it completely escaped me until I think it was last night. Talk about the fact that Dave Freiberger, the guy who came up with the original Drag Week concept back in 2005, first time that he has ever actually participated. Now, does it kind of give you like a little bit of pat on the back, the fact that your event is the first and only one so far that a guy like Dave Freiberger, who's basically done everything except a drag and drive competition, yours is the first one he did. And obviously, as a racer, you incorporate some things that somebody from the outside may not see, especially from doing the competition. And that's where we are right now.
Yeah, no, and I mean, beyond honored that Dave chose to come here and participate in the event, and they're filming an episode of Roadkill. But I mean, it's just having him and Finnegan here, I don't even know. There's no words to describe it. It's like, because once again, and obviously when you ask David, I mean, super humble guy, he'll always talk about, well, this all started back in the 60s, and I mean, he did a great story for us on the whole thing and the lineage of everything and how he just kept progressing it. But truly, majority of us all credit him to the creation of this type of event. Obviously with the fastest street car that then evolved into the Drag Week competition, and now we just call them Drag and Drives because there's multiple that are going on, and I mean, just amazing. A couple quick things I wanted to hit too is that everybody's poker token, your food for today with your poker token Sick Week entrance, Sick Ward entrance is actually at the concession stand here at Bradenton, because the awards start next door at 8 o'clock at the Freedom Factory. So that's where all the awards will take place, is over there. Another thing there too is the awards. It's not an auction or anything like that, it's a drawing. All the cars that entered, whether they're Sick Week or Sick Ward cars, they put their number in a hat, so to speak, and those are going to be drawn for the prizes that are available. I'm not sure what the final count was. I mean, if you guys heard from Morgan, it was 300.
So we may walk away with 2 things.
So yeah, I mean, you're talking about, well, they're only going to get one because the token's coming out, and that's your award.
All right.
Not to try and keep correcting you,
Adam,
Derek.
You know anybody that's got a spare token?
So, but yeah, so
yeah,
that's...
the man behind it, I'm sure he has spares. He'd probably be sitting there going, hey, dude, I'm at the casino.
Yeah, so basically you got 500 cars, or 500 entries and 300 prizes. So, I mean, pretty good odds that you want to be at that award ceremony. You have to be present to win, not of left. Like, once again, if you're here and you just haven't made it over there yet, you'll still be able to get your award tonight, whatever you happen to get drawn. But if you left and went home, then you're out. We just basically draw somebody else for it.
So the interesting thing is again, you talk about the fact of some of the things that, your event has brought out, some of the differences that you do. talk about sick word. You kind of brought that on board, and the interesting thing is whether you like it or not, you got to participate in both things this week. You originally got to do sick week, and then you moved over into sick word, kind of quote unquote, because that's what you were doing. And what kind of feedback did you get? Was everybody having a good time despite the rain day? And it really, like I told Adam earlier, I'm guessing it does give you like 90 to 95% of feeling like what a participant would feel like, except maybe just some stress and maybe a little bit more sleep.
Well, yeah, and the problem is that I realized when I woke up the next day and I go to put a shirt on that I actually brought a sick word shirt with me. So I actually think that
So it was
what happened. There's either that or there's a weird sticker on my car that wasn't there when I left the track Monday. So I don't know. It's either the sticker or the shirt. I'm not sure which caused it.
So the question becomes, now you've done them 3 different ways. We know that you have done and won, obviously, drag and drive competition. You have done an actual drive along with a competition when you took your truck last year. This year you kind of did a little bit of both. Are you leaning one way or the other? I mean, I know you're a competitor, but at the same time, I mean, you've got to, I could see how much you could possibly enjoy, just doing sick word because you don't have that stress. You want to compete, but it does kind of make it where you can enjoy it just a little bit more.
No, and to me the sick word is, it's just awesome, like that part of it, and I love that part of it. I also love competing, and also, Aiden, he went in 8:24 earlier. We were hoping that was going to be an 8:15, but he went in 8:25 yesterday. So he's progressed from his first 8-second pass on testing Sunday night down to, he went in 8:25 yesterday and 8:24 today, and he's just talking about moon tunes and stuff. So we'll see if he's got enough injector to hold it. But so exactly, yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
well, and that's the thing. This is his first time racing since Rocky Mountain last year. Last year. It was last year.
Now, that was his first time in that wagon, correct?
That was his first time going down the track, was on Rocky Mountain.
Wow. Talk about getting thrown right in the fire. I'll tell you what, with a car that has a really cool history, so no pressure whatsoever, Aiden. You got to deliver.
Yeah, not to say anything against Richie, but fastest Richie'd been in that car was 8:30. So, well, without the screwdriver in it, but with that combo.
I was like, wait a minute. That car's been a whole lot faster, but it had a much different motor in it, obviously.
Same combo right now. Richie had been 8:30 with it, so an 8:25.
So he could say, hey, I went faster than the top fuel driver, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All
Richie
right.
Crampton, I went faster than you in this car. So,
No, wow.
Just giving Richie a little shit. But.
Yeah, luckily, I think Richie has a pretty good sense of humor, but that's the kind of thing that drag and drives have really evolved to. You had guys like Larry Dixon, you had Richie Crampton. You've got guys that are entrenched in stuff that goes so much faster and has so many more moving parts, and they tear them apart after every run. But they're still paying attention to stuff like this. And then, of course, we talked about the live stream on your YouTube channel. The amount of support is overwhelming. And for you, I'm sure it has to be a little bit humbling because, like you said, 4 months ago, it was just an idea.
Right. And, and that's the same thing, though, as like yesterday. What this is all about was yesterday, like in the pits, where I'm getting ready to leave because I want to make it to Garland Shop. No offense to anybody that hadn't raced yet, but I'm like, I got to get down to Don's shop. But you had Eric Yost with Steve Morris and Rick Prospero rebuilding Steve's transmission on their trailer. And you're talking, that was at the point in time, like whatever, three of the top 4 or 5. I don't know the order of everybody, but basically all 6-second cars competing against each other. And that is the part that this is all about. Like events like this, and I love drag racing, all forms of them. Camaraderie is awesome across the board. Here it's like next level. Like it's hard to describe until you do it. And that's the thing, is when people witness it or they experience it, they're like, holy shit, I'm addicted.
And the other interesting thing, somebody posted up, I believe it was yesterday, they posted their project and they said, is it just me or does anybody else like really get the hankering and they really want to do something like this, and now they're planning for the next one? And like you said, yours kickstarts the year of what? There's 5 more this year, I think?
Yeah, there might even be more
There's
than
at
5.
least, I want to say at least 4, because you got 2 Rocky Mountain Race Weeks, you got Drag Week, you got the Midwest Drags, and I want to say there's another one that's in the works.
Yeah, you got Miles of Mayhem up in Canada.
Okay,
you also
so there are 5.
There's a North Carolina one.
That gets stronger than that one in April. So you actually have 6 more this year besides yours, and it all started with one of them. And like you said, you want to talk about sportsmanship and really helping out your competitor. Drag racing does have what I would call the drag racing family, and they really will do pretty much anything for everybody. But these drag and drive competitions, they will literally strip their trailer to give the guy who is trying to beat them everything they possibly can to send 2 cars to the starting line instead of 1.
Yep.
So Tom Bailey up here in the tower, like we said, he kind of has a whole lot less stress on his mind. So he's actually able to enjoy this like this pair. Jesse Havlick and Scott Klebinger. Scott Klebinger ran his fastest 2 7-second passes on this Dragon Drive. First time ever. He did it at 2 different tracks. Is he going to do it again right here? Might be in trouble looking for 8.0s. Yeah, it's a little down, 8.12, 170. So he might want to tune it back up and try again. A little over Manigault, 862, 157. Tom Bailey again. Oh yeah, he's got to stay and watch this. It's a couple of Tri-5 Chevys. He's not going anywhere. We might see a 6-second pass, ladies and gentlemen. Right-hand side is Sean Fink. He went 6.95 in Gainesville. First time this car has ever seen the 6s officially. And over on the left side, the absolutely beautiful. I would sell my Nova right now to buy this car. Glenn Hunter, twin turbo, big block, red and white. I mean, how do you get any better? 1956 Bel Air Chevy.
Unfortunately, I think
so. Yes, 6-second capable car, ladies and gentlemen. The only problem is it's going to take him just as long to shut it off because of how much weight it has. Check out twin parachutes on the back. I guarantee he needs both of them. The only car that weighs more than this is a 68 Camaro convertible that I know here in Florida. It belongs to a guy by the name of Bull. That's actually his name. The thing weighs almost 2 tons.
Of course, the license plate on Hunter's car, 6-second rat. So has definitely been in the 6s, and let's see if he can do it now. So side by side, 6-second pass, bring it at you.
I would say right now, left-hand side, solid mid-7s. He's probably, oh, never mind. He's got it tuned up. 1.20 on the 60-foot left side. 116 right side. 6 seconds? No. 7-second side by side. 738, 188 for Glenn Hunter. 719, 166, but a lot of smoke down there on the other side. And the mile an hour for Sean Fink down by a bunch.
Like a ton, yeah. 166 miles an hour, unfortunately. Hunter, 188 miles an hour with that big old car. Yep, and folks, just don't forget, just use that food token at the concession stands here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. We don't have the food trucks until later at the award ceremony.
All right, so here comes our next pair. Again, John Dotson coming back with a little Grandma Blue Malibu on the left side. Knocked the tire off his first pass. There you go. He had a nice little wheelie there. 120 on the 60-foot. Yeah, this is a 7. I guarantee it.
764, 179.
That is his best pass by over a 1/10 of a second. Holy cow, just knocks it down. 10.06 at 135, though. Out of the friggin' little 3-window street rod, I guarantee you that thing was probably, even though it was a little slower, he was probably having just as much fun wheeling that thing all the way down.
Well, I'll tell you what, they broke the beams. They completed Sick Week 2022, so that dude wins.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, A group. A group, you've got about 50 minutes remaining. A group. You have about 50 minutes left of run time before we hard shut you off. So again, want to make sure that everybody is all good.
Clint Sadowski finished his burnout, and unfortunately there's a big pile of what looks like possibly methanol on the ground, so they're going to check that out.
You know, the interesting thing is you mentioned methanol, and I was figuring, okay, it's either intercooler or it's either intercooler water or it's gas. And the good part is that'll evaporate either way. But we were talking about like people and their parts attrition and everything. There's a guy by the name of Jason Hager. He actually developed a crack in his fuel cell, and he was like JB welded it back together at I believe he was at like a restaurant last night. And he had just put 20 gallons of fuel in it, too.
That's Murphy's Law, but Sadowski's off.
That wheels up, just wheeling down there, looking for 7s. Adam, go and take the call.
Here we go, 776, 180 miles an hour. And Jim Parkinson down there says, I'll take that all day. Jim, his tuner and co-pilot, and he's telling him, hey, you know what? You finished? You're like 6th fastest of the day so far, and let's pull the wick out and let's see how fast we can get this thing to go.
Right. Again, all of these cars that they come up, you're going to see one of two things. They're probably going to set them up either similar to where they were yesterday or during the week, where they have kind of, they have an ET that they want to get after, something they know is attainable, because then they have the time slip in the pocket, so to speak. And you know what? We're on our last day, so why not? Go ahead and jack the up button up a little bit. Let's make sure that we get something good, because if it breaks, you're at the last day. Shove it in the trailer, go home and fix it.
I just got a call for parts. Mike Finnegan needs 4 or 2 bolts to hold the nitrous bottle bracket.
Oh, we're going to put the hose on it.
Putting the hose on it.
Hose to it. Over the left-hand side, this is Robert Williams, the car that he calls Weapon X. He's been bending up the steering rack on this thing every single time. Unfortunately, he did a couple of big power wheelies, and every time he did it, bounced it down hard, bent up the steering rack, so that's why it left like a turd. Look at the speed, though, 949, 159 miles an hour. Something just flipped over the left side by the scoreboard, though. Oh, well, maybe his trunk came off? Oh, no. Or he might have lost the hood, maybe even. I don't know. But
who knows? We'll see.
It was
We'll
a
get
big
down.
sheet of something, so we're going to go check that. So
We'll get down there and check that out. But like you said, doing power wheelies kind of all week, and that's definitely his safe pass. And get the thing finished, and now you've completed Sick Week 2022, the first event of the year. And you know what? We'll see kind of what's going on down there, and we'll probably see Williams come back and see if he can make a hero pass in that Weapon X.
you want to talk about like how you build relationships. And again, we were talking about memories earlier with Frank and Faith Wanaka. We want to talk about the fact that a husband and wife team, Robert Williams, Debbie's wife, have been going on all of these drag and drive competitions, and they just completed one more. He can hand that one in and call it done. He has completed one in his home state, and I'll tell you what, it does nothing but fuel the fire for the next one, because I know he always looks at these, and I believe last year he did every single one that was offered for drag and drive competitions. And the Weapon X obviously coming into its own, but I do know he has some other quote-unquote weapons in the arsenal, so to speak.
Tricks
so
up the
whether
sleeve.
he's going to decide to continue to play around with this one, he has a faster chassis. I have to wonder if maybe he's going to take this combination, shove it in the other one, and turn the wick up and go, mid-bottom sevens. Because this car, the fastest it's gone is bottom eights, which is no slouch. Don't get me wrong.
Not at all.
But 7 seconds, that's a whole different ball of wax.
Absolutely, absolutely. And yeah, we do appreciate Robert, and he did do all four of the big events last year. He did Midwest Drags, Rocky Mountain Race Week 1.0, Drag Week, and then 2.0. Two different cars, but same pilot, co-pilot combo in the deal. And again, that's Robert and Debbie bringing their stuff out, and that was a super cool deal to watch them complete that deal.
We got some interesting spectators down here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. They're checking out all these cars. A lot of people that are what I would consider just drag racers. Like, they've never done anything on the street as far as drag and drive competitions. But this kind of stuff really does bring the interest level out. Again, we talked about on Sick the Mag. You go and check out that group on Facebook. It is a lot of people. I mean, like thousands of people in there posting, checking stuff out, and showing us how a lot of people are getting interested. Like, for example, I see some people standing down there on the starting line, people that I know from like Heads Up Grudge competition, 8th Mile stuff. I see Chris Dealman standing down there, the guy who pilots the Raven. He's down there. That guy's never done drag and drive, but here he is out here checking everything out to see if he can actually be competitive in something like this. I wouldn't be surprised if he looks into bringing his Camaro in. We got the guy with the tracker up here in the tower. I'm just. The kind of thing where, we got somebody just walks in and it's like immediately we go, all right, we got a parts call on our hands. Adam, I'm going to let you handle this one. Oh, we have a thank you on our hands. Okay, so I'm gonna give you the mic, sir. You go right ahead. You let us know. Hang on a minute. Let's get this burnout done. As Gebhardt and the little AMC Gremlin, as we are joined by a guest in the tower. Go ahead, sir. It's all yours.
I just want to send a shout out to Steve Hefner, Just Hyde, and the Howlicks for getting me the rock bombs and pieces I needed to get through this event. I could never have done it without you guys. The support of this racing family is just unbelievable. I'm proud to be here.
Earlier, yeah, the fact that racers help racers and all the spares. So obviously you're all fixed up and going to make another.
You must be Dave Teresi.
That's
Dave Teresi.
Yeah. Nice to actually see
you back. We heard you pulling in with those spark plug in. That's amazing. Well, I can't wait to see the thing make a pass, and thank you. And you're absolutely. That's super awesome. And you're from New York as well, right?
We drove down from Long Island to support the event, be a part of it. Racing history right here.
Side by side, 8-second runs right there. Gebhardt, 8:56, 8:88 for Alan Mogi.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for coming up, and I can't wait to see you make a pass.
Oh, absolutely. You know what? I'll tell you what. It doesn't matter how fast you're running, whether you're running 6s or whether you're running 12s. The racing community, especially drag style competition, drag and drive, everybody wants to help everybody. We'll see Dave out there in his Nova, making runs shortly.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's going to be awesome. Absolutely.
Here's the man.
Cletus McFarland, the guy who literally lives right around the corner. tell you what, like, he is going to try to make a killer pass right here in the El Camino known as Bump. Going to bump in for a single. Beats out an early 123 to the 60-foot. 476 in the 8th mile. Here it comes. 731 to
92 miles an hour. Are you kidding me?
Dude, talk about throwing down the gauntlet right off the bat. I mean, I'll tell you what, it sounded aggressive when he came off the starting line, and I was afraid that it was going to turn the tires loose because he's done that a couple of times at several tracks this week.
Yep.
But it held. Dr. Tunemal put the right numbers in there, and the Holly just did what it was supposed to do. Holy cow, 730, 192 miles an hour for the El Camino. I think that is a new personal best.
What a great pass for Cletus, man, and it's super happy to have him out here on this deal as well, and of course it's right in his backyard, and thanks to him for opening up the Freedom Factory for us on that first day, and of course for the awards as well here later tonight. Rob Lipinski getting on the beams, Rob Lipinski in that yellow gasser.
He really moves. That is a wicked little hot rod.
Also put up a personal best this week.
He's on his way to a good pass right here, 883, but no speed, 140 miles an hour. That's kind of down. I mean, like, he should be going about $150, $155.
Yeah, it sounded like he was maybe out of the gas there about 900 feet or so. So hopefully we'll see him back and tune that thing up and get it rolling.
You want to talk about a guy who has persevered and got through the entire week over here on the left-hand side, Stefan Rossi, a beautiful, I mean, absolutely gorgeous 1966 Nova. And unfortunately, this thing popped a radiator hose off it on the first day at 160 miles an hour, probably right about the 1,000-foot mark. And he drove that thing like his life depended on it. I mean, literally almost saved it, but it decided to get into the wall on the right-hand side. But he persevered and said, screw it, I'm doing the entire drag week. I'm going to go through the entire SIG week, drag and drive competition. He made it all the way here. He is literally one stage bulb away from completing SIG week. That is all he has to do, is he has to stage it up. Obviously, like I said, this thing is a little bit beaten. It's a little bit tweaked. But you know what? He's just about there. And it sounds like he's actually going to make a pass. He's not just going to break the beams.
And he does, but the thing leaves really lazily.
It's probably going to be about a 10-second run based on what he did in South Georgia yesterday.
But
that may be actually a little slower because he didn't push it through the back door really good. But you know what? That is it. He has completed SIG week, ladies and gentlemen. Again, you think that you persevere and you have problems. This guy kissed the entire wall down the right-hand side and still went 800 miles on the street to 4 different racetracks and completed SIG week. That is saying something.
And I talked to him in the pits earlier today. He actually found a guy that is local here that has quarter panels for that car that is bringing him to the racetrack later today so we can get that thing tuned up.
Once again, racing community looking out for its own. Here comes a rematch, and they have switched lanes. This is real interesting. James Tall and Parker Mitchell, both of them 8.50 limited. Now, earlier, James Tall went 868. That's a good pass. He could hand it in as far as, like, it's legal. Right. But it's not good as far as it's too slow. He needs something much better.
And then Parker, of course, put up 842, which is too fast.
Yeah, you can't hand that in. If you hand that in, you're going to get a 20-second time.
So we'll see what happens here. Looking for 850s on the board, side by side. Red, single turbo.
Is capable of much faster, but again, this really gives you the chance to dial in your car. Oh, Parker Mitchell slows down a little bit, but not enough. 300ths of a second, 845, 164. No Moss. Got to do it again. James Tall, on the other hand, he slowed down even more.
And that's not good because he was already off the mark on that 850, and 870 is not going to be enough, so he'll turn that thing around, and we'll see those guys later.
Yeah, once again, they've got about 40 minutes of runtime left. Now, here's the interesting thing. Ruby has been solid all week. I mean, like, he even clicked off a 770 pass in it. So now you have to wonder, is there something going on? Because he probably tried to tune it up a little bit, and it obviously went the other way. So now you have to sit here and start to scratch your head and go, why didn't it pick up? We tuned it up, so why didn't it pick up? You know, so maybe they got something going on with the turbo. They may have something going on with the wastegates. I mean, now is when all the what-ifs start to creep into your head, and it's very easy for that to happen when you're just sleep-deprived your last day of SIG week.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I mean, you can always chalk it up to, like, hey, we finished the thing, and that's super awesome, and maybe, that, you know, if it's hurt or whatever, no big deal. We're still kind of rocking and rolling as we roll, but I know they're really, really looking for that 8.50 to get the thing back into competitive spirit.
Yeah, considering the fact that Parker Mitchell right now sitting in the number 5 spot in the 275 street race category. On the other hand, when you look at James Tall, he's 1 spot under him. So they are number 5 and number 6. So they're not even battling each other. They're battling for position on the racetrack. Uh-oh, we got Chad Reynolds talking about good stuff up here. So we wait for the next pair to come up.
I hate it when I'm too hot. Chad comes in and tells me, you know what, you're just on this PA system out here. You got too much going on. I guess I'm screaming into the mic too much. I'm too excited. But that's okay.
See, normally that's what people tell me, but I've already had a couple of people that have messaged me and told me to take it down probably about 10 levels, not 1 level. Yeah, see, Chad is the master of the screen. The master of naturally aspirated badness. This is Doc McIntyre. That's what he goes by.
He is actually a doctor. He's a doctor, yeah.
Yeah, his actual name is James McIntyre, but everybody calls him Doc. All right, so Lonnie Grimm sending me the message. He says, I need A-group cars. I need quarantine also. We can't wait long with no cars. We have a live feed with people watching. We'll go to the B group. So A-group cars, you're officially kind of getting your warning sign. We've shook the finger at you. You need to get your cars into the lanes. If you don't, then we're going to move to the next group. And that is not something we want to do. So once again, A-group cars. We need radial cars to lanes 11, slick cars to lane 12. We need quarantine cars to lane 14. If you're not there shortly, we're going to go to the B group, and I guarantee you the B group wants to run.
And again, McIntyre running on 7 cylinders, so you won't see a 7-second run on this one, unfortunately, and only 632 cubic inches on 7.
Yeah, only. 1360 foot. He might have been able to lay the coals to it a little earlier.
Maybe he fixed the thing.
799 164.
He definitely
that is
fixed
his
it.
First
They fixed it.
pass.
They fixed it.
Yeah, 799.
Either that or they're like, why are we doing this with all the 8 of them?
So they're either great sandbaggers or they just literally needed less power. The first and only 7-second pass here on Drag Week, they lay it down right out of the gate. So you know what? They could hand that time slip in and say, whew, we're done.
We're done. And then they may. Who knows? They did do a little bit of thrashing on the thing, and I did see the lifter on the thing, and it was definitely beat up, but super duper pass, 799 out of that car.
Yeah.
Super awesome.
Absolutely.
We have the trio up here. It's Chad, it's Derek, and it's me, which is good times. So,
Who's me?
well, I'm Adam Dory. You know,
I was about to say,
we all know me. It's me, man. Whatever.
We need to tell the people because that would be like saying, hey, you with the Mustang, hey, you with the Camaro.
Hey, you with the hair.
We need to narrow it down a little bit.
That's fine. Nobody cares. They don't care what our names are.
No.
They're like those dudes.
Yeah.
I want them to know my name when they're happy, but I don't want them to know my name when they're not.
No, that's 100% true.
Dan Hirsch coming up in the 1965 turbocharged Mustang. Laying down a 7-pin pass. Wheels on, wheelie, and bounce it down at about the 100-foot mark, and he's still staying in it. All the way down to the top end, 798, 177, and a whole lot of smoke. He might have kissed the oil pan on that one.
And actually, you can see it at about 200 feet.
Yeah,
Big
you
old
can
frame
see
rail
that,
chunks pulled out of the ground and a big chunk out of the track. So we're going to be down for a couple of moments for sure.
Attention, Wade Ridge. We have rubber removal at about the 100-foot mark.
So that said, we're going to be down for a little while. So A cars, this gives you a chance to get into the lanes.
Yeah, do not disappoint Lonnie. Now is your chance to get in there. A-class cars. We know there's enough of you left. We haven't seen all of you. We need you to come back, and right about now would be a good time.
And we do know that all the cars that are single-digit cars here are required to have some sort of oil retention device on it. So,
okay,
hopefully,
maybe kiss the belly pan instead.
hopefully he kissed the belly pan, and or if it is, leaking oil all over the place, hopefully it didn't make it onto the racing surface. But we'll know soon. But while we got some downtime, again, A cars and quarantine cars, you need to be down in the lanes so we can run you, and we will get those lanes all full. And again, while we have a little bit of downtime, big thanks to all the sponsors.
Yep.
Of course, Motion Raceworks bringing you that live feed. And while you're there, click that subscribe button.
I guess they must have
look at
gotten
that.
the all clear. I'm sitting here looking at a couple of pictures that Barrett Green from Big Hat Mafia sent to me. All this signed American flag that he did with all the drivers from the beginning. That's going to be part of the prize package that goes to the Freedom Factory later today. You want to talk about something that's going to be unique? That is really cool. And talk about a really cool 55 Chevy coming up over here. Naturally aspirated big block Ryan Hadley. Down the highway, and it just looked like true worthy.
No, that thing's like a show car, and then it runs good too because it puts up an 887 at 153 out of
That is his best pass of the weekend by a bunch. That is crazy. He just knocked about 0.2 of a second off his best pass. Just goes out there and lays it down like a hammer. 887, 153, all on naturally aspirated goodness. That
Love
is
that.
awesome.
And of course, Havlik out of the Hot Rods by Havlik shop. Go check them out as well. And, again, stick that subscribe button, hit that like. We want to get Tom Bailey to those 100,000 subscribers on this last day here of Sick Week 2022.
Yeah, the funny thing is I got all these messages coming in on my phone as far as letting me know what's going on down there at the front of the staging lanes. I guess it's a good thing that Adam Dory and I don't have each other's phone numbers, because otherwise we'd be blowing each other's phones up when he's down there getting all the good stuff in the pits and in the staging lanes and everything. I mean, Adam, I'll tell you what, we talked about this yesterday when Doug Cook came up here to the tower and we were discussing stuff with him. I mean, you and I are enthusiasts. We're not announcers. We're just out here having a great time, relaying all the information and the entertainment that we hear about, because we know that people want to know. It's more than just making passes down the racetrack. It's about people helping people. It's about the drives. It's about the great locations that we go to. We were at Garlett's last night, dude. This has been an awesome week.
No, it's been super duper cool, and these are all bucket list tracks for me. It's been a beautiful, beautiful time, and unfortunately we didn't get to run at Orlando Speed World, but hopefully we hit that up next year, because again, bucket list stuff for me. And I mean, when am I ever gonna get a chance to go to Garlett's, man? I'm from Denver. I don't pass the Mississippi for nothing.
Well, I just found out that white people still can't shoot a basketball, at least not up here in the tower. But yeah, we talk about the fact that Tom Bailey really did put some thought into this. I mean, obviously it would have been great if there wasn't any rain, but I mean, he engineered the beach into it. They went through Daytona. We obviously engineered Garlett's into it. Some small town diners and ice cream shops. I mean, there was really some good locations that came out of this. And hopefully Tom Bailey hasn't decided yet that he doesn't need all the additional stress in his life and money spent and what have you, and he decides he's going to make this an annual event.
Yeah, I really, really hope so. And if he does, I really hope that both of us are involved in the thing, because Derek Putnam, it's been a blast, man, partying with you in the tower here, and of course Chad Reynolds, the one and only.
Dude, he can have a party all by himself. The fact that we get to tag along, it's been awesome, dude. I mean, I don't know who punched my ticket, but I need to shake their hand and buy him a beer.
No, absolutely.
Bob Hess coming up here, the 1982 Fox body. A little beautiful right out of the Big 3 Racing stable. He got the beans to it early, 126 to the 60 foot. He's going to lay down a 7-second pass. 769, 178, and his crew says, yep, that is what we wanted.
Yep,
that could possibly be another one and done. So, ladies and gentlemen, you got to remember, some of these cars and trucks are going to make one whack, and then they're going to go back and turn them up. It is very possible that you may see one lap only out of some of these cars, because, honestly, they just want to be done with it. They just want to go ahead and turn in their time slip and say, yep, we're good. Go ahead and pack it up. Let's get a frosty beverage, and let's enjoy watching drag racing, because I have officially completed Sick Week.
Absolutely, and I'm getting a bunch of messages for the Bullseye class. Bullseye class, you are a 66 today. So Bullseye class, and that's that cool class where we have a floating index. You are a 66, so if you're a 1066 or 1166 or whatever it looks like,
yeah, exactly.
That's what you're looking at.
Don't turn in like a 65 or a 64. Like, you want something like a 68 or a 70 or a 72. But I'll tell you what, the Bullseye, the last few days has kind of been getting into the, I want to say, 200 to 300s or less. I mean, like, people are really figuring it out. I mean, they're learning their car, or let's be honest, they're getting lucky and taking a stab at the brake pedal.
Taking a stab at it, exactly. But that's kind of fun, man. That's a super cool deal with that floating index. And, I think we had something in the 50s, and then we were in the 20s, and now we're in the 60s. And, yeah, that's super cool, and it's a tough deal to get that thing all on that floating index as we get rolling through.
So we talk about the fact that here comes Aiden Bailey. The car they used to call, I'm not sure if they still call it, the S-Box of Doom.
Oh, it is 100% still the S-Box.
Yeah, now this is like, I don't want to say it's third different combination, but it's very similar to what originally was running this car by Richie Crampton when he drug it out of the weeds for Drag Week a few years back. Then it got the big blown top alcohol dragster Hemi in it. For the next year. And then it kind of sat for a few years. Aiden got to dig into it here. He's looking for 18s. That's what Tom said. They got out to the front half, 126.
Oh,
no
that's
good.
not going to do it.
No, 330-foot mark, they just clicked it off. And Tom Bailey is actually standing down there on the start line. See those really cool orange socks he's wearing? You can go over to the Sick the Mag merch tent, and you can buy those.
Yep, and I'll tell you what, Aiden riding with Joey Berry on this
talk about
deal.
a couple of guys that really came out of the drag racing community considering what their dads do.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're, like I said earlier, like kind of the crown princes, if you will, of this kind of drag and drive sort of deal. And it's cool to see that it's in good hands moving forward.
All right, so it is now 3 o'clock. We've pretty much almost emptied the staging lane, so Lonnie Grimace made the official call. Here we go. Pay attention, ladies and gentlemen. B group. I need the B group to the staging lanes. Here's where we're going to get interesting. All of those classes like 235 Outlaw Radial, regular street race, 275 street race, where all these people are all bunched together up at the top, and a whole bunch of 8.50 time slips are what we're going to see. B group, I need you to tower side staging lanes. B group, tower side staging lanes. And speaking of one of the guys who's competing, here comes Doug Cook in the Motion Raceworks car. They're called El Turo. They threw that thing together in 8 days. He is currently number 2 in his class on the little 235 tire, less than 1/100 of a second away from the number 1 spot. A guy named Matt Lamphere in that little Mazda Miata with the single turbo LS motor. How cool is it that you've got 2 different combinations? I mean, like, talk about completely different. You got a Fox body that was thrown together by a shop in 8 days. Kind of show the ladies and gentlemen what they can do with it as far as getting stuff set up and how easy it is to drop a single turbo setup in there. Motion Raceworks can obviously get it done in-house. All the stuff that they can sell to you and package up.
And with a Coyote in that car as well.
Correct. So you got single turbo Coyote Mustang. You have single turbo LS Miata. Right now, let's talk about single turbo LS. Here comes Soccer Mom. Will Stevenson does not want to hit his hat on the wall this time. He wants a 7. Kevin Smith going to deliver to him. 123. Will Stevenson is urging him on. He says, give me a 7. Give me a 7. 782. 170. But it had some smoke come out of it. Will Stevenson, I guarantee you, is happy with that one. Look at him. He's not going to smack his hat on the wall there. He just picked up 0.3 of a second. Kevin Smith, 782. 170. That is his best pass of the week. Probably going to turn that one in, call it done, and then you can officially say Soccer Mom has completed his drag and drive competition. Interesting note, this car up until this year had not run quarter mile in so long. Like, it's an 8th mile, no time grudge car. That's what they did with it. Talk about turning it around in less than 3 months' time and doing 800 miles, 4 different racetracks.
And that's a whole different thing. I mean, moving from an 8th mile car to a quarter mile car is a big step on its own. But moving to a quarter mile car that's also now a street car and a proven street car with, like you said, 800 miles on these things at least. That doesn't include like getting to your hotel or driving through the McDonald's at the corner there, like Aiden Bailey and Joey Berry. They are Team Chick-fil-A. They're going to Chick-fil-A every day in that 57.
It's a good thing we don't have a Sunday on Sick Week because we all know what happens with Chick-fil-A on Sunday.
And we were actually talking about that. They're the only people that are looking for a sponsorship of just sandwiches. And we said, you know what? Chick-fil-A is probably going to give them sandwiches on Sunday.
So here comes Jason Golden, 1989 little radial Mustang on the left-hand side. Once again, I need my B group to tower side staging lanes. B group, tower side staging lanes for your first shot. B group, tower side staging lanes. So Jason Golden making his second hit of the race. Yeah, he was still soft on the 60-foot too, but I'll tell you what, this thing is trucking out the back door. Look at the speed, 179 miles an hour, but only 806. And like you said, the deep stage doesn't help. Yeah, nice little margin, that much. That's
just
all
right
it is.
there.
Just that much, almost a 7.
You'll get it.
Hey,
You'll
just
get it. Bring it back around.
Hot lap, but it's a street car. Bring it back around.
Absolutely. And
So you're talking about Kevin Smith. I want to get on this real quick.
Go for it.
Yeah. Real lightweight car, all Lexan windows, lightweight doors. Talk about the fact that, like, this is the kind of car that almost anybody could look at and go, there's no way that thing could be a street car. Just remember, your definition of a street car and my definition of a street car could be 180 degrees off. Right now, Kevin Smith and his co-driver, Will Stevenson, can prove it. They can say, we did Sick Week. We completed the whole thing, 800 miles, 4 time slips. You can have your opinion, but I proved I drove it.
No, 100%. And you run into all these kind of true street classes that are around. They make you do like a 30-mile drive. And I'll tell you what, this deal, if you got a 30-mile drive, you're like almost done.
But I'll tell you what, I mean, the one thing that I wish that we could do is we could run a longer cruise on some of these True Street deals. But to be honest, the biggest issue you would run into with that is time.
Right.
You know, trying to get it as part of a big event package does make it hard, which is why when you do something like this, and especially when you go track to track, it does make it easier, because otherwise all you're doing is you're just trying to like ride around and figure out, you know, okay, well, what's a good circle or what's a good square so you don't break up the group and all that. I mean, it just, you know, it's kind of the same thing. It makes it difficult to try and figure it out. Speaking of difficult, I'll tell you what, this is a car that normally they don't have difficulties with, but right now, James Tall, the guy they call Jack Stand Jimmy over in the car they call Ruby, the auction Corvette, kind of shaking his head a little bit. I mean, this thing is slow compared to what it should be running. I mean this thing runs it's run 70s.
Right.
And unfortunately, he can't get close to that 850 time slip. He tried to get closer, and then he ended up slowing down.
Yeah, so hopefully he can get the tune-up right on this thing, and it'll rip the racetrack, and he can get to 850. Let's see what happens.
This is third pass today. That is an improvement over what he has been doing, but again, they don't want to go too fast. It's going to be close. 863, 159, that's better.
That's his best leg, but it's still
a 10 slow. It's not going to help.
If you're not like 850 like we were talking earlier, like a 3 maybe, even a 4, you're kind of nothing in this class.
You're coin flipping it, and you're probably going to want to go back. So we have a guest here in the tower as we roll a pair of Mustangs up here. Jason Deutscher and Parker Mitchell are going to stage up.
Deutscher in that 235 class, that 850, looking for the 850 out of that T-topped 4-eyed Mustang.
So apparently we're going to have ourselves a little grudge fest going on here later. Meanwhile, Parker Mitchell and Jason Deutscher, oh man, 843.
But
Parker is still too fast.
856 in the left lane. Again, you're kind of like, if you're not like a 3 or a 4 right now, you're kind of nothing. But we'll see him come back around and try to get that thing on that 850 number.
Yeah, Jason Deutscher currently right now number 4. And he's run as good as an 854. So that number is not bad, but it's not going to get him where he wants. The guy that's on the starting line right now got a lot of eyeballs on him. This is Matt Lamphere, the car they call the Turtle. It's a little Mazda Miata. He shoved 5.3 liters of GM goodness in the engine bay, so much so that it's sticking out of the hood, and stuck a turbo on it. Just said, screw it, I already got 2 holes in it. Let's put an exhaust through the hood too.
Yeah, may as well. And he tried to do a little drifting competition for us here a couple of days ago. And
he found out turtles retain more.
Yep, absolutely.
He's looking for 5-0. By less than 100th of a second. So the closest he can get to 850 is going to be good. Oh, too fast.
845 is as good as a 20-second time slip on this deal.
Yeah, he cannot hand that in. Now, it's good as far as it gives him some data, so he can go back to the pits and say, all right, well, what do I want to do? Do I want to leave the same tune-up in it? Now it's hot. Maybe it'll slow down a little bit, or maybe he runs it to, say, 1,200 feet and lifts. A lot of guys are doing that.
Yep, and you got to just find your spot, your dump spot on the track, and or your dump spot, and or figure out the tune-up. Turn down the
Yeah, I like it. That's a good way to put it. Chris Reiser coming up over in the S10, little 9-second ride. He's a little slow today though. 10:23, 131. That thing's already clicked off 970s.
Yep, so he'll, maybe, again, a safe pass, kind of get the thing done. And
rinse and repeat, come back.
We are in our B class right now, so these guys are making their first lick on the track, and they're finishing SICK Week 2022. So, again, kind of maybe getting their little, safe pass in, and then he'll bring it back around and pull the wick out.
All right, so Lonnie Grimm just texted me. The A group now has 20 minutes left. The A group now has 20 minutes remaining. The B group should be going to Towerside Staging Lanes. B group, Towerside Staging Lanes. A group has 20 minutes. Up here comes Matt. Oh, excuse me, not Matt. I'm looking at the wrong screen. William Carter, little turbocharged 77 Vega on the left side. Another guy looking for 850. 862, 160. It's not a bad run. Again, it'll get him somewhere, but it's not good. It's better than a breakout pass. But again, we're going to have ourselves a race to the 9s later tonight. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to let the gentleman tell you guys all about it. So
it's Red Hat Scotty.
Yeah,
Red Hat Scotty here.
You don't want to do it? Okay. He's trying to catch his breath from running up to the top of the tower. Jordan Badrew going down the racetrack, 863, 154. So obviously we're seeing a whole bunch of people trying to run 850s and either going too fast.
Okay, so what it is Red Hat Scotty and Tom Stark Neither of those cars have been in the 9s before.
We're going to try to do 9
They're going to try to get a side-by-side 9-second pass, and of course Tom Stark with that wagon with Blaine, the crew chief, and that's the stick shift car. And
stick shift on nitrous.
That's
the
right.
55 wagon.
Yep, and Red Hat Scotty with the LS swap 4-eyed Mustang. We'll see, and that one's an automatic car, but we'll see them go side-by-side, both chasing the 9s. Neither car has been in the 9s before.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, especially when you consider the fact that his kid has been like fist bumping him and like trying to pump him up and everything. What happens if dad goes like 10 flat and there's a 9 on the other side of the racetrack?
And that's like a little father-son deal too, because Blaine is Tom's son, right. And of course Red Hat riding with his dad. They call him the dude.
I love it. So that's going to be in the C group. You're going to want to pay attention to that C group. Come up later. Probably
later tonight, because they're technically neither
Mitchell Stapleton, an all-wheel drive Cadillac Escalade. Are you kidding me? 2 tons of fun going down the racetrack. 979, 138 for Mitchell Stapleton. Like I said, 2 tons of fun. 2013 Escalade, all 4 wheels doing the driving.
Yep, and that thing a couple of days ago did about a 300-foot all-wheel drive burnout on the track, and that was pretty spectacular. And he just says, you know what? If you really want to like set some records, if you got a Fox body, I'd love to put this motor in your car. Let's talk.
So here comes the guy they call Bear. Full name Bear Crockett. Yeah, and he is a bear. Like, he's like a big, scary dude. Like, you don't want to be on this dude's bad side.
Like Law Dog.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he is exactly like Law Dog, guy that I was nice enough to introduce Adam to. Like, thankfully, he's on Adam's good side. We can talk about whack-a-mole.
Right, exactly.
We'll talk about another big guy. This is the guy, Ruben. He's in charge of Ruben's Performance Center. Big center down here in Florida. He's with a bunch of grudge guys. So, obviously, him riding along with Bear doesn't really hurt anything. As Bear's in the mid-8 second pass from his Trans Am. His first ever drag and drive week. The Trans Am all the way down, single turbo LS. How about 851, 158 miles an hour for Bear Crockett? Ruben just gives a little fist pump to Troy Perez Jr. Talk about another guy who's big in the grudge world down here. I guarantee you both of them are going, yep, that's good. Let's move on.
There's Keith Fenstead finishing his burnout. And you know what? He took the hood off of the car for you so you can see that blow-through carburetor.
All of that goodness down there in that 1978 Fairmont. Now, again, it's painted the right color in my mind. Nice dark green color.
And loving that 2-door, and, of course, small block Ford for power for all you purists out there.
Yeah, Keith Fenstead doing the blow-through deal. Not as commonly seen. Almost everybody jumping on the side. Single turbos and everything, but he's going old-school flavor and used a screwdriver. Looking for 850. How about 858 at 158? Again, not bad. But, a lot of these cars, again, showing up and either going too fast, running like in the 40s, or they're running really kind of high. So far, Bear Crockett's time is the only one that would be good enough. You can hand it in.
Yeah, with like a 1, 2, or 3 kind of deal. Here's Scott Brown. This guy definitely can put the thing on 850. Been running that 850 class in drag week a long time.
Currently running the street race category, and he sits number 3. He obviously wants to finish the drag and drive.
Which he just did.
Really wants an 850 time slip. No, not an 860. He wants something a tenth faster than that.
Yep, and like you're saying, not totally throwaway runs. They're getting data. This is all good stuff, and they're going to figure out, we just need to tune this thing up 1/10, and I think he can make that happen.
Yeah, so far he has laid down an 853 as his best number. Now, he started the week with an 860, and the problem with starting it with an 860, that really kind of puts you in a bad position.
You start off in a bad spot.
Off. Yeah,
yep.
Exactly. There's what was it? We had a half a dozen people total between 3 classes that ran 8.509 or better. Somebody went 850 with a 0. A little Honda S2000. Here's another guy who's battling for that 850 stuff. This is Tim Flanders. Single turbo, 1.30 on the 60-foot.
And Coyote power as well.
Based on the 8th mile, he's kind of slow. Yeah, 876 and 152. That is not what he wants.
Not at all.
No, he's in the street race category, and he sits behind Tom Brown. His first pass was 856. He went 859 and then 856 again. Here's another guy who has been through some parts attrition. This is Craig Ridenauer. Car that he calls Rip Ride. Naturally aspirated big block, 1968 Chevy Nova. He chewed up some shaft rock. This is for mid-9s. If this thing is on all the cylinders and it runs right, 950s, 960s is what he should run. 967, 138, that's pretty good. So he'll probably turn that in. In the F category,
That's
the
the
F
guy
category is naturally aspirated. Now, obviously, Doc McIntyre has that one pretty much on lockdown. Jason Tapscott currently sitting number 2. And if you look down the list, Craig Ridenauer is in the top 5. So a 960 is not a bad run. He'll probably turn that in.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's the guy I like to call Captain Revtune.
Yeah, he has been doing a lot of these drag and drive events with a good buddy of his out of the Rollins Automotive Speed and Custom Shop. That's Robert Williams. Both of them have known each other for like several decades.
Yeah, absolutely. David Deal finishing on the deal. Not
there.
doing the deal there with the SN95 Mustang. And again, looking for that kind of 850, and that's not going to do it with a 185 60-foot.
All right, A group, you have 15 minutes remaining. A group, you have 15 minutes remaining, and look who is coming to the water right here on the right-hand side.
That's, of course, Nick Taylor. Force Performance giving him help on this car they call Uncle Sam in the right lane.
Yeah,
Left
the guy
lane.
that otherwise kind of known as Nicky Bobby. That is what he's been going by. He's been kind of getting his feet wet, doing really good in the no-prep ranks. Him and his partner, Adam Hodson, the guy who's backing him up in front, they own a company called MAC, Mid-America Customs. I'll tell you what, these guys have done a ton of drag and drive competitions with small tire cars. This is the first time they've done it with this big tire car, and the only reason I say it's the first time they've done it is because they've only owned this car for about 2-3 months.
Yeah, exactly. And again, showed up, a couple of passes on the thing, goes 719, then came back with a 715, goes 710, and then put the thing on 698.
The number 2 guy in the stick class, Michael Jankowski, the 88 Mazda RX-7, over on the left side, number 2. 115 to 60 foot. The 60 foot is slow. Probably not a 6-second pass. 715, 194. That's a good run, but not really exactly what they wanted. But they can turn it in. They have completed their first drag and drive competition with Uncle Sam. Check out Bear Green down there. Talk about Uncle Sam. Big Hat Mafia representing right there. I'm almost disappointed. Bear Green has shown up Adam Hodson. Adam Hodson only wearing his white glasses again. Speaking of Keith Turk is looking at time here. A group? No?
He wants you to have.
Oh, I know what he wants. He wants everybody that does not have an armband on the starting line to please leave. If you are not with a car and you're not media credential, you need to be off the starting line, which means I'm going nowhere near it because I have no armband. So thankfully, can I stay in the tower, Keith? Correct. And I also told people, I said, even if you already have a safe pass, if it is not turned in, do not go to your trailers because that is a DQ.
If you do go to your trailers, however, don't pull them down here into the pits, and if you do, you're going to have to answer Mr. Turk. And actually, don't. Just don't.
Gary, Keith Turk does not need anything extra on his plate. The only thing he needs is more Diet Coke. That's it. 918, 148 for Tony Nimsick in the 95 Eclipse, the all-wheel drive car.
And also, no trailers in the pits tonight when we finish. So you can load your car up way down where your truck and trailer are now, but do not bring those down this way. And if you do, I mean, you get to... No, just don't.
Just eliminate the dude.
Yeah, just don't.
Don't even offer it up there.
And you don't want to pull out Sergeant Adam Dory.
No.
That's no good.
Jacoby Benz coming up with the turbocharged Camaro. On the left-hand side of the racetrack.
.952 at the stripe, 141. Andy Cook doing his burnout in the left lane. Andy out of Motion Raceworks, the GTO, single turbo LS. Again, still independent rear suspension, but has the 9-inch in the back now to keep the thing alive.
Again, we're talking about another guy who is battling for his life to try to get to the top of his category. Right now, Andy Cook's currently sitting number 5, but he can move up a slot or two. All he needs, that magic 8.50 time slip. Again, A group, you're whittling your time away. You got less than 12 minutes. I also need everybody that has some time to turn that first floor of the tower right now. It's a great time to go do it. Andy Cook's going to run like an 860 something. Now, how about 870, 156? I looked at the 8th mile and I said, no, it's not where they needed to be. It needs to be like about a 550-ish or better in the 8th mile. I mean, like, I'm literally like going to have this stuff mesmerized by the time I'm done. Speaking of memorized, here's the only guy has run an 8.500 out of his car. This is Richard Flint. Little Honda S2000 that he yanked the Honda motor out of and stuck the, yeah, say it with me, LS single turbo.
That's what they call the torque conversion in
Yes.
these.
Right now, he currently sits number 2 in his class. Richard Flint, the guy in the Mazda, or not the Mazda, pardon me, I'm switching classes. That's Matt Lanfear. So right now, the difference in averages between the guy sitting on the starting line, Richard Flint, and William Luan in the Mustang, the red Mustang with the wing on the back.
Yep.
He's number 1 in the 275 street race category. The difference between the two of them, less than 1.5 hundredths of a second, 12 thousandths to be exact. So
Super
this is a
tight
super
racing.
tight category. So Flint obviously would love an 8.500 time slip right here. If he can do it again, then he'll hand that puppy in and just have to see if Luan can actually hold him off, because right now all the pressure is on Flint. He needs to turn in the best time slip he possibly can. On the other hand, Luan has a little breathing room. Not much, but he does have some. But he hasn't even made a pass yet either. So this is the first pass for the top 2 in this category. We'll have to see what he can do.
Absolutely. If he puts the thing on the number, he'll go put the thing back in the pits, and I bet you he won't turn in that time slip until he watches Luan make his pass to see what happens.
And that's exactly the same thing that happened yesterday. I mean, again, don't get me wrong. Everybody is hoping and wants to see as many competitors finish as possible. We talked yesterday about how we originally started with 341 cars. We're down to 280. That's about normal. About 20 to 35% attrition is normal. But like we saw, like Cole Prospero up here watching the Volvo station, like he wanted to see. Hey, listen, here's what we need to tune up for tomorrow. No, Flynn is not fast enough so far. 878, 154. No, I'm looking at that 8th mile, and I'm almost spoiling the run before he finishes it. But he can say he has completed Sick Week. He has done it because he made that run. He staged, took the green light. He didn't even have to complete the pass under power. The fact that he staged and took the green light, that means he's finished. Yes. Speaking of finishing, this is a guy that I'm sure is probably looking forward to finishing, but at the same time, I don't think he wants to go home. I think he probably is enjoying it down here way too much. Guy that's been down here for almost 2 weeks. This is Richard Guido, the stick shift 1965 GTO twin turbocharged. Yeah, Pontiac power. Don't worry about it, purist. He stayed with the engine. This car, 877. Yeah, the man pedal. That big skinny pedal over on the left side.
And I'll tell you what, he has to drive this thing home to Red Deer, Alberta, Canada.
Look at the speed out of it. 160 miles an hour, but the speed is not going to line up with the ET. A 152 60-foot, that is why he had a 909. Now, this car had gone 8.77 earlier this week, so it is an 8-second capable car. I think he went 8.99 yesterday. And obviously, he just wants to finish the week, but I'll tell you what, in stick shift competition, that car has been a brutal competitor. I mean, he's doing a great job with it, and obviously, he wants to be able to hold on to his number 1 spot. The next guy after him is probably about a half a second behind him. Now, here comes that 680 wagon, Mikkel Borgren. Now, we've already seen Ray Prospero lay down a good number.
Yep.
Like I said, these guys are separated by less than 100 per second. So, all the pressure right now is on the wagon. It's all for naught. This is not going to be better than probably 720. Yeah, see, look at the speed. It's got a lot of speed out the back door. 207.75 miles an hour. I mean, don't get me wrong, that's impressive for a big old box Volvo. But a 774, throw it in the trash. You can't do anything with it.
Unfortunately, just struck the tires right at the hit, and there's just nothing you can do to, react to that and make it come back into where you can get a 6-second time slip.
Yeah, now here's the thing again. I mentioned this already. The track is starting. You've got to see again. You've got to see that. I guarantee you, ladies and gentlemen, it is not the surface. It is people not adapting to the surface. There is nothing wrong with this racetrack. It is just the fact that people can't soften them up enough to be able to deal with all this sun. 2.35 60-foot for Robert Lipinski. Yeah, 156 miles an hour is credible, but the time slip on the ET is garbage. Just throw it away.
Yep, exactly. And the same deal. It's just struck the tires right at the hit, and the old yellow gasser is going to have to go back and
yeah,
get the thing
156
tuned back
miles
up.
an hour. I mean, it's a good pass, but unfortunately just spun the tires. He'll probably come back around and do it again.
Here's Aaron Schaefer, another guy looking for that 8.50.
I got somebody looking at me down there in the on the starting line. What? Did I say something wrong?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, okay.
That's okay.
Now, I mean, don't get me wrong. The pass was good on speed. Unfortunately, it just struck the tires. My phone call?
Nope. Christy Lipinski is down there. She wants me to call her.
Oh, okay. So Adam is going to call her. Okay. Hopefully hopefully Adam will say something nice about me and make me realize that I'm not trying to do something as far as insulting her husband. I'm just saying, unfortunately, he struck the tires. I'm just saying what actually happened. All right, next pair up. Actually, this is a single. And it doesn't look like the clocks have reset. That was why I was wondering why my screen looked how it did. All right, so Lonnie Grimm sent me in another message. Do not walk any spectators across the top end of the racetrack. We would ask that you please do it down where the staging lanes are, because that is an unsafe area for people to cross. We know there's a bunch of trailers down there, Adam. We don't want anybody crossing down there.
No, exactly. So we're going to try to get Aaron Chicken on that 850 in his 4th Gen F body.
Yeah, right now, he is in the top 3, actually number 2 behind Alex Corella, 856.1, 166. For the racetrack being warm, and he did the right thing, a 141 60 foot. He softened it up off the hit. That's a good pass for the heat in the racetrack right now.
Yep, absolutely. And Christian Lipinski was asking me to talk to folks. One of their kids lost their cell phones at the Don Garland stop. So if you found a cell phone at the Don Garland stop, bring that to the first floor of the tower, please, and get that to the ladies with your time slip, please.
Okay, so once again, we have now been told also that we have spectators walking around the front of the staging lanes. Now let's see, I am talking about the water box area right here at the head of staging. Please go behind the tractors, yes. Please make sure you use the walk lane that is over by where the Jersey barriers are. Do not walk near the water box or over by the front of the staging lanes, because all that's going to do is put you in an unsafe area while we're trying to run cars.
And I'll tell you what, if you've never gotten hit by like a rock from a car doing a burnout, we're just trying to help you guys out. I know it's a little bit farther, but you probably need the steps anyway.
11:02, 118 for TJ Linebot. By the way, I picked up what you were throwing down there on the...
I didn't say that to you.
You were just saying it in general, but I just felt it. I felt attacked.
How about the split window Corvette? This is a beautiful, beautiful car. Amazing red paint.
Oh, yeah.
That's Chad Noel.
Again, the purists are probably cringing, but for all we know, this could possibly be, like, example, it might be a car that had already been cut up for being a race car, so he just made it beautiful. Talk about 17-inch diameter front wheels, beadlocks on the back, a beautifully put together car, factory style hood and everything. I mean, it's a nice 13-second race. I'll tell you what, man, I'd probably...
Would you sell your Nova for that one?
Yeah, I probably would, even though it doesn't have a back seat, but man, that thing it clicks all the right boxes, although I'd probably stuff some more power underneath the hood. 1321 104. It's got all the right basis for everything, but I couldn't have a car with big tires unless it ran in the 10s or better. It just wouldn't work.
No, it happens. It happens. Pulling up to the wow, geez, woo. We're in our 5th day here, and I'm going nuts. But that's Jeff Oppenheim.
Yeah, exactly. This is the guy who pretty much set the car afire.
No, I mean fully set the car on fire. It's called the Crispy Camino. You see the left side there on the body work.
Yeah, he was able to give the Holly guys the rating on how long the wiring lasted under extreme duress. Oh, no,
strikes the tires. Yep, that thing.
Oppenheim will still run it through the back door because he wants the data on the back half. That's the kind of thing you can look at the computer and find out whether the tune-up was right on the back half. 147 miles an hour, but 1024, nah.
Nope.
He's looking for something that starts with an 8 or a 7.
8 on that car. He actually ran his first 8-second pass here on Sick Week. One of our personal bests out here.
So Kevin Smith checking in, letting me know that Mullet's best pass is a 7.24. So Garrett is getting close. He's run a 7:35 and now a 7:30, but 7:24 is best pass. And honestly, I don't know if he's going to get much better than that in the sunny conditions that we're dealing with right now. Might be a little hard to go ahead and to do that. Just have to wait and see what happens. But Kevin Smith and Soccer Mom going 782, so they can say they have officially completed Sick Week. They could turn that ticket in if they wanted. I'm not sure if they're going to come back and make another hit, but that's pretty solid. I mean, they've been in the 790s all week.
Very solid, 100%.
Yep. 1988 small tire Camaro over here in the left-hand side, right-hand side. That is
Aiden Bailey.
Yeah, Aiden Bailey over there looking for an 18-time slip.
And of course, Aiden in that S box. You see Joey Berry out front there, backing him into the beams. He's got the long hair there. So a little Camaro and shoebox Chevy action going at you side by side. Aiden looking for something with a 7 on the board, hopefully. Joey has been tuning Joe Barry's car for a long time.
Out here, we'll probably see the race car later on. Bailey is out there on a nice rip. This one could be the record. 8:21.65.
I believe that's his best pass, 165 miles an hour.
But
Beautiful.
once again, Tom Bailey has said he's looking for teens.
And unfortunately, that small tire third-gen Camaro stopped right about 660 feet. Yep. Hey, if you gave Anthony McDowell with that cool green truck a LS coil yesterday, he's got that coil ready for you. You can have it back. He's by the tree in the pits back there. You can't miss it. It's the awesome green color truck.
So thank you to Dylan Carroll, the guy who was piloting that 1988 Camaro. He did exactly what he was supposed to. When he had trouble, he pulled over to the side by the wall and stopped. So in case he was dripping anything or he had parts coming out from underneath it, that minimizes the cleanup time.
Absolutely.
All right, you know what? It is now 3:30, so I'm gonna take a shot at it, stand up and go over and see if I can find Lonnie standing at the front of the. Yep, there he is. Hey, Lonnie Graham, is A group officially cut off? It's 3:30.
One more to go.
One more
That's
shot,
Joe Barry.
and then they're done. So Joe Barry, and that's it. And look at all the. Hey, turn around, Adam.
I'm Dave Schroeder. We're running Sick Week this week, but here to talk to you about Sick the Magazine. Badass magazine about drag and drive cars. You got to subscribe to it. You've never seen anything with so much content and so many badass real cars.
Hey guys, Doug here from TBM and Motion Raceworks. If you haven't already checked out Sick the Magazine, it is unlike anything you've ever seen. It's more like a book than a magazine. The quality is unbelievable. It is grassroots. It's covering all of the events that you guys are at, not just what the pros are doing, and you'll love it. Subscribe now and get your copy reserved today.
Hey guys, here at Sick Week, currently packing a trailer to tow. We got a long ways to go, but we're getting ready for Sick Week. Made a couple of passes today. Thank you guys for tuning in and watching the Motion Raceworks live feed. Afterwards though, make sure to subscribe to Sick the Mag, the book. It's not a magazine, it's a book, so make sure to subscribe. Super high quality, lots of pictures and reading if you want to do that as well. But anyways, we're going to get back to packing, and thank you guys for tuning in.
Have you ever been working on a car or at work and you need to get a hold of somebody to ask a question, but you just don't have time to wait on hold? We have a new service. It's a text service. It makes things really easy. If you have a question, you can just text us during normal business hours. Customer service reps will be on the other end of the line. Watch how easy this is.
Been with us. How about Holly Performance? Like, you know, one of their main tech guys has been with us. Rick Anderson, he's been filling nitrous bottles for free for all the guys and girls that are running nitrous on the tour.
That's super cool. And again, Dodge, and of course what is it? The Bradford Racing School. I just drew a blank there.
You know why? It's because you get to have fun in the Dodges. You've been riding around in the cool cars.
I have been, but no, thank you so much to Bradford Racing School and Dodge. Got to ride in that 1320 Challenger, and that thing is sweet. And I'll tell you what, if you take it to Mexico, it does burnouts like for days.
Yeah, you know what? I'm reading some of the stuff on the live feed right now. Well, I also want to give a big shout out to Vice Grip Garage. You know what? They supported the portable car hoist, and that thing has been getting used more than a village bicycle this week.
No, exactly. And thanks to Bobby for bringing that portable car hoist out. That thing is awesome. And I don't have his number in front of me, but check out Sick the Mag on Facebook.
Yeah, there's a link there.
He put a link of his thing on there, and you can rent or buy that hoist.
How about Rhino Classifieds? They're teaming up with Dream Car Garage, and they got a lot of cool stuff going on. You want to go and visit them, you can go to, what is it? It's right here, the Rhino Racer Support Tour. So, yeah, I mean, all of these companies giving back. We talk about Motion Raceworks. They got their merch trailer over there, located right across from the tower. Also, Gear Vendors Overdrive got their motorhome over there. You want to talk to the actual owner, the main man, Rick from Gear Vendors. This is his 18th year sponsoring drag and drive competitions. You want to talk about a guy who literally puts his money where his mouth is? This guy has been behind all of them. You need to go shake that guy's hand and say, dude, thanks so much. This has been an awesome week.
And you know what's super cool is he just bought Jeffco Transmissions, which is
so he's getting behind that stuff,
He's getting behind that stuff, too, exactly. So thanks so much for him, again, putting his money where his mouth is. And then, of course, Race Quip helmets.
Talk about a great award that you can get for
win
winning
yourself a helmet that is painted the same orange as the Sick Week staff shirt.
And the Sick 2.0 Camaro, it's got like little features on it from that, and it's actually an SA 2020 rated helmet, ladies and gentlemen. So not only if you get it, you could wear it if you really wanted to. I don't know. I would have a hard time with that one. I mean, do you really want to use something that cool that can't be replaced?
You know, that's a tough one. I think I might wear it because then everyone knows. They can see you through the window and they know that you won your class at Sick Week 2022.
All right, you bring up a good point. I guess I can't really argue. How about Kevin Parton coming up in this beautiful 1967 Chevy 2 Nova? Yeah, butternut yellow with all the trim. Yeah, clicks all the right boxes.
That's right. And you know what? The guy that needs no introduction, Joe Barry in the right lane, the 56 Chevy they call the creamsicle.
Yeah, this thing has been over 200 miles an hour in the high sixes, and I'll tell you what, friggin' like aerodynamics like a brick. Yeah. This thing sheds trim, and only when it sheds trim does it run really good pass. Yeah.
That's when it goes fast.
And every single day I've been talking about the fact that this thing likes to shed trim because he used to run a 5-speed transmission in this car, and it would shake the fillings out of his teeth. Every time they talked to him about it, he was like, yeah, you know, I love it, and God, it's a pain in the butt to keep putting the trim back on it, but I love yanking the levers. Well, eventually, I guess he must have got tired of it. Either that or he was buying so many molding clips that the guy told him, hey, dude, you need to figure out something else. There is a limited supply of these.
Yeah.
And he went to an automatic, and that was when he got it into 200-mile-an-hour territory at 690. Right now, looking to lay down, moving fast as he stages on the right side. Not for long.
56, unfortunately.
There he is driving it around as it wiggles all over his lane. Top end says 765, 193 miles an hour for Joe Barry. Now, he could turn that in, but that's a solid half of a second slower than he should be running. 877 for the Chevy 2 small tire Nova.
Yeah, Joe Barry will be back. They'll be making another run. They had ignition issues yesterday, had a rotor that actually melted, and you are not going to make that kind of power with the melted rotor. So that was their issue yesterday, and possibly in Gainesville as well. So they got that thing sorted. They'll be back out.
So obviously the creamsicle 56 Chevy, and this is why Chad Reynolds, I mean, dude, is there anything this guy does not know? I mean, this is the reason we bring him in here. I mean, I don't think he has any personal information whatsoever. He has no personal information whatsoever. Probably couldn't tell you, like, relatives' birthdays or anniversaries or any of that kind of stuff. It's all car knowledge up there.
100%, 100%. And again, Mike Finnegan's still looking for some hardware, I believe, for that nitrous kit. They're putting that Firebird they picked up on the hose. They're looking for a couple of bolts to hold down the nitrous bottle.
You know what? You want to talk about being like...
I have a rental car. It's full of bolts. Finnegan, what the hell are you doing, dude? There are plenty of rental cars around here and broke race cars. For the love of God, this is the biggest bolt bin in history is right here at the racetrack. My God, dude, we were friends until you made that statement. Where the hell are you? I'll be right there. I mean...
He'll be in the minivan.
Yeah, just look. Just look.
It's called a bucket of bolts for a reason.
Yeah, just look for the trail of fluid and probably the portable car hoist. Considering. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry.
Oh no,
they're adding the hose to it. Remember?
He did. Yep. He did just text me and he said a Roadkill fan gave us bolts.
That's awesome. I'm sure not the last time you'll ever hear that one. So. How about this? I got a couple of local people up here in the tower. The girl that's probably literally going to take my announcing job away from me the next time I'm down here in Bradenton. So we're talking about Envision Garage. They got started here less than a year ago, and they have traveled with the circuit. And they have done a cheers always with Twisted Tea at every single stop. I think that's pretty much what you live on, that and Mick Ultra pretty much. This is Michaela up here in the tower. She announced, I think, last night, and is also announcing tomorrow. Is that correct?
I wasn't here last night, wasn't able to make it out, but I will be here tomorrow for Tiffany Moore's Street Heat event. So if you want to come, get some more time under your tires, then come check us out, and I promise not to roast you.
Yeah, right. I don't think that's going to happen. She has the cars and trucks that she really likes, and then unless you run a really good ET, I mean, this girl is ruthless. Like, the first time that I announced her at FL2K in October last year, like, she was this shy person, could barely get on the mic. Now, granted, Tiffany had a little bit more influence, so we finally got her on the mic. But normally when Tiffany is sober, there is absolutely no chance I'm ever going to get her on the mic. But she actually came up here on Sunday, and you were missing in action, and I was like, wait a second, I'm happy to see Tiffany, but there's no you. What's going on here? There's a rip in the space-time continuum.
Yeah, I decided to actually go spend some time with some different type of horsepower out at Sala East Stables. So when I'm not playing with cars, I'm playing with horses.
That's right. We talked about that. And obviously you guys have done the best to try and support your local racetrack. Obviously you've come into your own as an announcer. You're really good friends with Tiffany, as you mentioned, Florida Street Scene. She does a meet that she gets together on Thursdays. And then I believe it's once a month they normally have something out here at Bradenton on Saturday. Bradenton, I got to keep saying it the correct way. And they give away some money and everything as well. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
They do. So at each event we have different sponsors. So if you're interested in a sponsorship, you can go ahead and hit up Florida Street Scene. They'd be happy to help you out with that. I don't think there's a limit on how many sponsors that they can have. So go ahead and reach out to Tiffany or find me, and I can get you the correct information for all of that. But there is guaranteed payouts.
Good deal. And obviously, again, Envision Garage, something that you and your male model that we always joke about. Talk about the fact that, yep, I see, look at him. He's doing the spin up here in the tower. And I say, look, but, yeah, Michaela's getting all hot and bothered. I'm going to have to kind of scoot my chair away just a little bit. Now, we talk about the fact that you guys are true enthusiasts, obviously out here supporting Bradenton and getting the local scene as positive as you can. Try to get more people involved, get more people out here to support our car hobby. And obviously, you guys have taken a huge leap with Envision Garage, and it's been about a little over a year. And did you ever think you would be at this point?
Honestly, I hoped for it, but I didn't imagine where we are today. It's absolutely a true blessing with everyone who's made it happen. I couldn't be more grateful. I know Lee can't be more grateful for that. So the hard work has definitely paid off, and we're just excited to keep on going with it.
I mean, how can he not be excited? He's a male model. I mean, that's what every guy aspires to be, unless somebody pays him to go racing.
Exactly, that tall blonde, over 6 foot.
Yeah, see, I don't fit either one of those. Well, I'm sitting down right now, so I'm obviously not over 6 foot. But Michaela actually has announced with me out here a couple of times, and I'll tell you something. I'm a little restricted because I don't know if some of these people have big crew chiefs that are going to come up here to the tower and kind of threaten me. Michaela, on the other hand, man, she is a pistol. She has no problem whatsoever just kind of calling people out saying, it's slow and you could have done better and whatever. We got lanes full of small tire cars sitting over here. This is what we call our B group. This is going to be between 850 and 999. We don't let them run in this group over here unless they run in that zone. And the only exception to that would be say, for example, if they spun the tires, for example. And I believe Tiffany actually already messaged me. She said she's out here today, so hopefully she's in the grandstand holding it down, probably having a frosty beverage of her choice. But we talk about Envision Garage, and you guys, once again, Twisted Tea, and you got your little custom holders on there. Make sure they stay nice and cold. And you've done a cheers at every single track. And you know what? For following the tour and everything, even though you guys aren't participating this year, that's really cool to see that support and everything. Do you think we might see a specific Silver Supra participating next year if they do it?
I'm hoping so. We got to talk Lee into that, but I think he's got some plans for maybe the ice cream cruise.
All right. Yeah, that might sound interesting. What are we working with, Lee? Anything you want to kind of divulge?
Well, I'm hoping to compete in the stick shift class next year. So built motor going in it and a T56 trans. So I'm going to hang out with those high horsepower guys, hopefully.
The interesting thing about the stick competition is, again, we look at the fact that Bradenton is really set up great. I mean, obviously, you guys both know Wade does a real good job with the prep, but again, we got Sun on the racetrack, and in stick shift class, that is even tougher to try and negotiate with a small tire and everything. So, yeah, you're right. There's a ton of really competitive stick shift cars. Like, we've got well over 24, probably about 15 left still in competition right now. The guy who's leading, a 1965 Pontiac with twin turbos, low nines, drove it from Canada in -8-degree weather. He threw snow tires on this thing and drove it almost 4,000 miles down here to Florida. But I mean, let's be honest, he just wanted to get out of Canada. So Michaela, I know she and I have talked about the fact that there are times where it's in the 50s here and you really don't mind it that much because it...
I'm Dave Schroeder. We're running Sick Week this week, but here to talk to you about Sick the Magazine. Badass magazine about drag and drive cars. You gotta subscribe to it. You've never seen anything with so much content and so many badass real cars.
Here at Sick Week, currently packing a trailer to tow. We got a long ways to go, but we're getting ready for Sick Week. Made a couple of passes today. Thank you guys for tuning in and watching the Motion Raceworks live feed. Afterwards, though, make sure to subscribe to Sick the Mag, the book. It's not a magazine, it's a book, so make sure to subscribe. Super high quality, lots of pictures and reading if you want to do that as well. But anyways, we're going to get back to packing, and thank you guys for tuning in.
All right, so I have a racer that is blocked in by license plate DJCZ28. They are blocking their vehicle in. If that is your vehicle, DJCZ28 on your license plate, we would ask you please move that vehicle. You are blocking a racer in. Oh, somebody's already asking who this chick is on the live stream. That is Michaela from Envision Garage. Her and Lee are up here in the tower, and they are always drinking twisted tea, and it is way too early for me to indulge them in one. Usually Michaela is nice enough to bring me up one when I'm at the end of my shift. I'm at the beginning of my shift today. So, yeah, we got a late start today, but that was planned because it was over 300 miles from South Georgia back here to Bradenton, and then, of course, Bradenton. I have to make sure I keep saying it correctly, otherwise law's going to give me that look like nails on a chalkboard. But we stopped at Garland's. It was a good halfway point, and I'll tell you what, it was a party. They had a margarita mixer going all night long. Yeah, Michaela says, why did I miss that? Why didn't somebody tell me about that? Yeah, hey, it wasn't my party to invite to. Yes, it was. It was an awesome turnout. We had a lot of people that actually hung out and stayed most of the night. Don actually opened up his museum, so it was really cool to walk around in there. He opened up his classic car garage. And yeah, it was a really cool party. Unfortunately for me, I only stayed for about a half an hour because lack of sleep. We've run over at a couple of events and had to drive to the next track. And even though Tom engineered these to have less than 200 miles each day, I don't think I went to sleep before midnight the last 4 nights until last night. Last night I think I crashed about 10:30. So we're waiting on the racetrack to give us the go-ahead as Wade is out there just kind of giving it a final drag. We want to make sure everything's good for the small tire cars. Once again, small tire cars, the B group, and also the B group, all 850 to 999 cars. We do have some big tire cars over there, but I do see a whole bunch of small tire cars. Once again, a big thank you to Motion Raceworks. They are the official live stream sponsor. Once again, go on their social media channels, smash the subscribe and like button. We want to let Doug Cook know we really do appreciate bringing you the free live feed. And obviously, we've got a bunch of classes that are still up in the air. You're going to see a lot of people aiming for that 8.50 time slip because that's what their cage is allowed to. Hey, if you're on the live stream right now, let's blow that thing up. Tag in and tell me where you're watching from. Don't say the moon because I know that that's not going to happen. We already had a couple of people that said that. I'm calling BS on it because I don't think Elon Musk was flying up there currently. But we did have people check in from Poland. We had people check in from Australia. We had people check in from Iceland. Somebody checked in from my mom's basement. I said, please go say hi to my mom because I haven't seen her in a couple weeks. So go ahead and check in on the live feed. Let us know where you're watching from. There's Finland. All right. We got people checking in from all over the world. Australia, yep, there's Mars. Yep, somebody already did it. It didn't take that long. And watch, it's going to blow up. Watch that thing just start plowing away. Syracuse, New York. I see Netherlands from my office cubicle. Hey, you should be working, but it is Friday. I'll give you the excuse. Scotland, New Mexico, Ohio, Sweden, England. All right, I like it. Everybody checking in. We appreciate you so much. Again, like I said, make sure you go on over to Motion Raceworks YouTube channel. Smash that subscribe button. Tell them so much that you appreciate what they're doing. And also make sure you subscribe to Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. We want to get over 100,000 subscribers. We're really close, and Tom says we need to get it there, otherwise he's not going to pay me. And I know Adam and Chad are going to kill me if they don't get paid because those are they're professionals. I'm the amateur up here in the tower. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are here at BMP, Bradenton Motorsports Park, for the final day of Sick Week, brought to you by Gear Vendors Overdrive. I'm going to take just a minute while we clean up the racetrack and get it prepped and ready to go. I'll be back with you here in just a minute.
Week, currently packing a trailer to tow. We got a long ways to go, but we're getting ready for Sick Week. Made a couple of passes today. Thank you guys for tuning in and watching the Motion Raceworks live feed. Afterwards, though, make sure to subscribe to Sick the Mag, the book. It's not a magazine, it's a book, so make sure to subscribe. Super high quality, lots of pictures and reading if you want to do that as well. But anyways, we're going to get back to packing, and thank you guys for tuning in.
Chevys, ladies and gentlemen, coming up here as I'm going to be revisited by my special guests up here later, and hopefully I can partake in the party that they're going to be well into. The Envision Garage on their way out. Thank you so much for coming up. Here we go, Hilbert Osborne and Jason Tapscott. A couple of naturally aspirated rides. Small tire, small block for Jason Tapscott over on the right-hand side. He's looking for an 8.7 something time slip. That's where he's been living. Left-hand side should be in. Side all the way down the racetrack. Top end 883, 153 for Tapscott, 913 with a 2, 146 for Hilbert Osborne. Jason Tapscott once again lays down another 8-second time slip in that small tire, small block, valve spring screaming for mercy. 1972 Chevy Nova. Or Chevy Nova. What am I saying? That's a Chevrolet Camaro. Yeah. That is absolutely insane. All right, so someone says we need to fix the audio. We'll work on that here. Just bear with us. Kyle Wade coming up over here in the Honda Civic. Right-hand side. They're both going down the racetrack. Mustang going to get there first. 864, 157. That pass for Jason King currently sits number 6 in his category. That's the 275 tire limited street race class. A 931 for Kyle Wade. Here comes Chad Spicer. He says, can you give a shout out to Brian Essery? Right side, 865, 157 for Chad Spicer. That is his best pass of the week as he is trying to figure out the nitrous, and it's been a struggle as he's been spinning the tires. Jared Scott, 987, 153. The speed is there, But the ET is off by almost a full second, and the Bitchin' Ranchero, he's going to have to try to come back and do that one more time. Here comes the number 2 guy in the little 235 Outlaw Street Race class. This is Doug Cook, one of the guys behind the works at Motion Raceworks. A little Mustang they call El Toro. He's looking for an 8.50 time slip. That is perfect. He can do no better. Chuck Stefanski over in the 1998 Trans Am. That's the car he snagged from his wife. He goes, yo, everybody on the live stream, like all 9,000 people. El Toro 135 on the 60-foot. Looking for that magic 8.50 time slip. 865, 158. That is not good. He needs something about a tenth and a half better than that. 888 with a 0.155 for Stefanski. Not a bad lap, but both of them not close enough to 850, so they may come back and try it again. All right, so the bolt call for Finnegan and Freiberger from Roadkill has been answered. We all thank you, everybody who has tried to run around and come up here to the tower to let us know. Once again, if you have the time slip in hand that you want to hand in, first floor of the tower is where you need to go. Matt Sweet and Joe Morrison. Chevrolet Chevelle on the left-hand side. The Disco Nova, all naturally aspirated Pro Street ride on the right side. 870, 152 for Joe Barstow. Sweet goes 906, 149. Both of those are good enough time slips to hand in. But they may come back and decide to turn the wick up a little bit. Speaking of turning the wick up, this is the guy who is sitting number 1 right now in his class and is looking for an 8.50 time slip. This is Alex Corella. He's out of the east coast of Florida. The car they call Ginger Red. This is a 1993 model Mustang, single turbocharged Ford pushrod engine. His better half, Christina, standing over there in the big hat watching him do work. Alex Corella has laid down 8.50 time slips at a couple different locations. And he can use another one right here. He's going to leave his tune-up alone. Tony goes grabbing away at the surface, 139 on the 60-foot. It's probably not going to go 850. 862, 162. That is Corella's slowest pass of the week. Now, he can hand it in, but I guarantee you he wants to go faster than that. So that's the difference in leaving the tune-up in for something close to 0 density altitude like we had at Georgia yesterday, and today it is much warmer. Here comes William Luwan. This guy is leading the 275 radial limited class. That's the red car over on the left side. He's being chased by Richard Flint and James Rowlett. 1990 model Mustang, left side, right side is Matthew Parsons. Well, had some valve train issues in this car when he got to Gainesville, but so far has cinched it up good. Left side, 869, 158 miles an hour. The weather is really playing havoc with some of these people trying to run 850, so they're going to have to turn it up. I bet both William Luwan's better half and Christina also going, you know what? Both of these worked well at the previous tracks, but again, like I said, the weather down here is much warmer. We have a much warmer atmosphere. On the left-hand side, the right side is William Spangler, the Fairmont. Both of them make it all the way down. 945, 140 for the Pontiac, 1005, 132 for the Fairmont. Once again, my B-class cars, B-group cars, should be on tower side staging lanes. B-group cars should be on tower side staging lanes. So I am looking up BMP, Bradenton Motorsports Park's weather. Yeah, here's why your car's running slow. 1,540 feet of corrected density altitude. That is much higher than the close to 0 that we were dealing with at Gainesville and South Georgia Motorsports Park. So for those of you that want to know, well, what does that do? Well, when the air gets up, like in other words, the density altitude increases, that means the amount of oxygen that's available in the air is less. And ironically, I just bring up the live stream and somebody says current DA 1,496 feet. So yeah, depending on what you're looking at, it is very close where, again, this is why a lot of these cars that ran 850s at will are now going high 850s, low 860s. All right, we will work on the live stream audio. So for those of you, please bear with us because I can only do so much. I'll probably touch the audio and it'll probably make it worse. So we will work on it. For those of you watching on the live stream, almost 9,000 strong, thank you so much. Please make sure you smash the subscribe button for Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. We would very much appreciate it. Well, I have people on the live stream. I have Warren Evans asking, what's the problem with the audio? It says the audio is kind of buzzy and where's the other one? I was reading something, but oh boy. We appreciate everybody getting after it and posting up on the live stream. Somebody just said audio is fine here. Okay. So, Warren, don't worry about it for now, unless somebody wants to be more specific. I know you got enough else. Right, exactly. So Warren has, like I said, been rebuilding and unbuilding his equipment at 4 different racetracks over this week. So buy that man a cold frosty beverage at the end of the day today. Actually, he says several, please. All right, here comes the stick shift, big block 55 Chevy of Frank Romano out of New York. Beautiful 55 Chevy, and he has a man pedal on the left-hand side. Yeah, that third pedal, and he loves to use it. Stick shift car, currently sitting in the number 3 spot in the stick shift category behind Richard Guido and Michael Janowski. He grabs second gear, the front end comes up beautifully. So he's going to have good speed, but the ET's going to be a little off. 1039, 144, the Le Mans going 1027, 127. We're on the right-hand side again. This is a warm track surface. And the DA, the density altitude, is about 1,500 feet. Guys, thanks so much for checking in. We are continuing to work on it. It says there's a little bit of buzzing, I guess, but yeah, we will continue to work on it. Again, this is not something where we've been able to work on it for more than one day because Warren Evans has been picking up and moving to the next track. Ronnie Santucci and Bill Schwartz. Schwartz in that nice-looking red and white 1969 Chevelle over there on the right-hand side. He's running in the street race category. On the left side, Ronnie Santucci also 5-0 on the time. So Bill Schwartz looking for that 850. It was 862, 972, 138 for the Duster. Here comes Tyree Smith. This guy known as Ty-Tech. Yeah, he's the mastermind there behind Ty-Tech. The 1987 Camaro Berlinetta. This is a small tire street car. He's got a whole lot of cars in his arsenal. He's also running in the K class. That is the street race category. Tyree Smith, the guy behind all the horsepower. He's built multiple NMCA champion horsepower. His car is capable of running in the bottom 8s. He's staging up against this beautiful 1968 Camaro. Tyree Smith is going to stretch this lead. He's going to run way too quick for the 8. Nope, he got on the brakes. 972, 68 miles an hour, 903 at 149, almost 150. Left-hand side Camaro. He went 527 to 134 at half track, so obviously plenty of power left in Tyree Smith's car. He can hand that time slip in if he wants. It says he completed SIG week. Here comes a guy who has Tyree Smith horsepower underneath his hood, a beautiful 1967 Nova. This is Brian Carney. He's out of the Ocala area. He's over on the right-hand side, left-hand side, the nitrous-infused 1977 Chevette of Brian Agnert. And this thing stood the front end up so much they bent the wheelie bars. So now he's got to control the power wheelie. He's done a good job with it so far. The big tire Chevette over here on the right-hand, on the left-hand side, and on the other right-hand side. Let's see if Angers does a good job with the wheelie. That time he stands on the bumper, bounces it up to 330, and then finally gets out of the gas. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Brian Anders doing a great job holding it together on that pass. 965, 146 for Brian Carney. Man, I've lost all my gumption. 1168 at just 93 miles an hour. As Brian Carney in the little Chevette, he might have taken up some Wade Rich rubber off the racetrack there as that thing almost touched the rear bumper and then bounced up and down like a pogo stick and doing a good job as trying to keep it in his lane. It was nice and straight, but unfortunately, just didn't work. And that was probably why the wheelie bars were bent up as much as they were, because the Chevette is a short wheelbase car, probably light in the front end, and once that thing gets some air underneath it and he starts getting air under it, pushing against it, it's just going to push that front end up more. Now you get into where you have to pedal it down. And that's not the easiest thing to do. So good job there for Brian Angers. Unfortunately, he's not having the best time slip, but thankfully the only thing that might have gotten soiled on that one is either the diaper or his own. So he might want to check out for some new underwear before he makes the next pass. It says parts coming off. Okay, so we're going to double check the racetrack, make sure that everything is good to go before we send the next pair. Yep. Bradenton Motorsports Park crew is down there already checking it out. You know what? I guarantee I'm not going to mess up the racetrack's name if I just keep saying BMP. But once again, Bradenton Motorsports Park. I keep saying the ING sounding one. So for everybody that kind of called me out on it on the live stream and Instagram earlier today, thank you so much. Last I checked, I am human, and unfortunately, I do still screw things up. But thankfully, I have a very forgiving wife, and Lori hasn't killed me yet. And that's probably because, you know what? Right about now is a good time to go visit the concession stand. As a matter of fact, the reason I say that is because look at the line. It's pretty long. An ice-cold Budweiser would sound good right about now. And you know what? It was Lori's birthday just a couple of days ago on Monday. You know what? I'll tell you what. If anybody wants to bring Lori an ice-cold Bud Heavy up here to the top floor of the tower, I will gladly reimburse you, because I think Lori, after all the hard work she's done this week, she needs a Bud Heavy. And it'll be a belated birthday present to her. So if anybody would like to grab a ice-cold Bud Heavy from the track concession stand and bring it up to the tower, top floor, I will give that to Lori. All right, so I have a call on the live feed. I'm not sure if it's official, but we'll go ahead and we'll say it. We have a racer that needs an oil pan and a set of headers. Oh, yeah, that's probably for the Chevette. Truck. Yeah, don't laugh at this thing. It's been in the nines. Little two-tone Chevy C10 on the left-hand side. The right-hand side, the Cuda. That's Rick Hardy. He had some fire out of this car on the cruise. I believe it was yesterday. And thankfully, he had some people stop and take care of it for him. And he has made it here to Bradenton Motorsports Park. Says 967 138 for the diesel, 1022 130 for Rick Hardy's Cuda, and both can hand those time slips in and say they have officially completed drag week. So Bradenton Motorsports Park hosting day number 5 here of SIG Week, brought to us by Motion Raceworks on the live feed, and a big thank you to Gear Vendors Overdrive, the official presenting sponsor. As we bring up a pair of classic Chevys, Mark Manor and Edward Schwartz. Edward Schwartz in the Nova on the left-hand side. The Chevelle of Manor. Edward Schwartz got the whole shot. The Nova driver looking for another 8.7 time slip. 877 153. A 918 at 146 for Mark Manor. I'll bet Ed Schwartz hands that in and goes, I'm good. All 4 time slips he's handed in have been new career bests. I believe that one is just a hair slower than what he ran at South Georgia yesterday. But an 877 at 153, not a bad lick. Both of them can officially say they have completed drag week. They have now also completed SIG week. Like we talked about earlier with Tom Bailey, there are probably 6 more drag and drive competitions happening this year. So it's not going to be uncommon to see either one of those 2 cars there. It is taco time now. The 4-door Fairmont over on the left-hand side, that is Aaron Sladen. Terry Angel in the 5th generation Camaro. Taco time, full wheels up. says for him, 9:05, 147. 11:15 at 117 for the 5th generation Camaro. Here comes Felicia Smith. 2009 model Cadillac CTSV 4-door. This is a car that she likes to call the 4-door rocket. She is running in our bullseye category. The bullseye for today is 66, so what she wants is a time slip that is close to 66 ending as possible, but not under it. So like a 966 would be good, a 1066 would be good. Let's see what she throws down right here. Wheels up on the left-hand side. Felicia Smith. Chris Kripe in the Mustang over on the right-hand side. Felicia is out of the gas, and so is Kripe. 10:27, 117. 12:35 at just 76 miles an hour. They have both now officially completed sick week. Yeah, Felicia Smith's car has done some really nasty wheelies. She has had some problems trying to get it hooked up at some of the tracks here in Florida. All right, so I'm still working on the audio. CTSV in the 1964 Plymouth Savoy. Charlie Ogle in the Plymouth Savoy. The Cadillac also in the bullseye category. Sharon Foster, she goes 1088, 132. 1133, 132. A 1088 against a 66 bullseye is a couple tenths off, so she's probably going to want to whittle that down just a hair. Either that or slow it down, run an 1166. Got the diesel pickup truck coming up over here on the left side. David Workman out of Workman Turbo. Diesel. It's a Dodge pickup truck. Actually, no, I'm sorry, it's an F100. Apologize for that. Nicholas Desimy coming up in the LTD Fairmont wagon. As we're going to get fogged out in the tower here with all the diesel. Lori says that's fine. It blocks out the sunlight, cools us down by a couple of degrees. He's out there digging for traction on the left-hand side. He's running in our G category. The G category is the free class. He goes 1051, 128. Desimy goes 998, 139. Chevy Vega hatchback coming up over here on the right-hand side of the racetrack. That's Jeff Butlin, 1971 model Vega. Parachute intact. They're pulling the safety tab off of it so he can use it at the top end if he so desires. The left-hand side is John Mancia. Actually, I think he told me how to say it. I just don't have it on my notes here in front of me. The nice-looking 71 Camaro over here on the left side of the racetrack. That is a triple off. Vega once again goes wheels up on the right-hand side. John in the Camaro is not out of the gate as fast as he normally is. The Vega will get there first. 892, 150. And the delivery has been done. All right, so a belated happy birthday present. Who can I say thank you to? Chandler Croning brought up Law's favorite beer, the Bud Heavy. So a belated happy birthday to Lori Ann Johnson. Birthday was on Monday. Thank you so much, Chandler. We appreciate you doing the deed, bringing up a Bud Heavy. I'm sure that Law will enjoy that. Law is telling me how much she will enjoy it. She can't wait. Derek Henderson coming up here against the 1967 Mustang that is running Pedraza making the drive from Arizona in the 67 Mustang, but Henderson's going to lead him all the way down. 865, 156, 978, 136 for Rich Pedraza's entry. Now both of them can say they have officially completed sick week. Chad Reynolds, check in with me by text and let me know if the couple of movements I bumped it up are good. gentlemen, I apologize if you're making comments on the live stream. I'm jumping back and forth between messages to make sure everything's going good. Robert George and Mariko Grady. Mariko Grady on the right-hand side. Bob Benson in the Folgers coffee can for a ride down the racetrack as Willard Howard looks on. Going 963, 140 miles an hour. I'll tell you what, Bob Benson has been to 4 different racetracks and running the 9s. Willard Howard, I'll tell you what, you guys have done a great job for Bob Benson. Couldn't do a better thing for such a nice guy who was part of our racing family. Oh, Gloria Johnson, you're getting extra birthday presents. Look at this. Another delivery here to the tower. We have some great fans here at BMP. Who can I say thank you to for this, Budweiser? Tom Gass from Indiana. You drove all the way out here from Indiana. No, you had to be part of either a SICK ward or a SICK participant. You flew here from Indiana to watch this? This is crazy. We got people here from Indiana. Go ahead and watch them here. Down the racetrack. CJ Roberts and John Paul Franks. CJ Roberts had some spin issues. Franks is having some smoking issues. 988, 142 over on the right side. 1034, 153. We're probably going to check that one out. Make sure that was just tire smoke before we send the next pair. As Sean Ward's down there getting the left side ready to rock and roll. Top end says it's just tire smoke, no fluid coming down. Here comes Jason Hager. They call him Chains. I know he loves it when I say it that way. He normally goes by Jason Chains Hager. His license plate actually does say Chains. And this guy was fixing his fuel cell last night in the parking lot of a Gators dockside. He learned to use the JB Weld after he filled it up with 20 gallons of pump gas goodness and then discovered a crack. Left-hand side, Matthew Lamphere, the car they call the Turtle. This thing took on about a gallon of water, and he decided to enter the impromptu drift competition at Gainesville Raceway 2 days ago. He's currently your class leader. James is looking for an 850 time slip as well, as they are side by side. This one could be good at the top end. 854 for Lamphere, 866 for Jason Chains Hager. Both of them can hand those time slips in, but I'm betting both of them come back and try it again, as Lamphere needs to get closer to that 8.50 time slip area. You know something? Right now is a great time to go visit the concession stand. You can get yourself a Bud or a Bud Light, and they come with these really cool, as my 2 male models up here in the tower are showing me, Bradenton Motorsports Park collectible glasses. You can go back to Indiana, I guarantee you nobody will have those. Guy who got some parts here just a little while ago to get after the racing action in the Nova on the right-hand side of the racetrack. And the freshly sanded 1966 Chevelle over here on the left-hand side. The parachute hanging off the back of it. David Teresi came up here to the tower. Allowed him to go down the right-hand side in his move. He's looking for a 10-second ET. Walter Doyle in the Chevelle going down the left-hand side, going to get there a little quicker. 985, 135, 1062 for Dave, and that will finish his sick week. Both of them can turn those time slips in. Once again, gentlemen, thank you so much. We appreciate both of you jumping on board, and I guarantee you Law is going to enjoy that beverage. You guys, thank you so much for coming down from Indiana. Ladies and gentlemen, came down from Indiana just to watch Sick Week here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. Chad Reynolds coming up here in the tower, who does not have a Bud Heavy in his hand. He looks like he has some tea in his hand. The question is has it been spiked up at all? Not yet. Okay. And we were also joined by Luke, the editor of Sick the Mag. Luke has had probably some of the best stuff to drive around this week, as he's looking for a nap. Well, you know what? If he's looking for a nap, I will trade you my couch in my hotel room for the keys to the Dodges that you guys have been driving around all week. I'll tell you what, you guys get cars. Brake controller. Meanwhile, Jason Neuscher and Eric England going down the racetrack looking for 850 time slips. 825. Jason Neuscher, you're about a quarter of a second too fast, and Eric England's about a quarter of a second too slow. 876. So Jason Neuscher, I guess, just wanted to throw something out there and go, hey, I've got 2.5 tenths in the bag. So Chad Reynolds from Bankshift up here in the tower as we stage up William Carter and Robert Worcester. A couple of turbocharged Chevy mounts. Chad, what are you finding downstairs? I'm sure there's a lot of good stories going on.
Well, Dr. James McIntyre, we saw run his red Chevrolet Camaro earlier to a 799 car that set a record this week for the quickest and fastest naturally aspirated street car on the planet, ran the 799 on 7 cylinders.
So he actually was on 7 cylinders.
There was a lifter plugging the hole, but there is no lobe still in there.
That is absolutely insane. A 113 60 foot and a 799 at over 160 miles an hour on 7 cylinders naturally aspirated, ladies and gentlemen. Man, I think I'd be just as happy about that, knowing that I got some parts to fix.
He was down there on the starting line with me. I was waving at you, but you weren't seeing me. I was going to interview him because he was super thrilled about it. He was very, very excited. A 799 on 632 of your 700 plus inches is pretty awesome.
That's crazy. Keith Fenstead going 855, 159, and that good green goodness 78 Fairmont 1014, 133 for the street rod. You know what, Chad? Unfortunately, because we're running later today than what we normally are, it's almost 4:30. I think the sun's in my eyes. Can I use that as an excuse?
Sure, whatever you like. I'm good with it. Okay. I will tell you that we have more guys that are coming up who have been struggling and fixing things. In fact, a couple of entertaining rides.
Jacoby Betts coming up right here in the Hugger Orange 1973 Camaro left side. Jason Rossow coming up in the 1980 Malibu. This car has lots of potential, but for some reason it's been coming off the starting line. It's shutting off before the 8th mile. I wonder if he's gotten it all ironed out. Let's see. Up right there. Now let's see if it falls off in the midsection. Yeah, see, he's only going 150.
Big smoke, and he's on the brakes. He knows it.
Yeah, a lot of smoke out of the left side. 960, 134 for Jason. And again, a 129 60 foot for the Malibu. Yeah, there's still a lot left, but unfortunately he had some problems, but nowhere near as bad as Jacoby Betts. Jacoby Betts' car started smoking at the 8th mile on the left-hand side, and he probably did everything he could to slow it down, but he might have had fluid coming out of it, so that's the reason he didn't stop right away.
Yeah, that thing was going down there, and it was getting fatter and fatter, richer and richer on the mixture as it went down the racetrack. That exhaust smoke getting browner and browner. It was not a happy camper. Started laying over there at the 8th mile, and then big puff. Now, the way that sort of dissipated would lead me to believe that it may be water. That thing could have lifted ahead or something like that, so we'll see. But looks like he got it off the racetrack without, ending up crashing that thing or anything else, so that's all we care about.
So Luke, the editor here of Sick the Mag, obviously putting a lot of work into the first 2 issues. The number 3 issue you said is almost done and ready to come out, and that will have what being covered in it, so the fans that want to go sign up will understand what they have coming to them in their mailbox in the not too distant future.
So yeah, we've got basically an issue full of features for our next one. So we're expecting that back from it should be at Tom's workshop right now, getting delivered. So yeah, we're getting that out into the mail very soon. So that'll be the first one people receive if you've just subscribed. Actually, you'll get 2 magazines if you've just subscribed. So you'll get the current issue and the next issue, which is just arriving from the printers and they'll come pretty quickly one after the other.
So again, if you would like to sign up for Sick the Magazine, you can do it here on site, and that they do have a limited quantity of that second issue, and if you do sign up and they do have it there, they're going to give you a free copy of the second issue. That's like a $40 value. That's insane. And then we talk about the fact that it's going to be packed full of features. I have your second issue. They always discuss about the whole magazine versus book. I mean, this is coffee table quality. You should really be proud of what you and your group have put together. Over 200 pages, high quality, lots of photos. I mean, I'm talking like practically every car that participates in a drag and drive competition gets featured, and there's also some great articles, very little ads. I mean, it's taking the magazine content right back to the 1980s and 1990s when it really was in its heyday.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what it's all about. We wanted to make this personal. This community is very tight-knit. So when you subscribe to the magazine, you're seeing the people that you race with along with at these weeks. You're seeing the people who have the same interests as you. So it's a very personal magazine, as many subscribers as we're getting, and thank you everyone for subscribing. I like the idea that it's just this little niche of the drag racing world, but we're all doing awesome things, and it just needs to be presented in the right way.
Now, it's funny that you say the little niche, because yeah, we talked to Tom Bailey earlier today about the fact that Dave Freiberger obviously originally started the whole drag week concept back in 2005. Chad Reynolds up here in the tower has been around since the beginning of drag and drive competitions, obviously heavily involved with Rocky Mountain Race Week. This year alone, we already know of at least 7, including Sick Week, 7 different drag and drive competitions that are going to happen, possibly even more. And again, if you want to see those, they're going to be covered in Sick the Magazine. So you guys have a lot on your plate coming this year, but I'm sure you're excited about it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I say niche, and then I was thinking about it just then, and I don't know if this is a niche anymore. A lot of people are choosing this style of racing as how they're going to enter drag racing. Some of the comments on Facebook this week, people just saying, I need to do this next year. I've got to do this. And to me, that's so cool. Like, it really is an adventure, what people are out here doing. This is an entirely different way of going drag racing. It's a common experience you can have with people who share an interest with you. And it's all about community. I think, in this, while social media drives this event, and we've seen some great stuff with that this week, it's all about community, and to actually come out and share a live event with people and a common experience, I think is just so cool.
Yeah, absolutely. We talk about the racing community giving back to their own and making sure that we send 2 cars to the starting line instead of 1. Again, the drag and drive competition never fails to show that the number 1 guy could literally give everything out of his arsenal stash, all his spare parts, everything to the number 2 guy who may turn around and beat them. But, again, it really is catching fire. And, again, you guys are at the cusp of it, being able to put something out there in a day and age when print media is going away, not coming back. And you've obviously been out there along with several of our friends. We've had Drag Illustrated. We've had Dragzine. We've got a bunch of different photographers out here that are following with us all week. I mean, you guys have really done something. I guess the question I'm getting asked more often than anything is, when is next year going to be decided about whether we're doing it or not, and when does the entry start? Because I think you guys are going to set a new record and sell out in less than 3 minutes.
Well, knowing Tom about 8 a.m. on Monday, there will probably be a phone call. He'll be in the office just like nothing's happened, and he'll be telling me what the plan is for next year. The guy works fast. But yeah, we're definitely going to do a Sick Week 2023. It will be in Florida. We are not sure whether it will start at Bradenton or a different track. We're going to have a look, and we want to have the same quality of experience, but also give people a new experience each year, so that we keep innovating and we keep making it. We just want to make this the best event in drag racing. I mean, I don't care about saying that, because I think if you don't aim to be the best, what's the point?
Yeah, it's really hard to kind of sit on your laurels nowadays when it seems like a lot of events are just becoming more days and more classes and more payout and so forth. So to reinvent yourself every year does present a lot of stress and a lot of work. But you've already set the bar pretty high here. So ladies and gentlemen, Luke, can I actually say it's official that 2023 is going to happen? Okay, so the word is now official. Coming from Luke, the editor of Sick the Mag, there will be a 2023 Sick Week. So we will come back to Florida next year for Sick Week. Details coming. Make sure you're patient. I'm sure as soon as that phone call is over, we'll get the word out. But the interesting thing is I'm actually surprised that Tom Bailey's going to make a phone call from his office at 8 o'clock on Monday, because honestly, as long as he's been down here enjoying the nice weather, I really can't imagine he's really excited to get back up to Michigan.
Yeah, it's crazy. He's jumping on a plane on Sunday and they're out of here. So, as you know, Tom's got a business to run. So, and that's what's also really cool about this event is a lot of the people involved all have day jobs, and they've contributed so much time to make all this happen. But of course, this isn't the last time we're going to be at Bradenton for this part of the year, because we're coming back in March for the 6 shootout as part of the NMCA race. So if you like everything that you're seeing here today, we're going to have, I'm not sure we're going to have an 8-car field or a 16-car field. It may end up being 16 cars given the interest. But yeah, we're going to have like a chip draw deal, and we're going to have some of the quickest genuine street cars in America here at the 6 shootout later in March. So I know Dave Schroeder's committed. He's already rebuilt his motor. He said he was here testing yesterday, would you believe? We're going to have Tom. He's going to rebuild, of course. So Aiden in the wagon. Alex Taylor. We're actually going to have a really cool field here for the 6 shootout.
Yeah, those are cars that you don't normally see that do the 30 miles and then come back and make 3 back-to-back runs. I mean, honestly, they're 2 different ways of proving your street ability of your car or truck. But again, you're going to not only do Bradenton, but you're also going to do 2 more stops on the NMCA Tour in 2022 to do this kind of 6 shootout, I guess we could say. What are the other 2 locations?
I think we're doing one in Virginia, I think we're doing one in Indy, I want to say. No, I can actually announce that we are doing one at the PDRA race too. That is the one in Virginia. We're going to have a sign-up form coming next week. Then we have Norwalk and Indy with NMCA. So I think we've got a total of 6 shootouts, 3 with NMCA, 1 with PDRA, and there may be some others in the works. So yeah, hopefully we can announce them soon.
So once again, the same thing that you and I were talking about earlier today, there's already a thread that is blowing up in Sick the Mag. That's a group on Facebook. If you want to check out all the behind-the-scenes stuff, that is a great place to go look at it. Everybody that has been asking for help or posting from the side of the road or whatever, there's been a lot of great stories that have been there, and Luke, I know you've been paying attention to that. And there was a thread that went up yesterday with a guy who was saying, hey, I've been paying attention to, the entire Sick Week deal. Maybe he didn't want to work at first, he just needed an excuse. But he talked about the fact that he's all wound up and wanting to build something for next year's competition. And I'm sure the feedback, like you said, has been great. But, it's gone so well for the first year. A lot of people stumble. You guys sold out immediately. Out of 350 cars, including the drops and the wait list, 341 cars went out. That is literally, I think, the highest number compared to the cutoff that has ever gone on a drag and drive competition ever, because usually always somebody has a problem before they get to registration day. But, again, we're down about 20% based on attrition. That's normal. I'm sure Chad could verify that. I would say, about 20 to 30%, Chad? Is that normal?
Yeah, that's pretty standard. So, we always are going to expect that we have carnage, and it's actually surprising how little we had on day one, because normally the number is a little bigger on the first day, because quite frankly, there's a lot of people that come and try and do these events that think they're much easier than they are. The advantage of this event is that there were a lot of veterans on this event, so they knew. And then those that were new competitors, many of them were friends with veterans. So I think that helped us. But overall, the attrition level is about where we would normally expect it to be.
So once again, right now, Tom Bailey's YouTube channel, we want to get that over 100,000. Make sure if you are not watching the live feed, jump on over to YouTube, smash that subscribe button, hit the like button, let us know where you're watching from in the comments. And once again, a whole lot of people. We're over 500,000 individual views over the whole week from 4 different race days. Can you imagine if we did 5? It would be so much higher. And you and Tom, obviously, Tom is the guy who obviously is going to get the credit because he's out there racing. He's done these before. You're the guy behind the scene, but you've done so much work. And, again, I'm sure that there's part of you that's sitting there going, okay, my brain is already thinking about what I got to do next week to get back into the office and take care of the magazine and what have you. But there's part of you that's got to feel really good about the fact that this went off with very little issues other than the weather for the second day, and you can't control that. But otherwise, a whole lot of spectators at every racetrack, a lot of people throwing down career bests. We see a lot of 6-second runs. I don't think you could really ask for a whole lot more out of the first year of a drag and drive competition.
No, we're super happy, and one of the best things that Tom did with this event was putting people into the right places. He got Jenny as our events manager, he puts Keith and Lonnie in the technical roles, all these experienced people, and they're the ones who make sure this goes off with a hitch, without a hitch, because they've got the experience. This is a first-time event, so we're making constant notes as to things we want to improve and change for next year, as anyone would do. But we're really happy for a first-year event with how it's gone, and all I can say is 2023, watch out. We put this one together in about 3 or 4 months, so if we've got a year to plan out an event, I think you're going to see something really special.
Yeah, I started thinking about some of the stuff that you guys incorporated that no one else had done, like the bullseye deal, for example. And yeah, if you guys have a whole year to do it, that's making me wonder if there's going to be some kind of bonus pass or bonus points or something, or you ran an 850, but we're going to give you bonus points for jumping on the brakes to go 850 versus running 850 hammer down or something. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, as we've already said, it is now official. There will be a 2023 Sick Week. No, the gates are not open yet. We will obviously update you. Go to sickthemagazine.com. Obviously, you want to go and subscribe. So if you want to do that, go to sickthemagazine.com/subscribe. Again, limited quantities of issue 2. If you go and sign up for it right now, and they do have them, they will send you that issue complimentary. You will see a full feature issue coming out for number 3. And then again, you will wrap up the remaining drag and drive events for last year, and you will start this year. Obviously, this one will be covered, I'm assuming, in issue number 4. What else we got on the table for today? We've got, award ceremonies. We've got some really cool race equip helmets to give away. Can you give me any kind of insight on what we're doing as far as the giveaways? Because I haven't been able to get information out of anybody on that.
So the giveaways are kind of like the equivalent of like a sleeper, I guess, in this event. Everyone might walk away with something. I don't know. We have a lot of stuff to give away as part of the raffle. So yeah, that's going to be open for the sick weekers, the sick warders. We got all kinds.
The employee? No.
Sorry, Derek.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm enjoying what I'm doing right now. I don't need anything else. So Luke up here talking with me. We get back to action on the racetrack. Sean Gilbert and Andy Cook out of Motion Raceworks. Left-hand side, the guy they call Cadillac Sean. Talk about a big, heavy car, 1977 Caddy Coupe DeVille, turbocharged LS power plant on both of these cars.
Yeah, Cadillac Sean was on the freeway as the right rear tire was flat on this thing. Apparently that not his only problem for the day. Apparently they weren't being real creative on a wheel and tire, but somebody was. So they got themselves sorted and set, which was awesome. Meanwhile, Andy Cook runs an 8. Is that a 71?
Yeah, 871, 158.
Not going to be happy.
No good. He will not turn that in. That is not fast enough.
Yeah, not going to be happy about that. In the right lane now, James Rowlett behind the wheel of that Mustang. They just put this thing together. It's got the original LS1 out of the GTO in it.
Yeah, the one they're running out of the same camp. And he talked about how it was 16 years old, never had a problem with it, and then ended up having to put bearings in it last night. So he spoke too soon.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, is that last night at 3 o'clock in the morning, they rolled bearings into the thing. So I was talking to him last night on the phone, and then this morning again, and they did. They rolled him in there. He said his helpers were not focused as much as he wanted, so he was having to gripe at him a little bit. But there it goes, 879, 125. Saw a little puff of smoke down there. He told me earlier that he is going to round robin that car until it runs an 850 or blows up. So that is his plan for today. He said he is in the number 3 spot by a thousandth of a second. So he needs to pick up a thou in order to move into the number 2 spot. He said in order to go into number 1, the top shooter is going to have to break, but he is still looking forward to it, going to try and run a big number.
Yeah, so far the 850 tune-ups, 1,500 feet of density altitude compared to the last couple of days, has made a lot of people run 860s with 850 tune-ups. Lonnie Graham has just let me know, the B group, your lanes are closed. B group, your lanes are closed. Do not come back. Come quick for the all-run session. Jordan Baudreau and Richard Flint, the guy in the S2000, looking for 8.500 like he did earlier this week. No, 841, 160. 867, 156 for Baudreau. No good for him. Neither one of those will be turned in. And again, like I said, Gainesville and South Georgia, both of them near sea level on air conditions and density altitude. So the tune-ups that are in these cars that ran 850s at these last 2 tracks, perfect example, Alex Carella, 862 with an unchanged tune-up. That's how much the air changed here at Bradenton. Bob Gruber and TJ Linebaugh coming up next. A little baby blue station wagon over on the right-hand side. That is a Fairmont wagon. Bob Gruber, the 94 Mustang. This guy's been posting up a bunch on social media. Lots of little short videos and photos as he has been enjoying Sick Week.
There's a lot of guys that are out here this week that have built up some fun rivalries. We have several of those coming up in the staging lanes here too. So you are going to look for a couple that are going up for a little bit of money. Some just for bragging rights. We're going to point those out as we get closer to those as well. But folks, even though we are out here, everybody's just trying to run their magic number, right? This is a time trial or qualifying type of format. There are still a bunch of guys out here who are actually racing each other. So that makes it fun as well. You may also see competitors out here who turn in their official time slip, but are still answering the call to go make some runs after turning it up to see if they can run a career best.
Yeah, so some of these people, like he said, are going to either turn in a safe pass or they're going to try to run something close enough to where they need to be to actually hand in, and then they might turn the wick up like we saw a couple of cars running well below the 850 index that is limited to them based on safety equipment. And they're just going to let it all hang out. You know what? They can load it wide. 9:03, 151 for the Eclipse. 12:04, 131 for the S10 after clawing for traction and not finding any.
We've got a couple of all-wheel drive competitors out here this weekend or this week, and we've had some carnage among them. A lot of engine breakage, a lot of carnage. Here is another all-wheel drive competitor.
Shane Levinstead, that's not good. Levinstead getting all over the two-step before the Mustang on the right-hand side was even near the tree. Some parts and wall. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay back. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay back. Stay where you are. We do not need anybody else out on the racetrack. We're waiting on the word from Shane to come out of the car, as unfortunately he lost some pieces and lost the steering, it looks like, as it went into the wall. We're waiting on word about the driver being okay, so hang tight.
Yeah, that car shook the tire real hard at the hit and then grabbed hold of the front air dam with the front tire. It came off of the front of the car and he ran it over. When he ran over that air dam, it turned it hard left. May have broke more stuff, and then as you saw him just tap that thing into the wall. He's okay. He's, not a horribly hard hit. Obviously going to do some damage to the car, but, definitely going to be okay.
Word has come out. Driver is alert and okay, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together. Driver is alert and okay.
Yeah, you can see him moving around out there. He's all good. He'll be shaken up. It's the first time he's crashed something, I do believe, but, it happens. He's all right. That's all that matters. He's good when the old man is still running around shooting video. The kid can't be too hurt. So we know he's all right. Now, our second all-wheel drive competitor to not be all-wheel drive anymore. This one a little bit worse than the 3000 GT VR4. Unfortunately, that thing tore up a transfer case, which sounds like a funny thing to have in a drag car, but it does have one, and it ate the chain up the other day. And so now only in two-wheel drive mode. Unfortunately for them, they only have 4 big drag radials for that car. So they have to roll around the water box so they're not carrying all that water out with them.
One of my resident experts on drag and drive competition, Greg Hurlbut, checking in on me. Message that says, broke the right front suspension and spindle and drove right over it.
There you go. Yeah, the air dam was all over there as well, so this thing definitely not a happy camper. Running over all its own parts is not a good way to go down the racetrack. Very unfortunate, but again, glad to see he's okay. This is a car that can be fixed. Now, for those of you that are Honda fans, this thing is an EF CRX, and so this is a pretty rare little car. This thing made 700 horsepower. Obviously all-wheel drive, as we discussed.
Nice little lightweight package, obviously.
Yeah, pretty cool little car, and impressive for sure. They have struggled this week, but it's the first time that the kid's out here running his own car all week long with the old man riding shotgun as his co-pilot. So pretty cool deal. Everybody give him a big round of applause. As he's out of the car, everything's good. They'll put it back together, and you'll be able to watch all of it on the PFI Speed YouTube channel.
The good news is he did stage, so he has officially completed.
Yes.
So, obviously not the way you want to finish, but it's still a big deal when we look like, again, what we said, the attrition. We had over 60 cars that were out of competition when we got to South Georgia yesterday. Probably a little higher today, but again, if you stage and take the tree, you have officially completed Sick Week. And for some people out there, they would very much change where they are right now to say, hey, I completed first annual Sick Week. Once again, B-class cars. B-class cars. Do not come to the staging lanes. We have closed them for you. B-group cars. B-group cars. Please do not come to the staging lanes. We have closed them for you. I do see some vehicles that came back around for another whack at the track because they did not get that magic 8.50 time slip, so they're going to work hard at trying to get that fixed. Before we go to C Group, we're going to call you in next as soon as we open up some staging lanes. So C Group, you are on standby. C Group, you are on standby. We're going to come to you next. Give us just a few minutes as soon as we get the racetrack cleaned up. We're going to go to the remaining B Group cars. And then we will come to C Group. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so once again, we are rapidly losing time on the B group. The B group out there, I know some of them are going to want to get a pass in there, some of them a second run. And then we will move to the C group, and it looks like the Honda has got messed up just enough that we may need a wrecker on the premises. So let's wait and see what happens with that here.
Yeah, they're going to need to put that thing on the rollback, I'm sure. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to pick it up. Unfortunately, the front of that car's got a full carbon or fiberglass nose on it, so it makes it a little more difficult for a bunch of guys to just sort of pick it up. Because quite frankly, that thing does weigh, so little that we could get enough people over there to pick it up by the fender wells. But then getting it up on wheel dollies and getting it rolling's tough. They've got a floor jack out there, though. They've got that corner in the air, so they might get lucky. We'll see.
I was about to say, Chad, is that your way of saying that if you and a couple other guys went out there and just manhandled it, you could pick it up?
I've seen it done, yeah. I went to college with a guy that had a CRX like this, and on numerous occasions it was lifted up and turned 90 degrees in a parking spot. So yes, yep, absolutely doable. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If you need fuel, VP Race Fuels will be open for 30 more minutes. Again, attention in the pits. If you need fuel. Yeah, no, it's just the van, yeah. Again, attention in the pits. If you need fuel, the VP Race Fuels van will be here for another 30 minutes.
So if you've reserved fuel, you definitely want to make sure you go over and talk to them. Oh, there are no more. Okay, good. Okay, so very limited fuel and supply. So if you don't think you're going to make it through your next run or two, I would highly suggest taking this downtime and going over and visiting them. It'd be a great time to go do it while we have this break on the racetrack. Yes, sir, absolutely. And once again, VP Racing Fuels, official sponsor of SIG Week. They have followed us all week, providing the traction compound that we have used at every racetrack. So if you need anything, including the 80 different blends that VP Racing Fuels has available, go and visit their specialist. He's over here for another 30 minutes. Also, you can visit them on the web. You can go to VP Racing or VPRacingFuels.com and find out about all the fuels they offer for your car or truck.
Also, if you are a side-by-side fan and you are at home and you have motorcycles or side-by-sides or ATVs, UTVs, VP also your fuel choice for those. Those 80 different blends run the gamut of vehicles that all of us are interested in. So VP Race Fuels is your choice for good fuel and traction compound. Whether on the street or on the track, it works.
Okay, so I don't have a parts call, Chad. I have a person call. So I will let this gentleman go ahead and say what he needs to say, and hopefully we can get him hooked up with the right result.
Joe Mahalik, come to the bottom of the score tower. Willie and Stella are waiting for you there.
Joe Mahalik.
Joe Mahalik, come to the tower, please.
I feel like I'm in a Walmart or a
Joe Mahalik, please come to the bottom of the tower. Joe Mahalik, please come to the bottom of the tower.
I mean, the guy's wearing a chicken fried falcon shirt. I mean, I would definitely want to hook up with him. He probably has a lot of fun. Yeah. So the bottom floor of the tower. Don't feel free to come all the way up to the top of the tower. You'll probably be a little bit winded. And then you'll wonder why he's sitting down there waiting for you at the bottom. So once again, we need Joe Mahalik to report to the bottom of the timing tower, please. And speaking of the bottom of the timing tower, if you have the time slip that you want in your hands, please go and visit Tanya Turk and her group. She is located on the first floor of the timing tower. They would obviously love to get your time slip, say that you have officially completed SIG Week, and get the average done for you, because that'll help us in our awards that are coming up later tonight at the Freedom Factory, I've been told. So we're going to get to visit the Freedom Factory twice, Luke? Twice in 1 week?
Absolutely, Derek. We are going to have our award ceremony over there on the stage in front of the main grandstand at the Freedom Factory. So everybody remember 2 things. You have a chip that you guys got for food. You need to use that here at the racetrack today, here at the drag strip. And then this evening, when we are done with racing at 8 o'clock, then our awards are going to be following that. Officially, they're going to start at 9 o'clock. We are going to start doing giveaways before then. So you guys are going to want to get ready to roll as soon as you have turned in your time slip. Load up your stuff. Be ready to rock and roll. We'll be done at 8. We're then going to go over to the Freedom Factory. We're going to party like rock stars and give away a bunch of fun stuff, including all of the accolades for everything that you have done this week. And some of you that broke your junk and are like, oh my God, this has cost me nothing but money, you might win something good. So you don't want to leave. You want to stay. We are going to have a big party. And again, that's going to be in the main grandstand over at the Freedom Factory. So you're going to want to come over there, grab a comfy seat. There will be all kinds of good stuff available for you there. So we will go into more detail as we get close.
Don't forget about the Sickest of the Sick Award. That's something that if you've got notes on somebody who has followed along on the tour that you think deserves some recognition, go and mention that to Keith Turk. Keith Turk is kind of keeping track of that. But the Sickest of the Sick Award, and that's something that you would obviously want to go let Keith Turk know about. I have a message here that asks if spectators can come to the awards, Luke. Luke is going to check on that. He'll hit up his crack team of reporters and get us the information in a short minute, as opposed to a long minute. All right, so the Honda being pushed off the racetrack as we clean up that section right there. Sean is working hard from BMP staff to get that taken care of. Man, the line over there at the concession stand, are you kidding me? You guys are all sitting out there in the sun. We appreciate y'all being patient and waiting on some good food and drink to come out of the concession stand. All these great spectators out here at BMP on a Friday. Y'all didn't need a reason to come down here and be with the Cygnus. You just didn't want to go to work today. You wanted to watch some racing action. So once again, we've got ourselves a little over 3 hours of racing to happen here at BMP, and then we will shut the doors and we will move next door to the house that Cletus McFarland built, the Freedom Factory. That's where we got everything kickstarted with the TBM Brakes pre-party. Luckily, Chad kind of rolled in there towards the end, and they kind of had to usher him out. I think they turned the lights off, and Chad didn't start moving yet.
Oh, no, I showed up plenty early. I just stayed later than everybody else.
Okay. See, I thought that based on how long you were hanging there. Oh, I got the word from Tom Bailey himself. He goes, yes, spectators are welcome at the Freedom Factory.
There you go.
All people that are here.
Come on down.
Including your Sick Week participants, Sick Ward participants, and the spectators here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. You can go over to the Freedom Factory as soon as we are done racing here for the day. So big thank you to Tom Bailey, and obviously big thank you to the Freedom Factory. We will do all of that here after 8 o'clock. And, we wrap things up here at the drag strip.
Yeah, and we'll give you more details about that award ceremony as we get a little bit closer, because we know you guys are not going to concentrate on that right now. But we'll get you more information on stuff you need to know for all you Sick Ward and Sick Week participants, so that you guys will be raring to go and make sure you have the most fun possible over there.
So the good news is that I've had probably 3 different people that have come to the tower with bolts for roadkill, and that car we have yet to see. He's going to be on our C group.
Yeah, he got bolts hours ago now. So we were announcing bolts. He already had bolts. So, yeah, I have not yet seen it, but apparently they had everything they needed. So I'm a little bit concerned. I'd really love to see that thing come out here and run. I want to see Freiberger, give it the little toot of a purge. I want to see him roll out there and throw down a big number while banging gears, which is always entertaining and scary with nitrous. Just ask Mr. Stark, who last night was in the elevator with me at the hotel, cursing his choice of running as much nitrous as he's trying to run through that car, and saying, oh my God, it's just giving me fits. We talked a little bit about how he's tuning that thing. He gives that thing all 300 of the 300 shot in instantly. There is no progressive at all in that system. And I told him, well, maybe it's time for you to think about at least, maybe a 1/10 of a second as a rollout, or 2/10 of a second, something like that, to feed some of it in. So we talked about that. He said that we may see that car with a different or an additional power adder. I told him additional was the way to go. He laughed at me. I have never owned a vehicle that had a supercharger or a turbocharger on it that did not also have nitrous. Never. If you don't put nitrous on everything that has any other power adder, you're missing out.
Yeah, I mean, come on. I mean, everything can use nitrous, and in most cases, as long as you keep your ignition and fuel system in check, everything can use more nitrous.
Absolutely. And so unless the rules preclude you from having two different power adders, then, you run nitrous too. Big thanks to NOS and the entire Holly crew for being out here this weekend and this week providing us with free nitrous refills. They've been doing that at drag and drive events for years. We do appreciate it very, very much. The crew over there with a big sign that says drop your empty bottles here, and then another sign where here's your full bottles.
Yeah, one of the great technicians over at Holly, Rick Anderson, has been joining us all week. This is a guy who has his fingers literally in the Holly Terminator and Dominator systems. I've had the opportunity to speak with him a couple of times in interviews for stories and so forth that we've done. He lives and breathes this stuff. So again, we've got a lot of great companies out here, and really the people that are behind the products that you would want to talk to get the actual 411. I mean, we're not talking about salespeople. I mean, we've got the owner of Gear Vendors Overdrive, Rick. He's here. So if you want to talk to the main man, you can talk to him. Again, we mentioned the main guy over at Holly EFI. We've talked about Jason Moulton, one of the guys behind the development of the radial for Mickey Thompson. So obviously we're bringing out all the stops on Sick Week and getting all the right people here.
Yeah, and speaking of Rick Johnson at Gear Vendors, I was trying to talk about this a little bit earlier, but we had some other excitement on the racetrack. We've been talking about the mullet, the El Camino, that's been driven by Garrett Mitchell, aka Cletus McFarland, and that car actually does not have a Gear Vendors Overdrive in it here this week. The Gear Vendors Overdrive that was in it behind the Power Glide is now in his brother's Mustang, because the mullet went from being an 8-second car to a 7-second car to a 6-second capable car so quickly that they changed the combination drastically, and the Gear Vendors that they had was equipped with the adapter to hook it up to a Glide and not a Turbo 400. Now that's a bolt-on modification, but they just put their Turbo 400 in the mullet and said, we're going to roll without the Gear Vendors because we don't want to be those guys that call Rick and try and order one when we only have days left. So I am absolutely certain that that thing will get one of the Ultra Trick Gear Vendors before it is over, but right now not equipped with one, and Rick wanted to make sure that nobody thought we were talking about that and pretending there was something in that car that isn't.
I'm Dave Schroeder. We're running Sick Week this week, but here to talk to you about Sick the Magazine. Badass magazine about drag and drive cars. You gotta subscribe to it. You've never seen anything with so much content and so many badass real cars.
Hey guys, Doug here from TBM and Motion Raceworks. If you haven't already checked out Sick the magazine, it is unlike anything you've ever seen. It's more like a book than a magazine. The quality is unbelievable. It is grassroots. It's covering all of the events that you guys are at, not just what the pros are doing, and you'll love it. Subscribe now and get your copy reserved today. Have you ever been working on a car or at work and you need to get a hold of somebody to ask a question, but you just don't have time to wait on hold? We have a new service. It's a text service. It makes things really easy. If you have a question, you can just text us during normal business hours. Customer service reps will be on the other end of the line. Watch how easy this is.
Currently packing a trailer to tow. We got a long ways to go, but we're getting ready for Sick Week. Made a couple of passes today. Thank you guys for tuning in and watching the Motion Raceworks live feed. Afterwards though, make sure to subscribe to Sick the Mag, the book. It's not a magazine, it's a book, so make sure to subscribe. Super high quality, lots of pictures and reading if you want to do that as well. But anyways, we're gonna get back to packing, and thank you guys for tuning in.
You really should be careful who you hang out with. Those two boys right there, they're dangerous. I mean, I know the one is little, but you got to watch out for that kid. And Newbern, you're looking around, Newbern's like, dang it, he can see me. I'm in the tower. Hey, yeah, see, I can see everything.
It doesn't help the fact of the t-shirt he's wearing. He's not going to be inconspicuous in that.
No, that's true. Yeah, I'm the eye in the sky, my friend. I'm like the man, uh-oh. Sorry, lock the door to the tower. Alex Taylor's coming. Uh-oh, Newbern's coming too.
Are you kidding me? You're bringing in food.
Oh, you bring it. Bring it on.
Hey, Chad, turn around. I will take one piece of it.
So we are having a good time up here, as you can tell. We almost have the racetrack ready to roll again. Maybe Newbern can give us a heads up on the, maybe he can give us a heads up on what Finnegan and Freiberger are breaking.
So Tiffany is out here, otherwise known as FSS, as in Factory Supersport Tiffany, on Instagram. I always like to use car references, but you had your meet yesterday. You obviously have an event out here tomorrow at Bradenton, and your good friend Michaela is going to announce it. And she's still being shy on the mic. She's not going to say anything. But she brought pizza up to the tower, so hey, who doesn't like a car chick bringing a pizza to the tower? And we have Alex Taylor in the tower now, too. And I know Chad's just going to take over the microphone.
Dude, no, wait. Newbern's like, this is amazing, as if he's never felt air conditioning before.
You're living right up here, dude.
I would rather be on the starting line, but the glare is so bad. Derek can't see me when I'm waving at him like, hey, toss me the deal, dude, so I can start interviewing people, and it's bad. You are. Dude, you know they have big hats just for this reason. Why? Yes, you can. Put that on. Dude, you look like Speedy Gonzalez.
What are you doing?
You look like Speedy Gonzalez. It's awesome. You can totally do it. It's fine. So, Alex, you broke stuff.
Stop.
Well, you broke things, but you still made the drive.
look, I don't know what I broke. We had, if you could pick an issue, we had about 4. I thought I had them solved and we were going to try something today, but then it just didn't work out. It wasn't in the cards.
So this morning I sent you and your mother a text message. You didn't respond, but your mother did, and said that she didn't know what the breakfast plans were. So then that you were going to leave around 9. So then I got ordered to leave before you did, but it was way after 9. You guys had not rolled out yet. So what time did the Taylor family cruise to Oh, maybe I should ask your sister. Okay, what's the answer?
So I did that thing where, you know, like I'm like cool, calm, and collected until I'm not. And I was like, yeah, you know what, it's fine. Let's go to breakfast. Let's enjoy the day. Maybe we'll go to the beach, whatever. And then like about 9:30, it was like, that sucks. Let's not do that. Let's see if we can make it pass. So I called Ryan, who's helping tune, and I was like, hey, I got an idea. He's like, oh, Lord, here we go. So that's why we didn't go to breakfast. We just rolled straight here at like 85. That's great.
So at least I didn't wait for you to go to breakfast, because then I would have been all grumpy like Dennis.
Yep.
I know, you get mad at us because me and him somehow end up grumpy at the same time. So
hang on a second. Dennis was not grumpy when I saw him this morning. Maybe it was because I wasn't you.
That might be it.
Yeah, Chad wasn't around. That's what helped there.
Yeah, Alex was nice to me, and Dennis was great. So maybe it was the missing Chad Reynolds.
I know. So Newbern, did Finnegan and Freiberger like fall down, or did they? Do you have any clue what they're doing with the nitrous install?
I know they're about to spray the rods out of it, so stay tuned.
They're not even going to make
awesome.
They're not even going to make a cleanup pass, make sure they complete. They're just going to spray the bejesus out of it.
Correct.
Oh wait, is he calling? Oh no. Okay, it would be awesome if that was. Oh, well then maybe you should have answered that. We could have put him on the mic.
Oh, I gotta save my battery. I got a video of this.
So I love it when you refer to spraying the rod. Oh no, he is.
Hear me. Look, he can hear me.
Dude, this is awesome. You're ignoring him. Ignore.
There's something more to that phone call because you just don't want us to hear it.
Film.
Oh, yeah. Don't. It's fine. Oh, he wants to film this. Oh, well, but you're saving battery. Oh, that's my boy right there. Okay, so spraying the rods out of it. He's filming, I swear.
Yo. I am in the tower, and you're on the speaker right now.
How did he not know you were in the tower, considering that Chad's talking about it? We apologize, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very one-sided conversation.
So that's why they haven't been up here.
Oh, okay, so they haven't been called yet. Okay, I'll give them a little break.
They called in the C group, so we haven't called them yet.
Well, that would sound like it's your fault.
Sure, just blame me.
Yes, Derek has not called them yet, so I blame Derek.
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. I haven't called Roadkill to the link.
Yes, see, that's it. That's true. Oh, yeah, maybe they should be the last. If they're going to spray the rods out of it. You haven't done any nitrous tuning, have you, Alan? I have.
Wait, I feel like you set me up there, so I'm going to say no.
Oh, I'm not setting you up.
I had one experience with nitrous. That was the Challenger for Dodge Roadkill. But
that's true.
That's it.
Yeah. So I say whatever they think is the jet they should put in it, they should add 25 or 30%, and I say whatever ramp rate they have in it, they should shorten that by half.
Bigger, better, more nitrous. I don't know. I'm here for it. I'm broke, so somebody else can break too.
See, I love this. This is it. Hey, my junk's broke. Come on, it'll be fine. Yes. We called the first half of C class, or C. Oh no, we haven't called C. We did B. So we are going to call
please ignore Chad.
Shortly.
No official call to the lanes.
We did not call you, but we are going to. C is on deck. C is on deck.
Yes, C will be called shortly. Lonnie Grimm has not let me know yet.
It's fine. Lonnie's sitting down there. He doesn't care. He's like, whatever Chad says is fine.
Yeah, Lonnie's standing down there, and he's now texting me probably.
I see him. Lonnie looks spectacular in that white shirt.
You don't kiss
Look at him.
Very much, do
He's
you,
so
Chad?
stylish. I like that.
We went to a great lunch at a burger place next to houses that we couldn't possibly afford.
Did you not invite us?
No, because you never said where we were going to breakfast.
I just don't.
And I got invited, so I couldn't invite you because I was invited.
That's rude. I would invite you to my party.
You do invite me to your parties, except when you don't answer the phone. That's true. You Would not have made it. Yes, that is true. Okay. Dave, make sure it looks real good. Make sure you catch all of Finnegan's reaction when the rods come out of the car. That's what I mean, I don't want them to break it, but if they break it, I want it to be spectacular. Are they going to okay, what's going to happen to the car? Do you have any idea if they break it or not? Or are they taking it home? Or do you know, or are you allowed to say?
We may actually use it on an episode of Fast Food Thing. We'll know yet, but it's up in the air.
Nice. Okay, good.
What happens to it today?
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
After they get done with it today.
Hold on. I've seen some of the stuff you've chosen for Faster with Finnegan.
You like that Opal, don't you?
I do like the Opal, I gotta tell you.
I did choose that one.
I know. So, how can people watch the newest season of Faster with Finnegan? Isn't it coming out like right now?
It came out on Wednesday, and it's on the Motor Trend app.
There you go. So go to the Motor Trend app, and you can watch Faster with Finnegan Season 3. And there's bigger and badder and crazier and funner things, right?
Oh, yeah, we have a little bit better budget, so we have some bigger, crappier cars. And 12 episodes this time.
12 instead of 6.
Yes.
Wow. Twice as much Finnegan.
Yeah, someone likes us, and I'm not sure who, but I'm good with that.
How much cotton do we see in this one?
A lot. You see a lot of cotton. You hear a lot of cotton. You hear it more than you see.
Really? How much is his fault?
All of it. All of it. He's, as far as the safety of the cars go, he's not allowed to touch anything.
Does he forget to bolt like seatbelts in and stuff?
He'll straight ratchet strap you in. That's his seatbelt. So yeah, he's out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there you go. Check out the Motor Trend app if you want to see Faster with Finnegan Season 3. And, what? What are you laughing at? Why? With my big hat.
Dude, Chad looks majestic in his hat. He does. So we got David Newbern up here. Newbern has been part of the Sick Ward deal. So you went from the thrashing with Mike Finnegan and, you know, not getting any sleep and busting your knuckles and blood running down your arm and everything, and you finally decided, hey, I'm tired of dealing with the stress. I'm going to just take a car that hasn't been driven in a long time and just actually cruise on the week and everything.
Hold on.
So,
Hold on. Finnegan is calling.
Oh, Finnegan's calling you?
Yes.
Okay. Uh-oh.
Oh, now
both of them are right.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Okay, hang on a minute. I have something I need to officially do. This is something that the Roadkill fans will actually enjoy hearing, so hang on a minute. I am actually going to put a call out. Give me just a minute. Getting the word from Lonnie Grimm. They're talking about nitrous systems right now. So hang on a minute. I am getting the official word. They're talking to him about how quick they can spray it and everything else. Yeah, this is getting interesting over there. So, okay, attention, C Group. C Group. We're going to ask you to make one pass only, and then we were going to call you back for all runs. So, C Group, you will get one pass only. C Group, you will get one pass only, and then we'll call you back for all run. Hang on a second. Where's Lonnie? Lonnie, can I officially call C Group? Oh. Lonnie, yeah, I just read this, but it doesn't say call C Group. Can I call C Group? Hang on a minute. He's going to tap his phone out instead of just giving me a thumbs up because that's Lonnie Grimm. Oh, he's going to do talk to text, yeah. Look at that. The Arkansas guy has actually figured out technology. Yeah, we have not called them yet. Thank you very much, Lonnie Grimm. So C Group even, you are on standby. C Group even numbers, you are on standby. We will call you here shortly. That'll give the Roadkill crew enough time to heat their nitrous bottle up. C Group, even numbers, you are on standby. Don't come to the lanes yet. C Group, even numbers, you are on standby. Do not come to the lanes yet. We still have some B Group cars up here that we need to take care of. Lonnie Grimm's going to go take care of them right now. So Alex Taylor's up here in the tower with us. And Alex, you talk about the fact that you ran your 55 Chevy that you guys had just put together, you and your dad, Dennis. He obviously owns a hot rod shop. We talked about, you're most well known for the bad Camaro, that is the little small tire 68 Camaro that you've had since you were 16. And you have now advanced to this big tire 55 Chevy. Last year, you worked your way through problems, but it ran 7s. You were starting to get it all figured out. And then you did what every hot rodder did. You changed some stuff in the engine. So what ended up happening? And you did make it down here, but tell us about some of the stuff that happened during your sick week.
So I wish I could tell you what happened, but I don't have that answer right now. So that was the whole deal yesterday where people are like, they're like, well, why are you driving it and you're not racing it? And I'm like, because we tulipped a valve, we don't know the culprit. And so today I was like, you know what, let's just go for it. Let's run it. Because we had kind of got some answers, but then we have developed a secondary issue where I'm not going to even say what it is because I don't have the answer fully yet, so I hate to speak out of line. So we're just sorting through stuff right now, and it's one of those things where we had like probably 4 different things go wrong on one single pass, and it's crazy like the perception on like how easy. I had somebody ask me, they're like, why haven't you run a 6 yet? And I'm like, dude, it is a progressive progress here. Like it takes time, but there's a lot of fast cars out here, and it's like impressive like how many 6-second cars there are, and even people going for 5s, but yeah. So it's part of the process, and we are in a little road bump or speed bump, but we'll get back to it.
We talk about the fact that when you started running in drag and drive competition, I think I hopefully not speak out of turn here since we've only known each other for about 6 hours, but we talk about the fact that it was very easy for you to be able to say, screw it, let's just push the up button, let's go ahead and make the pass. If it breaks, we got a year to figure it out. When Tom Bailey was up here earlier, we were talking about the fact that there are 6 more, at the very least, drag and drive competitions coming up. So if you have some stuff that you're not feeling 100% about, you almost don't want to push it and have something go wrong, because especially now with what's going on, just getting replacement parts can be really hard because of supply and demand issues and timing and everything else. So you're kind of looking towards the future in a car. You want to make sure that you get everything ironed out, and obviously you want to make a good showing. You've got a whole 2022 season to go.
Oh, it's wild because like that's what I was talking about. Like when I did my first drag week in 2013, or even after that, if we had an issue, like I remember one time we spun a broad bearing, and I was like, oh, let's find it, let's patch it together, like let's go for it, because we got a year to fix it after this. Oh, thought we were getting shut down up here. But then after that, like now we're looking at like there's an event back to back to back to back. It's become a whole season of drag and drive, and so like if we hurt something detrimental now, I don't know if we can get parts. Everybody knows how that is right now. So we're kind of balancing that out, and I hate to not give full force, full effort, and go out there and make a pass, but at the same time, I don't want to ruin the rest of the season. So it's a fine balancing act.
Now, you did say you're probably going to have some videos that are going to be coming out on everything that happened to you here on SIG Week, so obviously you can go check out your YouTube channel. What else on social media, looks like we're starting to get some burnouts. Social media, where can everybody check you out, everything you got, your efforts, you and your dad coming on this year? Where's the best place to find you?
Yeah, so Facebook and Instagram is going to be Alex Taylor Racing, and then on YouTube it's Riding with Alex Taylor.
All right, so Alex Taylor obviously coming up to let us know what's going on. Chad gave her a whole bunch of typical Chad Reynolds deal. So I felt bad. She didn't finish the week. She tried really hard, and Chad didn't invite her to lunch. So yeah, that I played the I feel bad for her card. Yep. So we're gonna bring the '53 Chevy known as Capone. This is Scott Brown up here on the left-hand side. A little rotary RX-7 with the roof rack, the convertible. Over here on the right-hand side is. We are waiting on the roadkill guys. I heard the nitrous conversation. It sounds like it's going to be epic. It sounds like it's going to be absolutely epic. So Chad will get us the deed on that. We're going to roll up a couple of small tire cars, a stick shift car, and then Scott Brown. He is running in the K category. The K category is the street race category. So the little Dorito, as Adam Dory calls it over here, the stick shift RX-7. This is a completely different deal from Rick Prospero's car. This car actually keeps the import engine and has a 5-speed, whereas Rick Prospero, on the other hand, went for big block Chevy twins and a whole lot of tire. Scott Brown currently number 3 in the street race category. The '53 Bel Air known as Capone over on the left side. They're all staged and ready. The RX-7 getting out there first. I'm not sure if Scott Brown's going to be able to beg with Keith Turk on this one.
Lonnie Graham Grimm, check your phone. Lonnie Grimm, check your phone.
854, 159 for Scott Brown. 949, 146 for Michael Janowsik. Ooh. I am getting the check-in from Steve Bauer with Fastest Street Car Magazine. Check it out. He's sending me a picture of the Roadkill guys. They're getting the Firebird all set up right there. Looks like Freiberger and Finnegan are jumping around, and got a couple of cool cars on the starting line right here. A couple of nitrous-infused wagons, Chad Reynolds.
Yeah, I gotta say that I'm a fan of both of these, and officially, I was talking to Finnegan on the phone just a couple of minutes ago. He was asking for a rules clarification, so we are checking that with Lonnie Grimm, and then and going from there. But yes, we have the used to be a Willys, now is a Chicken Fried Falcon station wagon in the left lane, and Tom Stark's stick shift nitrous 55 Chevy in the right lane. That thing caught on fire yesterday. That's what we were talking about. Me. Over
on the right-hand side, the Falcon stretched wagon. On the left-hand side, looking for 8s. 901, 148. 1006, 137 for Tom Stark. He wants a 9 out of that. I have a parts call. Stephen Boring is looking for a ratchet shifter for a 4-speed automatic transmission. Stephen Boring is looking for a ratchet shifter for a 4-speed automatic transmission. If you have one and you know where to find Stephen Boring, go ahead and let him know. Otherwise, come to the top floor of the tower, let me know, and I will get you the data. No, they won't. I have Greg Hurlbert coming to see. Rick Steinke is at the water box. Call him up there for an interview. Hey, Honk, if parts fall off, is full of good stories. He can come to the top floor of the tower. I'd love to talk to him. And Mike Piker Jr., the Alex Taylor. Yeah, the Alex Taylor. And Doug Cook. A couple of Mustangs going to work on the racetrack right here. Both looking for 850s. 857. Oh, man, Doug Cook. 849 with a 1. He misses it by 9,000ths of a second. He's trying to catch Matt Lamphere, and he just missed. Oh, that is tough. 849 with a 1, 857 for Flanders. Flanders' time can be turned in, but probably not what he wants. He wants to get it a little closer. Meanwhile, Doug Cook, 849 with a 1, no Moss. Joe Barstow and Jeff Oppenheim coming up next. A couple of turbocharged classic Chevys. Yeah, you can say classic. A 1986 El Camino is now officially a classic.
Now it's scary.
Yep, 20 to 30 years, depending on the state you live in, they'll give you a classic tag. Barstow's going to get there first. 862 at 152. 907 at 149 for Oppenheim. He's been in the 8s this week for the, you talked about Chicken Fried Falcon. How about a slightly fried El Camino?
Yeah, that thing burnt to a crisp at one point or another. But now the Model A B3L in the left lane. I love this car.
Yeah, this is a Pontiac 1928 model rat rod. Talk about
It's a Pontiac?
It's a Pontiac.
I had no idea it looks like a Model A.
Yeah, no, it's a little Pontiac, and he's done some really sick wheelies with this thing too.
Oh yeah. Pontiac versus nice stop, small block powered, moving out. Slowing down, 911 out there to an 864. There is no shortage of really good looking Fox bodies here this week. The little red Mustang in the left lane is no exception. The Pontiac G-body in the right lane reminds us of Mark Cicino's car. Mark unfortunately broke that car. He's been running nitrous in that thing for years and years, never had a problem. Had a issue, they're not sure what happened, but some parts failure, and they ended up hurting the motor yesterday, not able to finish for the first time in years and years and years in that beautiful Pontiac G-body. So unfortunate to add them to the DNF list.
Yeah, the Champagne Express is usually pretty rock solid. Hate seeing that happen. It was running so well. William Luan going 860. He's near the top of his class. He needs something closer to 850, so he's probably not going to hand that slip, and he's going to wait for the all run. William Spangler and Matthew Parsons coming up here. Parsons in the Mustang. Spangler in the Falcon. Nice little mailbox hood scoop. Parsons got the fishing line out. He's going to try and reel him in over on the right-hand side.
Oh, yeah, he goes by him by 1,000 foot, 924 to a 980.
We see some people coming back around for their second pass of the day. This beautiful, I mean, like, I would sell mine over for this one. This beautiful 55 Chevy over here, running in the D class. That's Pro Street. This is Alan Moby, I believe. No, actually, this is Hilbert Osborne, 1955 Chevy. I think this is a naturally aspirated big block car, Chad, going up against the turbocharged car. Bill Schwartz, the 69 Chevelle on the other side.
No, the 55 Chevy. That thing's been purging the spray all week long.
That's fine. I'd still take it anyway.
Oh, yeah. Oh, heck yeah. Yeah, I don't care what combo's in it. It's rad.
How about side-by-side 8s? 847 for Schwartz. He can't turn that in. He needs 850 or slower based on the cage. 887, 151. Speaking of 850s, here comes the guy who's currently leading his class. Left-hand side, the tailpipes and 17-inch ponies. I'll tell you what, it looks sleeperish. I can't say sleeperish that much about a Mustang, but if Alex Corella yanked the parachute off of this thing, it would definitely fall in the sleeper category. Wouldn't think this thing would run 8s.
No way. If it didn't have a chute on it, then that thing was fast at all. It looks like an 11 or 12 second Fox body.
He's looking for 850. 858 with a 0 is better than what he ran last time. Rick Hardy got all over the throttle this time. 911, 140 for the big old CUDA. He uncorked it, but Alex Corella, 858, not good enough. He's probably going to want to wait for the all run and try it again. That's the best pass he's made today. He was in the 860s earlier, but obviously, like I said, both him and Will Luan out of Luan Motorsports, they had 850 tune-ups in their cars from yesterday, and the air is about 1,500 feet higher today, so the cars are obviously running slower.
And the baddest stick shift, naturally aspirated 55 Chevy here right now. Frank Romano out the back, 996, 145, smoking the tires through first gear. That thing capable of 940s. If it can hook up, spinning the thing to like 11 grand, it is rad.
Did you see Nicholas Desamine's little wagon right there? That thing just tweaked the left front side almost 3 feet in the air, and the right tire never left the ground.
Yeah, not the flexi flyer you want.
Here comes Mariko Grady on another pass in her 1969 Chevrolet Nova. Once again, got a very special passenger. She is carrying Bob Benson, a guy who tragically passed away, fellow racer, guy that lived down here in Florida, used to see them with their group all the time, and unfortunately passed away from a tragic accident a couple of weeks ago. He's been riding in a Folgers coffee can with her on every 9-second pass she's made down the drag strip. Talk about a way to go.
Man, we might need to help her out with that. We did, my wife Daphne, her ashes are in a moon tank urn that we designed and had built there at Moon Eyes. They're now available.
Look at Mariko Grady going out there. 133 probably trying to get something faster than the 960 she ran first time. 962, 140, she stays consistent. 1059 and 130 for the diesel as he fogs out the place.
Yeah, I cannot see because we've now killed the planet on our left lane. The sun has been eclipsed over here.
Yeah, the EPA will be showing up shortly.
Yeah, God.
Here comes a guy currently leading his class. Over on the left-hand side, Matt Man, otherwise known as Matt Lamphere. Little Mazda Miata with a single-turbo LS motor. Right now, Matt Lamphere leading the small tire 235 Outlaw Street Race class over Doug Cook, the guy from Motion Raceworks, by less than 1/100 of a second. So right now, he's looking for 8.50 on the board. Now, I know I keep saying that, but that's what he wants. First time out, he went too fast, 8:45. Let's see here. It's going to be close. Matt Lamphere, 8:53 with a 3, 160. That's not bad. I don't know if it's good enough, but it's better than anything I think Doug Cook has run. So now the pressure is going to be squarely back on Doug Cook with El Toro to try and get ahead of him.
Yeah, I think that they're going to have a hard time. They have really struggled with El Toro to get that thing to not be too quick and then be quick enough. You know, it's either too slow or too fast, but finding that hot spot is difficult. Now, keep in mind, El Toro is a 100% stone stock Coyote power plant with a turbo on it.
Yeah,
so, and
not in 8 days. Isn't that
oh
crazy?
yeah, and not at all set up to be an index racing car.
Look at little Disco Nova, complete with the 90s paint job. That's Matt Sweet. Left-hand side, William Carter, the Vega. Little turbocharged mount. 846, 163. Can't turn that in. It's too fast. It's below 850.
Yeah, and the Nova having issues over there. He leaves the starting line pretty good, but then cruising down the racetrack.
Hey, ironically, let me ask you a question real quick here, Chad. Do you happen to know what Freiberger and Finnegan's number is on the roadkill car? Do you know if it's even or odd?
I do not know, but I'll bet your laptop does.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I should probably look at that. Lonnie Grimm put out the word C-Class. C-Class, even number at the end. C-Class. C-Class, even number at the end. I need you to tower side staging lanes, please. C-Class. C-Class, even number at the end. I need you to tower side staging lanes, please. All right, so I will try to find the search feature here. Watch paint dry. Left-hand side. Right-hand side is Felicia Smith. Flint, 848 with a 9. He misses by 11 thousandths of a second. Oh, yowie. Once again, I need C group, even number at the end. C group. C group, even number at the end. I need you to tower side staging lanes. C group. C group, even number at the end. I need you to tower side staging lanes. And James Roulette, 837 for Henderson. That is way too fast. 872 at 134 for Roulette as he dropped the laundry early to try to do the parachute slowdown, and that's too slow. He needs something closer to 850. So meanwhile, we're trying to let all of you roadkill fans know if they are going to be coming up here shortly, as we have called C-Class even numbers at the end. C-Class, even numbers at the end. Here it is, David Freiberger. Yeah, he's 84, so he is in the even numbers. So roadkill fans, they should be coming to the lanes here shortly. So David Freiberger, he was in the stick class. That's why I didn't find him in the other class.
Yep, so
little
Freiberger and Finnegan bring it to the lanes.
Little Honda Del Sol going down the left side. 1121, 117 for the Willys. 1267 and 112 for the Honda. All right, we have officially moved into C group. It looks like we have some of them already here. C group, even number at the end. C group, even number at the end. I need you to tower side staging lanes for your one and only pass. Once again, C group, even number at the end. C group, even number at the end. I need you to tower side staging lanes. I need you to make one pass and go back to your pit area until we run the all run, please. C group, even number at the end. I need you to tower side staging lanes. William Vargas going down the left side. 1162, 112. 1427, 95 miles an hour for the drop top Mustang. I am being joined in the tower by Michaela and Tiffany. And Tiffany has still not had anything good to drink yet, which means the chances of her getting on the microphone are 0. Probably negative, if I could put it in the negative category. We have found out that Tiffany will get on the microphone if she has been at the racetrack all day, been heat stroke or fluid deprived, and had some alcohol. Michaela, on the other hand, as we have already shown you earlier, has no problem getting on the microphone. So Envision Garage up here, and Tiffany from Florida Street Scene, you have an event out here tomorrow. She just had an event at, where is it that you have events on Thursday? It's in Tampa, correct? Riveters, correct, yes. Used to be on Wednesday, it's now on Thursday. It is now on Thursday. It's a nice little get-together. Makes me wish I lived closer to Tampa. Car culture alive and well in Tampa. Oh, wow, look at this. Lori's getting a whole bag full of Bud Heavies for a belated birthday present. That sounds great. Thank you, sir. All right. So we are doing a little bit of cleanup right here. So Michaela back up here in the tower, and she is drinking her favorite beverage. Actually, I would say it's your and Lee's favorite beverage because, after all, he did the toast every single day while he was visiting the different racetracks. You got suckered into going to different racetracks? Oh, you got suckered into Cheers. Oh, okay. Yes, if Twisted Tea needs a spokesperson in South Florida, I think Michaela would probably take that phone call.
Actually, me and my buddy Wyatt from Boosted Boys would, I think he'd be the better spokesperson. I'm going to add that on, tee off to him.
Tee off to him. Thank you for the dad joke. Oh, we got the snort out of her early. All right, it is officially party time here in the tower. Usually, I got to work on Michaela for at least a half an hour with jokes before I get a snort out of her, but we are already on our way. Perfect. Yes, I did. Because, see, again, Tiffany and Michaela came up and joined me for FL2K here in October when Victor could not find any other announcers and scraped the bottom of the barrel and asked me to come in. And these girls were nice enough to come up and join us in the tower on, I think it was Friday, wasn't it? Or was it Saturday? Yeah, you guys came up early, and she had her coffee in hand, so we knew she was going to be all wound up, but still not good on the mic. You, on the other hand, already had a Mick Ultra in your hand.
I got our business booth taken care of, so it was time to crack the tea.
Okay. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, yeah. Daniel Grubaugh and Jeff Hain going down the racetrack. The Charger converted into a wagon. 1342 102, 1436 96 for the nitrous-infused Silverado. Speaking of nitrous-infused, I hear the Roadkill guys are coming up here soon, Chad. You know anything about that? You talked to Finnegan, didn't you?
Yeah, so they were trying to figure out how to effectively warm their nitrous bottle. There is no open flame nitrous bottle heating allowed, and Finnegan wouldn't want to be that guy anyway. In fact, he specifically said that to me. But they were trying to figure out how to warm the nitrous bottle. It's only 75 degrees outside. The sun was helping a little bit, but obviously that's going down. So they were likely going to have to see if they could get the car fired up and maybe get the exhaust blowing on the bottle to get it warmed up. We'll have to see. If they don't get it warm enough, then the bottle pressure won't be right where it needs to be. So they need the thing to be about 97 degrees.
So they're going to
get it to 97 degrees, they'll be good. Yeah, they're going to spray it. I don't know how much.
The rods out of it, I heard?
Well, I hope they don't spray the rods out of it, but if they do, I hope it's glorious fun.
No, I think they probably.
Oh, 100 shot's not even working hard. You can put 100 shot on any vehicle on Earth with no timing or anything. So, yeah. No, so it needs to be a 150 or a 200.
Timothy Blythe coming up. That's a 1964 Triumph Spitfire. If there was an award for more engine out of the car than in the car, this guy would win it. 1092, 122, 1498 at 100 for the El Camino. Little day two action speed shop car. Meanwhile, dude, that Spitfire, that thing is just absolutely insane. I mean, it's got little rusty front wheels on it. He just yanks off the trans brake.
Yeah, it scares me. Not gonna lie.
Do you need a tetanus shot just to be next to it?
Yeah, no, I own a lot of stuff that's rusty like that, but man, it's scary. What's also scary is the burnout that the Corvette just did in the right lane.
Probably not going to hook.
Oh, it's not good that only one of those rear tires was spinning.
Michaela is She's biting her tongue so much I see blood in her mouth. 1052, 135 miles an hour. The nitrous-infused pickup truck taking the scenic route, 2A, 1943 at 77 miles an hour. And like I said, Michaela, I need to get her a rag. No. She's rude. I'm sorry. She's not rude. She has no truth filter. Yes, she has no truth filter. Okay, here's a car that I know you would like right here. How about this 1972 Chevy Nova single turbo LS, dog dish hubcaps, flat hood, and this thing has gone 990s. I mean, it checks all the right boxes. This is Jimmy Reinhardt. Now, he is in the bullseye class, which means he's looking for a time run ending at .66. So he's either going to have to run 966, 1066, or 1166. He's going to roll it all the way down there looking for 1066. 1070 is not bad. That's 400s above. 128 miles an hour. 1187, 118 for the Camaro.
Smoke out of it in the left lane, though, after he got on the brakes down there.
He's not supposed to let the smoke out, right?
No. Supposed to keep the smoke in.
Yeah, smoke stays in the car. How about the little single turbocharged C10 pickup truck coming over here on left-hand side as Adam Dory sneaks right back up in here into the tower. And a white F-150. This thing over here on the right-hand side, check it out. This thing will do a lot of things that's not good ready for it. You need to put stock wheels back on this thing and you would clean house in Mexico. Truck gets out of it. Look at it, 1028, 118 miles an hour, 1206, 112. I'll tell you what, that F-150 means business. 647, 108 miles an hour in the 8th mile. He was taking that C10 to task. Yeah, C10 let the smoke out. Richard Randall coming up next in the 4th generation Trans Am, as Michaela once again shows that beverage influence is in full effect. The 1988 S10 coming up over here. So the two GM products going down the racetrack, the F-body stretching the lead out, 1058, 134 miles an hour. Michaela, you're sitting here watching all these cars go down here in our C-Class group. We obviously talked about the fact that the PFI Speed, and they've had a couple different cars out here this week, and I think they've pretty much exhausted their parts stash. Obviously, we've watched a whole lot of cool cars go down the racetrack here, and the guys are coming up here shortly. What have you seen so far that tweaks your fancy?
I mean, honestly, being able to watch the Booster Boys and PFI Speed is just absolutely incredible. I mean, watching them on YouTube, knowing them as people themselves, getting to know some new ones, well, that I haven't met at least. Watching them, with all the hard work that they put into, it's absolutely great to watch that. I mean, I'm a huge fan of Finnegan. I gotta say that. I mean, Roadkill, that's one of our favorites that we watch. I come home from work, I'm gonna pour a glass of wine and watch some Roadkill. So that's exciting to definitely follow them, but honestly, watching all of the people that I'm going to say it, I haven't heard of, or I haven't seen you at other races, and watching you guys come out and give it your all, and, make those work you're putting into it is great to see, so I definitely recommend sharing that, getting that out there, because that's the stuff I love to see, and I know other people would love to see that as well.
Yeah, you and Lee are already talking about possibly participating. It has been made official. We will have a 2023 SICK Week here in Florida. It has been announced. Luke has announced it. Now the question is can we get Tiffany on board? Well, Tiffany has to go. I mean, she has to go to the 4 different tracks, and we'll see how her Starbucks interactions are every day. Yeah, all the checkpoints will be interesting. How about the wheel standing 77 Nova Joe Clark? Yeah, this big block with a little bit of spray on top of it, going down the left-hand side, looking for 10 flat, 642. 1014, 131, not a bad lap. The BMW goes 1305 at 108. As again, the C group brings out a lot of different cars. We've seen everything, imports, classics, modern cars. Again, as you said, we've got cars from everywhere from Ontario, Canada, all the way to a whole bunch of them from right here in Florida. The only thing I haven't seen a Supra yet. I'm a little surprised. I have not seen a Supra.
There is one. Yeah, I believe there
Okay,
was
never
one.
mind. I spoke out of turn.
Quick announcement, ladies and gentlemen. 5 minutes until VP Race Fuels leaves. 5 minutes. If you need fuel, 5 minutes, and the VP Racing Fuels van is leaving the building.
So a couple of classic GM products coming up here. Okay, Michaela, 1969 Firebird or 1960 Kingswood Chevrolet station wagon. Check out the wagon. This wagon normally runs in the 12s. I mean, I would be happy driving either one of them. Go ahead and tell me what the Firebird runs.
All right, he is running a 10.3 at 106. I mean, oh, this Firebird. Oh, 69 Firebird. Man, boy, you sent it.
And a 1256 for the station wagon as we bring up, how about this? This is a Pontiac Beaumont, or excuse me, not a Beaumont, it's a Beaumont. It's a Beaumont, it's a Canadian-built car. Basically, they took the Chevelle and the GTO Le Mans platform and they used different trim pieces on these. Most of them were Chevrolet powered out of Canada, but it was a unique vehicle that you couldn't buy anywhere here in the States. This is Chris Oler. Brian Glover in the little Mini with some nitrous on it. This Mini normally runs bottom 13s with some spray. But the Canadian car going to stretch the lead and run away and hide from it. Top end says 1061, 130. 1382, 105 out of the Mini. And a little C10 pickup truck looking really good with some Billet Specialties wind lights on it over here. Well, Holley EFI and BTR sticker on the back window and a 4th gen Camaro coming up over on the opposite side. I got the boosted Birdman. James Orlett up here in the tower, number 3 currently in his standings. Man, you're beating on Roxanne like it owes you money. You got a couple more laps left in it?
Yeah, I'm going to run it till it hangs everything in the diaper. We put main bearings in it last night to hook up the parking lot.
So bad you came up to the tower in South Georgia. You said this is a 16-year-old motor out of the GTO. We haven't touched anything on it. It's running like a champ. And I'm like, you better go knock on some wood. And look what ended up happening that night.
Yeah, but that thing, we can't be mad at it at all. You know, if it gives up, there's a winch in the trailer. We can drag it home now. It made it.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, you got 16 years of use out of it, right? So we sent a pair down, and we sent another pair to the starting line. Talk about a nice day 2 muscle car with the torque thrusts. 1967 Chevy Chevelle coming up over here on the left-hand side. Nice little wheel stander. 4th generation Camaro coming up over on the right-hand side. Timothy Baptista going down the racetrack left-hand side in the Chevelle. 1078, 124. 1178, 116 for the 4th gen F-body. That was Michael Rabba over on the right-hand side. Nice little Chevy 2 coming up over here on the left-hand side of the racetrack. That's Chris Goodnow. Matt Frederick, an absolutely flawless 1973 Camaro. Yeah, 1st generation, 1967 to 69. 2nd generation Camaro, 1970 to 1981. And this is a nice example of an early 2nd gen over on the right-hand side. And he's going to get to the finish line first, looking for a 10-second time slip. 1078, 126. 1228 at 109 for the big tire Chevy 2. So, James, again, we're talking about the fact that, you've run really good passes so far. The 3 days we've had close to 0 density altitude. Today, warmer, 1,500 feet above sea level. Obviously, everybody's tune-ups are off. Nobody has run really that close to 850. I think the closest I've seen so far, 853. So obviously, you're in the same boat as everybody else. You all still are battling it out. It's going to go right to the very end. And, does that make you nervous, or does that give you more inspiration and want to make more runs?
I think me and everybody else, we're going to go ahead and try to keep going. I think most of us are at least a 10th down. Luckily, I'm carrying more than that, so even though I'm a 10th down, I can make it up on the other end. So we're gonna see what happens. I mean, go for it.
It's all going to be in where you drop the parachute, basically, because I keep seeing the parachute drop, and I think you just need to time it a little bit later because it keeps slowing down too much.
That's some old bracket racing stuff.
Used before, but I'm telling you, if you're going to do something, do it with flair, and you're doing that. Robert Jordan and Cameron Thorpe going down the track. Thorpe in the Volvo station wagon. How about 1049, 128 miles an hour for the Volvo wagon. 1310 at 104 for Jordan. Again, sick ward participants, please don't forget that you can use your poker chips over at the concession stand on the tower side. Sick ward participants, make sure you can use your food poker chips over at Bradenton's concession stand today. Here comes Southern Chaos. This is Barry Burrish. This is Glenn Burrish's dad. Guy's little 8th mile grudge racer. Yeah, this is his dad's car. Turbocharged Coyote that's like driven around 800 miles. They're having a lot of fun with it. Scott Abbott, a longtime drag and drive competitor, the well-weathered 1970 Roadrunner over on the left-hand side. 1046, 132 for Burrish. 1190, 117 for Scott Abbott. Once again, final call for VP Racing Fuel. They're probably about to get loaded up. Final call for VP Racing Fuel. And first call for odd number C-Class cars. First call for odd number C Group cars. Need you to tower side staging lanes. First call for C Group, odd number, tower side staging lanes. First call, C Group, odd number, tower side staging lanes. Again, one pass only. Go back to the pits when you're done. And then we will do an all run. Once again, C Group, odd number, tower side staging lanes. One pass, go back to your pit area. The roadkill guys are down there. I see them. Yeah, they're down there in lane number 2. So it looks like they're getting all ready. Fireburger's got his jacket on. He get a little fist bump, and he's going to spray the house down, he said. What better way to do it for your final pass? Spray the house down. Little wheel standing Dodge truck. Swingers coming up over here on the left-hand side, and pickup truck over on the right-hand side. Cody Walker in the Swinger going 10, 11, 133 miles an hour, 1051, 127. As Big Hat Mafia coming up in the building. Barrett Green coming up here, and Honk if parts fall off coming up in the building. Man, I feel like I got royalty up here. I got Greg Hurlbert coming up in here. I got Honk if parts fall off. I've got James Rolette coming up here, and I got James Barrett up here. I feel like I should exit the building with all this royalty up here. Jeff Kursak going down the left-hand side. How about the two-tone F-150? Just stretching the lead out over on the right-hand side. Top end says for Danny Anderson, 1184, just 88 miles an hour. Yeah, that thing was on its way to a 10-second pass. 13 flat with a 0, 100 miles an hour on the opposite side as we continue to roll through the C group. So again, I'm being joined in the tower by a couple of longtime drag and drive competitors, and I guess we could say probably one of the best crew people in the business is Greg has been on several drag and drive competitions with the Champagne Express with Mark Cicino, who unfortunately went out after yesterday's competition. He made a good lap at South Georgia Motorsports Park, but apparently I guess they found something they didn't like. So which one of you two wants this? I guess we're gonna play rock paper scissors. So Rick Steinke, ladies and gentlemen, you otherwise might know him as Honk if parts fall off.
It looks like I may have drawn the short straw. The
funny part is the only thing I see up here is a twisted T. I don't see a straw anywhere. So Rick Steinke, obviously you and your wife Jackie, we talked earlier today, and I want to relay this to the folks and everybody on the live feed is, it truly is unique. It's a great thing to be able to share a drag and drive competition. No matter whether you actually have a chance of winning your class or not, usually the thing that we always see is father and son, or a couple of real good friends, or somebody that goes with their mechanic. But you're doing it with your wife, and you guys do it all the time. I mean, I think she enjoys this just as much as you do, and that's a unique relationship. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Her dad has been racing since the 60s. Her brother races. So I've kind of been lucky enough to get hooked up with someone who has a genuine love for the sport. As a guy, it really doesn't get much better than to be able to spend the amount of hours we spend together doing a hobby like this. It's quite unique.
Now, speaking of unique, that's a perfect transition. We're going to talk about the fact that Jackie has a real nice Mustang, something you'd be used to seeing at a racetrack. But your car, I mean, it's very easy for somebody to, I mean, even now, you know, it's more well known, I would say, than maybe 5 to 10 years ago. But it's still very easy for somebody to just walk right past it and go, oh yeah, whatever, it's just some kid's beater or whatever. Not knocking the fact that it's on small little 235 tires and it'll run deep in the 8s. I mean, why this concept? Why did you decide to go for something like that?
So Honk If Parts Fall Off was my first car. I got this car when I was a sophomore in high school, and I started bracket racing it back in like 99, 2000-ish, and then kind of lost interest and went with a shiny Monte Carlo, and Honk got put in the backyard for 5 or 6 years and just started wasting away. And then my brother-in-law Tony, who's out here running Sick Freaks, congratulations to him. It looks like he's going to win the class.
Sweet.
His Mitsubishi Eclipse actually...
Oh, that's the LS swapped car.
No, it's a 4G63.
No kidding. Chad Reynolds gave me bad information. He said it was LS swapped.
Yeah, that Mitsubishi is actually what inspired Honk If Parts Fall Off. I took a ride on the street in that car probably back in like 04, 05 maybe, and was blown away by the power that a little turbocharged 4-cylinder could make. And I just thought back then, wow, if I put one of these turbos on a V8, it could be something fun. And I mean, we're talking like 16, 17 years later maybe, and thank God it happened, because the last decade, we've had some great fun with the car, and we've met the best people in my life doing this type of stuff.
Yeah, it seems like the stories that I get, this is my first ever drag and drive competition that I've been a part of, and you know, obviously I've been drag racing just like you for a lot of years, and the racing family really does look out for its own, but the drag and drive competitions really do bring it to another level. I mean, you, like I said earlier, you could have the number 1 person and the number 2 person. The number 2 person needs parts, the number 1 person will literally empty their stash to the person that literally would be trying to beat them for a class title.
I want to beat you on the track. I don't want to beat you because of attrition. If you need something and I have it in my trailer, it's yours. Let's get your car fixed and let's get down the road together and let's battle it out on the track.
So again, talk about the fact that your car originally designed, you know, with going out, having a good time, not being something where you have to worry about it. It's a tried and true small block turbocharged combination.
Exactly.
But now you've gotten into 235 class racing. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so John Sears, the man's my hero, he decided to make this limited 235 class where a big heavy car like mine can actually show up and be competitive. And you know, you have a combo and you think you're in that 5.0, 490 range, you hit John Sears up and start talking some rules, and he'll make it happen. Like if you want to do some heads-up racing, the Radial Tire Racer Association is the place to be. It's fun. We go to tracks, and 235 is the show at a track like Shadyside, and it's really neat. We have a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, for those of you that may not think about it, 235 on the sidewall, normally around a 26-inch diameter by 8.5-inch contact patch. And for something like your car that has some weight to it, you can squash that sidewall. You really got to have everything tuned up right to make a nice solid pass.
Yeah, exactly. And you need some good prep, like what we have here at Bradenton. These guys do a great job out here prepping this surface all week. I mean, the tracks have been killer.
Yeah. So again, Jackie did really good in the, I'm trying to remember what they would call it. I think it was called the street machine category, where it was 10 slower. And then last year, she actually had power to her car, and unfortunately she had an incident with it. We talk about the fact that, you know, Honk obviously made you work a little harder than normal this week. And, you know, unfortunately, you're going to have to try to get back after that, because you've got another event coming in less than 2 weeks. You've got Ducks Race going, and then you've got a full slate of stuff that you've got coming up. So hopefully Jackie won't get upset that you're putting her car on the back burner until next year.
We have a pretty good schedule. I would say don't be surprised if you see Jackie's car at Sick Week 2023.
Okay.
Maybe if not by then, maybe Drag Week 2023. But 2023 is our goal, to have Mrs. Honk back on the track at better than ever. We have a lot of stuff planned from a safety point of view, some upgrades to make sure that if she's in the car, she's safe going down the track.
Yeah, considering what she went through to come out of it okay, I'm sure safety is obviously, if it even even if it was before. Obviously, number one priority for you guys.
Yeah, it's a wake-up call. You know, you get a little bit of tunnel vision sometimes, and we thrash to make these events and make the memories. And sometimes you might overlook a few things here or there. And we kind of took a step back after drag week and realized, you know what, we need to put safety front and center and make sure that whatever we're putting her in is the absolute safest we can find.
So again, with you doing class racing, is that going to deter or possibly make you tone down your drag and drive deal? Like Tom Bailey, we were talking about it earlier today, including this race, there's going to be 7 drag and drives at least this year in case somebody comes up with another one. I mean, that's a lot considering there used to only be like 1 or 2 and that was it.
Yeah. This year we're going to take a little step back. My son's getting ready to get in a junior dragster, so I'm going to try to dedicate most of the season to limited 235, some junior dragster racing, and fixing Mrs. Honk.
Okay. That's okay. I mean, considering that you raced enough over the last couple of years, talk about the fact that I can remember probably one of the things that NHRA and Hot Rod did for you guys was had you drive your car into a special shootout at CMAX Dragway. Yeah. You had people 4 deep in your car. I mean, tell me, like, what was that experience like? I mean, obviously it wasn't a drag and drive competition, but I mean, you had to feel like royalty rolling into a national event and getting to be showcased as, you know, a regular sportsman racer and made a big deal out of.
Yeah, that was something special. David Freiberger put that deal together, and I got to tell you, that's some lifetime memories. Like Scott Brown and Randall Reed, Jeff O was there. That was a really special deal. I had David Freiberger and Clay Milliken driving my car. You know, NHRA folks, they rolled out the red carpet. We were in the lanes with John Force, and you couldn't get more special than what happened that weekend at ZMAX. And you know, the whole event, people who do this drag and drive need to understand that the NHRA drivers and crew chiefs, they understand what's going on with this drag and drive stuff. They follow along. They knew a bunch of the cars. Rick Jones, I still talk to the guy every now and then. Like, he has a huge interest in coming out and doing this with a Copo Camaro. They're paying attention, and they really understand the love that everybody who's out here has for this drag and drive.
Yeah, Clay Milliken even building a car to compete on drag and drive. I don't think it was ready for this year. Obviously, he had the test session too, but he sounds really excited about getting involved with it, possibly as soon as next year.
Yeah, expect to see Clay out in his Heavy D, I believe they call it.
Is that what they're calling it?
Yeah, and that was his son's truck. That has real sentimental value to Clay, and when you finally see Clay out here, he's one of us. Like, that guy is the real deal. He's grassroots. Like, he worked his way up, and he's worked his butt up off over the years.
Yeah, you talk about some of the other guys like Larry Dixon and talk about Richie Crampton. I mean, yeah, these guys might be top fuel NHRA professional drivers, but like you said, they remember where they came from. They started in grassroots racing, so they can identify with people like you and me that really do this for the love of the sport, not the money. It's not our profession. It's something that we do as a hobby.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you mentioned Richie Crampton. Richie Crampton in Indy Speed Shop. Last year on Drag Week at Indy, the tensioner broke on Jackie's Mustang on the Pro Charger pulley. And he said, bring it over to the shop. Richie himself whipped the blower off and fixed the tensioner and got Jackie back on the road. So
again, racing family helping racing family.
Yeah, that guy is the real deal when it comes to the drag and drive. Nice as can be, too.
Rolling our way through the C group, and I'm up here talking with Rick Snike, otherwise known as Honk if Parts Fall Off, on his 1967 four-door crew cab Chevelle. Again, kind of car that you could very easily walk by because he even took Mickey Thompson drag radials and put a white line in the side of them, man. I mean, you went whole in from the sleeper look.
Yeah, man. There's a lot of trickery going on. We spent a lot of time hiding stuff on that day.
My Indiana guys are back at the tower. They probably want to make sure the law has enough beverages. Oh, no. They brought me a tall boy. All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, absolutely. We appreciate you climbing all the way up to the 3rd floor. It's not an easy walk. Yeah. So Rick, obviously we're gonna be looking for you on the 235 races. Like you said, you'll be at Ducks Race in a couple of weeks, so we can obviously watch that live on Flow Racing.
Absolutely.
And you've got some stuff a little closer to home that you have coming up as well.
Yeah, so then after Ducks Race, lights out, we'll move up the Shady side for 2 races. After that, we're going to run a couple streetcar shootouts, Strange Engineering streetcar shootouts up at Cecil. We have the Ohio Valley prize fight in Kentucky, of all places.
Wait a second, how does that happen?
Yeah, they tricked us on that one. That was a long toe.
Yeah, that was the bait and switch.
Yeah, I'm like, all right, we're in Ohio. Where's this place at?
Yeah, so I just got word, ladies and gentlemen, let me jump in here real quick. Roadkill, less than 6 pairs away. They're going to spray the house down in their Craigslist 1986 Firebird. They took the tune port injection off of it and threw a carburetor on it instead.
Let me get this over to Adam, because you guys need to properly announce this.
So once again, Rick Steinke, Honk of Parts Fall Off, thanks so much for coming up and joining us in the tower. We very much appreciate it, sir. Obviously, Crew Chief Greg, we're going to get to him in just a minute, because he's been on probably just as many drag and drive competitions as you have. More. And 6th or 7th one. So obviously, I want to get some details from you, because again, working from the passenger seat and having a whole laundry list of stuff to do at every event, I'm sure there's things that the average person wouldn't think of, and sometimes drivers can forget because, yeah, exactly, he's doing the blind leading the blind idea.
Also, I got a call from Keith Turk. He told me to remind everybody that if you don't go to the Freedom Factory for the awards, you are not in the running for any of the auction or the giveaway stuff.
See, I'm hoping that we could get that 500 number down to about 300, and then you, me, and Chad might actually have a chance to win something.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Because 50 cents an hour isn't going to do it for me, man.
You're getting paid?
Yeah.
Whoa, hold on.
Well, hang on. 50 cents an hour is not what I would call getting paid.
Well, that's true. But no, definitely remember, stay on property. You do turn in your time slip. You can go down to your trailer, but don't move it over here. But don't touch that thing until you turn in that time slip.
Yeah, that time slip needs to be turned in. And again, once again, keep in mind, spectators, you can also join us over at the Freedom Factory. We've been told by Tom Bailey. Spectators are welcome. And also, if you are done and you're going to turn your time slip in, please make sure you bring your phone or whatever you took that has all your checkpoints on it. Tanya Turk wants to see those. Get those to the first floor of the tower as soon as possible, because we need to get those averages done so we can crown winners. Meanwhile, Roadkill guys
in the
water box. Dave Freiberger and Mike Finnegan in the water box. As we said, probably on, I'd say, about a 10 or 11 second pass. Let me see what their 8th miles look like. Yeah, they're both going for high 10s. 1064s on both sides of the racetrack. Ladies and gentlemen, here they come. The Craigslist $5,000 special. 1986 Trans Am. Dave Freiberger, yeah, you know him from Hot Rod. He's over there on the right-hand side. They added the nitrous system to it. They decided 14 flat wasn't good enough. They're going to spray the house down. Let's see what happens. He's going to launch it early.
They've got a 150 shot in this thing.
It looks like he has. Yeah, he's starting to get on it now, but it might have actually made it worse. Tell me if Roadkill made something worse. 12:03 for the Challenger. 13:48. Look at the speed. 110 miles an hour. So it picked up 10 miles an hour. They just didn't get on it early enough. And it didn't break.
And it picked up a half a second. So, I mean, you got to love that. Actually, more than that, about 7/10.
Yeah, guys, go back and do it again. Tune it up some more. Take some fuel jet out of it. That always works well.
So, Greg.
Yes, Greg is up here in the tower. We've already gotten past the short and long stick deal, so now you have no choice. We already talked to Rick. Obviously, Greg doesn't look like he's very easily motivated on social media to respond, but it seems like once we hand him a microphone, he's So, Greg, obviously, we talked about the fact that you have done a whole lot of drag and drive competitions, most of them with Mark Cicino, driver of the Grand Prix, otherwise known as the Champagne Express. Real nice, beautifully done, small block nitrous car. Again, there's a whole lot of stress that happens for a driver because there's a lot of things you could very easily forget. There's parts attrition. There's lack of sleep. You're trying to go from track to track. You ride with, a guy who has been doing this for a long time, and I'm sure he depends on you to take care of, certain things. So what's kind of your laundry list, your responsibilities?
Basically we get to the track in the morning, and we both have gotten it to the point in our routine where we go separate ways when we get to the track. He goes one way, I go the other way. He knows what he has to do, and I know what I have to do. like that. Basically, let him worry about making sure everything in the nitrous system is working properly, get the plugs in it, and make sure the engine's ready to rock and roll.
Once again, I have a drone that is over the racetrack. If that is not part of SIG Week Mag, it needs to come down. We are not insured for it. If you are flying a drone, it needs to come down now. Otherwise, I hear a couple of our drag weekers might shoot it down. We came close to that happening the last time, didn't we? So, yeah, you're talking about a nitrous combination, and obviously a car as fast as Mark Cicino's, a lot of people don't understand that, you know, again, you're going to have it set up differently for street versus track. The suspension changes, the shock changes, plug changes, all these little things that have to happen. Otherwise, you miss something, burned up motor possibly.
Well, I mean, Monday morning I missed something and we ran out of gas. More or less, just try to, you know, I understand what it takes to compete at the event. I did it once in 2013, and then it just was more fun for me to go with Mark or ride with somebody. I like to work more than I like to race. So
I was about to ask, did it just make you a little bit more nervous as a driver versus a passenger?
Well, more or less, you know, if the thing craps its guts out in the middle of nowhere, you kind of have to worry about how to get everything home. When I'm riding in the passenger seat, I just kind of have to make sure I can look on Google Maps and find a rental car place or a tow truck.
Right. Once again, we need time slips to the first floor of the tower. Please bring whatever that you shot your checkpoints with. Going to the starting line right now, Kevin McKenna, senior editor for National Dragster over on the left-hand side. He went 10% with this car. He thought it wasn't going to run any faster than like 10 teens. He dumped a new tune in it and a whole bucket of good VP goodness. He's going down the racetrack right here, 1040, 130. 1031, 132, as Kevin McKenna is trying to keep in that 1040 range. We have some of our fellow staff members up here right now, so I'm kind of trying to, you know, juggle eggs right now as it is. So, Greg, we're talking about the fact that, again, you've got yourself a really nice Chevy Malibu. I know you spent a lot of time on that car. No desire whatsoever to take it on drag and drive?
I would tell you that I would pay attention for next year at this event.
Okay, so maybe, I like it. All right, so we finally coaxed the 2023 announcement out of Luke, and then I coax an actual participation out of Greg. Now I just want to make sure he gets in the first 3 minutes.
Yeah, right. No, we go and do roadkill nights with the car and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you've done those last couple of years, right?
And we race it locally at home. We've got a cool little class for all steel, stock suspension, muscle car type stuff. We call it ice creamers.
Yeah, this is a real nice example of a day two car. Obviously, it runs fast enough where it would, quote unquote, need additional safety equipment, but I totally understand. You want to keep it where you and the family can use it correctly.
Just didn't want to cut it up, but seeing some things in the last year, it kind of woken me up as far as I probably need to make the car a little safer. I got kids now, and the car is fast enough to where it needs a cage, and it just doesn't have anything in it.
So you're saying you were unsafe up until this point?
It doesn't even have a drive shaft loop in it.
Okay. All right, we will move right along there.
So,
yeah. I'm sure there were a couple other things you thought of before that.
You know, it's one of those deals where it'll get all the safety equipment it needs to be legal at whatever rate it's going to run at. So,
good deal. Now, is there any kind of like major connection between your business with what you do for work and everything and drag and drive, or do you really just have a connection with pretty much all enthusiasts?
More so just a connection with everybody. I work for Joe O at Hyperactive Performance Solutions, and we do quite a bit with some of the competitors.
A couple of fast pickup trucks going down the racetrack right now. Little blue F-150 didn't get off the starting line like you wanted. That's a 980 capable truck. 1013 at 107. How about 1101 at 129 after he kind of bobbled the start there? So you talk about like some fast stuff going down the racetrack where you can put some stock steel wheels back on these things and kind of clean house. It would be a hunk of parts fall off pickup truck edition.
Yep, flat hoods and sleepers rule.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's actually a Flat Hoods Facebook group that Greg regularly lives in, basically. So and then there's another one with tailpipes. I think he's in that one too. So
not yet.
Yeah. Speaking of tailpipes, Rick Steinke actually told me that he put a complete 3.5-inch exhaust all the way out his car with tailpipes. Last I heard, heads-up cars don't do that, man.
Well, I'm getting old, and my hearing's not as good as it used to be. So
what?
Exactly what? So that, and I figured it's ballast. The car needs to weigh 3,800 pounds for our class, so it didn't hurt to add a little bit of weight down low.
All right, I have a racer in need, a blue Silverado number 282. He needs an LS truck intake. If you happen to have a spare one of those, and I mean, it's drag and drive, who wouldn't? If you have a spare LS truck intake, the blue Silverado car number 282 in the shutdown lane, there's a mall parking lot right down the road. Oh, Greg encouraging shenanigans here as we roll a GTO and a beautiful looking 1965 Ford Falcon up over here on the right-hand side. So you work for Joe O. That is, that's an interesting guy to work for. He has been around the sport for a long time, and he has, I want to say, seen it all, and he really has.
That is correct, and he couldn't ask for a better guy to work for. I obviously got to be here this week.
Yeah, I'm sure that you probably went, hey, dude, this is technically work, you know.
Yeah, it went that way.
Both of them going down the racetrack, 1167 110 for the GTO, 1268 at 101 for the Falcon. Adam's joining me back in the tower as well, and do we really classify this as work anymore? I mean, like, we're all just kind of BS, and I'm trying to give Greg an excuse to hand somebody else the mic. He looked a little uncomfortable.
I've been using the air quotes work all week, like, hey, you know, at least we're not at work, and I was like, wait, I kind of am at work. Well, work.
Yeah, work, quote unquote.
You know.
Yeah.
But no, that's part of the fun of this stuff is, you know, I mean, as you know, you like to race too, and it's kind of fun out here watching all of our friends do this thing, and it's also kind of cool to kind of talk to them and talk them up and, you know, brag about them all over the internet and all over this live feed, and to all the cool people that came out here to Bradenton and every track that we visited. And, you know, that, again, that's the best part about this. I'm like the biggest fanboy of everyone that does this stuff ever, and I don't care if you got a YouTube channel, I don't care if you're an influencer like Scott Brown, you know, any of those guys. I'm a big, big fan of everyone that does this stuff. And, you know, you guys are my heroes, and it makes it easy to kind of scream all day in the mic about what you guys are doing. And the only way to make it any better is if I were out there, but I'm not towing 2 days to drive my car. So I'm happy you guys did, and that's super awesome.
Yeah, see, the interesting thing is that you're basically paraphrasing everything that I want to bring to an announcer position, is that these guys deserve all the credit.
The Franklin, by the way.
You know, yeah. These guys deserve all the credit because keep in mind, they spend all the time, all the money to come out here and compete in an event that is not paying anything. This is literally about the drag racing community, the drag and drive community, and how you build friendships that will last a lifetime. Either that or you learn how to not cry when parts attrition continues to happen.
Well, that's really a thing. Like, it really, really is. These drag and drive people are different than even other normal drag race people. And drag race people are awesome, don't get me wrong. But drag and drive people are a whole different people.
Keep talking, Adam. The Franklin's not down there yet.
Yeah, we got our sundial out.
Yeah, hang on. He's going to make it there. Maybe 57 miles an hour.
But, you know, like
he's
Rick can talk to it. A bunch of drag week type dudes got together and got Jackie a car back up to their place to rebuild that car. And that's stuff that, like, I mean, look what we did for Jeff Oppenheim at the beginning of this thing. Gave him like $22,000 so that he can, like, not have to worry about paying his bills and, you know, go through a cochlear implant surgery that he's getting. And that's above and beyond. Drag racing people are one thing, but drag and drive people are a whole different deal.
Yep, absolutely. And I guess probably the one good part of everything is that considering both of these guys are not responsible for anything right now, it means they can enjoy lots of frosty beverages on the rest of the evening.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
But no, for real. I mean, it's just, I mean, you know, you want to look at a car, you have a friend that needs some help, whatever. You just put it out on some of this social media stuff that's out there, and you've got people jumping up and down to help you. And that doesn't exist. This drag and drive community is a whole different thing, and I'm so happy to be a part of it. And it really is. It's a fraternity, and everyone that's made this last pass has completed this sick week. You're in that fraternity, 100%.
The fact that you just said that, Greg is probably like thinking on the inside. He goes, "We only had a stage one more time."
Well, and you know what? The redemption week, if after the bad week, is almost sweeter than just doing it the first time. Because, you know, sometimes it happens, man. I didn't finish drag week in 2016, and unfortunately, I've never been back to a drag week. So I've been some Rocky Mountain Race Week stuff, obviously, but, you know, I'm definitely going to make a trip back to drag week because I need my redemption week over at that drag week camp for sure. But no, that's a thing, guys. It really is. And, you know, if you're watching on the live feed and you've always thought about kind of doing this, go and do it. I actually wrote a column in the latest these things, and I don't care if it runs 14s, or if it runs 11s, or if it runs 6s. Get your car together and come compete in one of these things, because it's the best thing you'll ever do, and like I like to say, it's the most fun you'll have with your pants on.
Yeah, absolutely. The racing family is on one level, about seeing 2 cars go to the starting line. The Drag and Drive family, as I have learned this week, I mean, I've watched it on live stream for several years, watched a lot of these guys that are my heroes, you know, being able to do this and run, you know, single-digit time slips with cars that look like they could very easily clean up in a car show. And now you get to see it firsthand. People stopped on the side of the road. Everybody's pulling over, trying to offer up their spares to get that guy or girl to the racetrack, make one last pass, and say, I completed Sick Week. That's what we're working on right here, right now.
Absolutely, man. And, you know, and it really is. Just come out and check one of these things out. Drag Week's coming up pretty soon. Check that out on that live stream and check, you know.
Yeah, we got 6 more Drag and Drive events this year. 6 more.
I think Midwest Drag still even has open slots.
There's the one in the Carolinas coming up in April that I believe still has open slots too.
The Rocky Mountain Race Week, the 2.0 that we're going to call Race Week, is likely going to tell us what date, or we have dates on that. We're going to have registration here likely very soon on that deal. So try to get in on any of these. They all have their different flair. They all kind of have their different fingerprint and how they look, how they feel. But at the end of the day, we're all one big happy family, to be honest with you. None of these are really in competition with each other. They all just sort of have their own little gig, if you will. And you know what? It's one of those, like, rising tides raise all ships. I heard that from Philip Thomas, actually, who's out here on the SICK staff. And really it is. If all of these get better, then it makes all of them better. So it's it's a cool deal.
I think Tom's really thrown the gauntlet down, in my opinion, with the whole let's keep the reaction time under 1 second. Let's run some cars together that are similar in performance, so you can see more side-by-side action. Makes it more fun for the fan and everything. And it looks like Greg and Rick are going to head out. So guys, thank you so much for coming up to the tower. We appreciate it. It was great meeting both of you.
You guys, great job.
Obviously, see, I'm worried about whether Greg still thinks the same of me, considering I helped him get parts for a Chevelle once, and he hadn't met me yet. So expectations were low, and I think expectations weren't met.
It'll happen. Thank you guys so very much. And
thank you so much, gentlemen.
Cool. Thanks for a couple of folks coming up here talking to us and giving us kind of that inside, scoop.
Right, they give us the backstory. Luckily, James Rollette's come up the last couple of days and kind of given me like what it's been going through with throwing a couple of cars together, brand new and everything. He shoved bearings in one in the hotel parking lot yesterday, and he's still out here beating it like it owes him money. 12.17 at 112 for the Mustang, 14.25 for the Diesel. As we are joined in the tower now by Brian from Dragzine, the guy who has his own podcast. We want to talk about a guy who has literally like immersed himself in the drag racing folklore. Like he literally lives and breathes every part of it. Brian, this is really unforeseen. I mean, I know that you've done a whole lot of everything with drag racing. You've interviewed like all these great people. James Rolette checking out. He's going to go make another pass at Roxanne here shortly. Yeah, buddy. And we talk about the fact that you've done almost everything in drag racing. Tell me how Sick Week compares to some of the stuff that you've seen. What's your week been like?
It's been really amazing doing the entire week because I've done bits and pieces of drag week here and things like that, but doing the entire week in the event is just, it's been awesome. It's, like Tom said, it's the toughest vacation you'll ever take, and the racers really are the stars of the show here, so y'all need to pat yourselves on the back just for attempting this. It's truly amazing. And on my bucket list of stuff, I'm going to be doing a Midwest Drag Week with my friend Scott Cordell and his car. We're going to do a couple more of these this year with Dragzine. I mean, it's a lot of fun, man. It really, really is.
Yeah, you got a Firebird Transam that you're putting together right now. I know you've talked about bracket racing and index racing, a little bit of everything. Is Drag and Drive something that you're considering adding to your repertoire, possibly participating in?
Oh, does the Pope wear a funny hat?
Yeah, absolutely, man.
That thing is absolutely going to get beat on like it's owes me money at some point. We've actually built the car specifically so it would fit something like this. Big trans cooler, and that's actually with what we're going to be doing, some tech-related stuff on Dragzine for people that might feel intimidated by doing this. We're going to break down, it's not that hard. This is what you can do. Come have fun. Drive your junk. Have fun with it.
Yeah, and that's something I think that obviously will reach a much wider audience. I'm sure you agree. I mean, don't get me wrong. Everybody likes to see the fast stuff. I mean, that's the hero stuff. That's the stuff that you want to aspire to be. But let's be honest. I mean, probably if you're lucky, maybe 5% of the buying public or the reading public might get there. But if you put stuff out there that is very relatable, can get somebody off the couch, have them do a weekend project, and that's the difference between them not participating on a drag and drive event and actually getting out to it, then that's the future of our sport. You've added to it.
Yeah, and that's the cool thing is you see such a wide variety of vehicles at this event. I mean, on the line right now we got a Volvo wagon of some sort, got some kind of spicy drivetrain in it, and a new Mustang. Where else are you going to see something like this at a drag strip at an event like this?
Yeah, I mean, other than like your local test and tunes, I would say you would definitely see it there. But again, the audience is going to be a whole lot more limited, and obviously the cars that you see are going to be different depending on where you live, because obviously some places are going to be more muscle car and old school flavor, some will be more import flavor. And again, the good thing about Drag Week, we got a 1925 Franklin, we got everything in the middle, we got engine swap galore. I mean, you could literally find something out here that you have to be able to identify with on Sick Week.
Oh, and it's so cool to see like the level some of these guys go to. We were joking, someone called for a truck intake. I mean, that's a bad day when you're the experience of everything and just the racers helping each other out. It's really awesome to see, and just the flavor of everything you see here is just absolutely awesome. I love it.
Yeah, you got a Silverado going 1059 and a Mustang going 1076 side-by-side 10s, and they drove them 800 miles to 4 different tracks.
I think one of my favorite sleepers is the Red Ginger Mustang. That thing, like...
Oh, Alex Carella's car, yeah.
I shot one of their other cars for that shop, the owner's shop. His name escapes me.
Will Luan?
Yeah, I shot his car.
Yeah.
But I told him, I said, this is one of my favorite cars here because if you just glance at it, oh, it's another Fox body Mustang on wagon wheels. Well, then I looked at that rear tire, I'm like, there's a little something going on here. It's a little extra. Popped it up, like, it's still Ford powered. It looks like it just rolled off the showroom floor. I mean, that's killer.
Yeah, and that's, Alex and I have known each other for a few years, and that thing, it has a set of skinnies and fatties where it does look really good. Don't get me wrong, but it's almost become kind of a challenge to him. He's wanted to take the 17-inch chrome ponies that you could have gotten on special edition cars in the early 90s when the Fox body was, nearing the end of its run. And he really wanted to see what he could do with it. And like I said before, it's hard to call a Mustang a sleeper, but at the same time, if you yank the parachute off that car, short of the little 2-inch cowl induction hood, there is nothing on that car that screams mid-8-second performance at all. You could very easily walk by it in a parking lot.
I love this wagon here because if I remember correctly, this is a 6-speed car too, isn't it?
It's a stick shift car,
yes.
Yeah. So if he hooks up right, it's going to tweak the left front wheel as soon as he leaves.
I saw that car at Drag Week. I'm like, you're a sick man. I love everything about this vehicle.
Well, you want to talk about sick, like during the test session, hopefully this Buick will yank the wheel up there. There it goes, yeah. So we talked about the fact of station wagon and the kind of rebirth of station wagons in the last 5 to 10 years. How cool was it? Adam and I were talking about this on test day. The only 2 6-second passes were from station wagons, a Volvo and a Buick Boostmaster wagon, Steve Morris's car. And those are the cars that you used to not want to be seen around. You didn't want your parents dropping you off at school in them. Now these are the cool cars running 6s.
Oh, I'm a wagon whore. I love a wagon. I remember doing an article on that Volvo when it was like an 8-second car. And now to see that thing as a 6-second car, I mean, it's wild. I love it.
Yeah, meanwhile, here's another too. You got this little Ford Lightning over here that runs in the 11s, and he's getting stomped by the Plymouth Horizon. Yeah, the Plymouth Horizon going to run down there. 10-second pass, 1040, 134, and 1162 at 117 for the Lightning. I'll tell you what, I'd want to drive it right into the sand.
You talk about beating someone so bad they want to sell their stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And then it's followed by the minivan.
Yes, this is the one that Chad Reynolds wanted to reserve at the Hertz dealership. He said, unfortunately, they didn't have the slick option.
No, that was not when I went to pick up my Camry as a rental option. I'm kind of disappointed.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know that, obviously we talk about the fact that some of these cars, when they were being built originally back in the 70s and 80s, I mean, horsepower was literally choked to death. Like, a lot of these things would struggle to make 200 horsepower. We're literally living in the glory days. Like, I would call it the second coming of the muscle era. You can buy 800 horsepower stuff with a warranty, and it's designed to go to the racetrack, runs 10s. I mean, I never would have thought I'd see that ever in my life, considering what the EPA is trying to do right now.
Oh, and then we have
little Carmen Gia coming up here.
Yeah, I saw that car. It snapped a pretty cool shot of that thing roll. I mean, it rolls out for what it is, for
yeah,
sure.
it does wheelies. I mean, he actually took a picture of it in front of the junkyard where he bought it. I mean, again, some of the stuff that's out here, real sleeper type quality. There's a lot of show car stuff here.
Look at the truck in the far lane. You don't know how quick that thing actually could be.
No, not with those steel wheels on it. Absolutely not.
I don't trust vehicles with steel wheels.
Yeah, man, he's definitely having some problems. That thing is, something in the ignition or the spark plugs are just not happy with it, because that thing's been clicking off 12-second passes all week, 1387, 92, 94 mile an hour. And the Volkswagen, I bet, even though he finished, that is official. He can turn that in and say, I finished sick week. Probably going to come back around and do it again. How about over here on the left-hand side? This literally looks like an old bracket car with the snorkel scoop and everything.
Oh, and the checker paint job, I love it. Then in the far lane, you
the
got
box shed,
yes, that right there is another one of those cars. If you see it at the track, danger, Will Robinson. You don't know what that thing could be packing.
All right, so I'm gonna test your car knowledge. I can't remember the guy's name, but if you go back into like the mid-2000s, there's a guy around the Memphis area that had a two-door version of this with a Pro Charger on it,
yes.
and it ran like mid-8s, and it was a nasty fast car. It had the two-tone brown paint scheme on it.
Yes,
yeah.
Performance brown.
Yep.
Now, this wagon here, I'm not good on brands and whatnot, but this thing boogies too. Again, that's the kind of vehicle you can build. You can take your kids to go get ice cream, and then you can go to the track and give someone the 2-for-1 Applebee special.
Yeah, and meanwhile, like, you couldn't have set it up any better. You got the Mustang rolling up over here. It's still got the original two-tone paint scheme. It looks exactly like what you would have done in the 90s. Still got the pony wheels on the front, slap the drag lights on the back. And meanwhile, the Caprice wagon, probably going to run away and hide from it. The Mustang guy is sitting there going, what the heck is going on here?
Yeah, he's upset. And, oh boy, you feel the hate?
Oh, I feel it. It's oozing. 1148, 121 miles an hour. Perfect. Right at the roll bar cap. That's exactly what you want.
Well, I was more talking about the Tesla that rolled up as like people groan in unison. But I'll tell you what, unpopular opinion, I think electric drag cars are going to surprise a lot of people because of how gnarly they are.
We actually have a flag here. He's put that thing in the low nines, and he thinks he's going to try to go
This is a flat
for
right here based on the
eighth.
8th mile. He's going to get on the brakes.
And on the brakes.
Yeah, but 995 at 114. He went 617 at 116.
And
actually, that is a mid-9 second pass.
And jumping back into that real quick, the Rocky Mountain Race Week, it looks like next year we're actually going to do an EV class. And we're going to give them a special route where they can go to superchargers on that route, and their checkpoints are going to be superchargers along the route. And we're going to try to see what we can get out there and see if we can get some actually swap stuff, Tesla stuff, and like you're saying, it's kind of an unpopular opinion, but it's happening. It's coming down the pipe. Don Garlitz is involved in it right now himself. So you know what? We're going to go ahead and give him a place to play and bring it out and see what you got.
Did you see that AEM actually has controls that they did an EV swap into an 0509 Mustang that they did a couple weeks ago?
Well, let's put it this way. Again, I like anything loud, fast, and dangerous. Imagine taking one of these hopped-up EV drivetrains that could be out there and put that in a 2,000-pound tube chassis car. What do you think that thing's going to run with that instant torque? Woo!
Oh yeah, it'd be crazy. Absolutely.
Again,
the hustle and horsepower up here in the tower.
Don't pry my ice away from me though.
Is there I'm just curious, has your welder cooled down yet? I mean, it seems like we've been calling for you like practically every day out here on Sick Week. As you didn't actually race, but as far as participation goes, you've been right up there with everybody else.
We've been pretty busy. Yesterday, I think I welded for about 4 or 5, 6 hours straight, and unfortunately, we didn't make it out here with our own car. We do some no prep racing and stuff like that. Just before Thanksgiving, we got hit. Couldn't get another car together in time, but the plan is to get my girlfriend Lady Gangster Racing and myself something together for the next event here in a couple twin turbo big blocks and the small tire no prep stuff. We've been 165 miles an hour to the 8th and 113 60 foot doing the no prep stuff on small tires. So I think if we put something together, I think we come out here and go in the 6s at least, and a little bit more aerodynamic car than we're used to. We do a lot of the old school nostalgia 30s body style cars. So we'll see what it goes.
Yeah, here's an interesting matchup right here. Swap 86 Mustang. That's Gil Correa coming up over on the right-hand side. Joe McGill stick shifting that truck right alongside of him. How about 991? He can't turn that in. 147 miles an hour for McGill. 10:03, 141 for for Gilbert. He can turn that in. That's about as good as you're going to get.
See, you mentioned Rocky Mountain Race Week, and actually with Dragzine, we're going to probably double team that one because, again, they're all different flavors, and this has been really awesome. Probably hit some Drag Week up stuff as well, but I get to see stuff at this event that I don't see at other events. You know, it's the flavor of it that really makes it nice.
Really, people come coast to coast to all this stuff. I mean, look at all the stuff that's here in Florida right now. I mean, most of the country is cold, you know, in the snow. I mean, look at Rich Guido. Drove that thing 3,500 miles one way, then did 800 miles on this gig. Then he's got to drive it back 3,500 miles. There's a dude from the Yukon that came another 1,000 miles on top of that.
Dude, they just wanted to get out of the snow. Stop making appearances.
But for real though, I mean, this is the kind of thing that people will congregate to. People come from all over to come to stuff like this. And again, you'll see cars that you've never seen before and stuff that's been in garages and just doing nothing and or cruising out there like local 8th Mile track. And they bring them out here. We make them drive on the street, and you guys get some cool coverage, and then they get like wicked pictures of their stuff all over the place. And you know, that's the other nice thing. All the media that's out here getting like these top quality photos for all of these cars, and you can purchase all this stuff. So reach out to all these people, purchase these photos, and they can do a real nice like framed photo for you and hang that stuff on your wall.
Here's Michael Pryka, the car that unfortunately met a Bambi a couple of days ago. He texted me earlier today and he said it is now not called Mean Nova anymore. It's now called Eleanor the Mean Nova. We were calling it the Bambi Slayer up until a couple of days ago. And he just jumped out of the beams. He's got to back it up and try it again. That car's been living in the 1040 range. It looks like he's actually just going to roll it on down the track and come back around. But yeah, unfortunately, when he was leaving Gainesville, deer jumped out in front of him.
Well, his son was driving the car, and I said, you know.
Yeah, Junior was, so he took all the blame. Yeah.
I told Junior I'm going to start calling him Buckmaster now. That is his name. I'm like, you are Buckmaster. They used to, Tucci calls him McLovin. I'm like, no, bro, you are Buckmaster now.
Something tells me Doug Cook's going to pick up on that way too quick.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of room for activities with that nickname, but you know, like you're mentioning, the flavor, the cool stuff you see at all these. That's what I'm really looking forward to going to Rocky Mountain Race Week and these other events, like coming to Sick Week, is I'm seeing stuff, you know, I normally don't see. It's like going to the Super Streetcar Nationals out in Vegas. I see West Coast cars I don't normally see.
Yeah, you go to, especially when you talk about that, the interesting thing is like where we're at over here on the East Coast and even in the Midwest and some of them, a lot of the fast stuff is really all 8th Mile. A lot of it is. You go out to Las Vegas, better be able to run the full distance because almost everything out there goes full pull.
Yep, yeah, exactly. And that's one I've been to myself. I brought my Malibu out to the Streetcar Super Nationals. I live in Denver, so you know it's not that far of a drive for me to get out there. But I went out there, it's like in November or something like that, and we went through a blizzard. I mean, no kidding, blizzard to get over there. And it looked like a bunch of these guys' car coming down here to Florida, just covered in snow and ice and stuff, and had to run it through a car wash. And then we drove our car the whole time out there in Vegas, exactly how it was on the track. And it's a good time, man. We were racing some guys that were renting those like Lamborghinis and Ferraris and stuff, and I got an old beat up green Malibu with a vinyl land down top on the thing, and it was super fun, man. But like you're saying, like just the stuff that kind of comes out of the woodwork for something like this, you know, gives you a different little perspective than you're used to.
Do you think Mexico really understands its street racing problem that it has?
I don't think they need to know about it.
The federales do not need to know about the Mexico problem.
Yeah. Well, the nice thing about the federales there is, you know, you slip in the 20 spot and they're cool with it. You know, and like some of these cars, it's like, it's so awesome to see all the different vehicles you come up. You know, like this camaraderie. I think that thing hauls the mail for that guy's got this turbo LS deal, and it sounds pretty rowdy.
Okay. And he came from Maryland. So, I mean, same deal. Come from the cold, come down to Florida, and he's a Rocky Mountain Race Week regular. Azim Sheik is his name. And he actually brought his girlfriend on this deal, and she co-drove with him on this, and now she's hooked. She wants a car.
He actually just made a pass. He went 11:85 just down the racetrack.
It's amazing.
Speaking of which, I've just been told the Freedom Factory will be open to start the party at 7:30. Freedom Factory will open at 7:30. It'll open from the front gate, not the pit gate or side gate. So again, we talk again about all the stuff that you do with Dragzine. What expectations did you have coming to the first ever Sick Week, if you had any at all, and then what were some of the surprises that you got from it?
I was expecting total
madness, and I have not been disappointed. This is like, actually, this exceeded my expectations for what it was going to be and how it's been put together, how smooth it's been. You wouldn't know that this is the first event ever that they've put on. It's gone. The minor issues that they've had are just minor, nothing major needs changed. In my opinion, just kind of what I've seen. And the thing that really has surprised me is that these C-Class cars, just the variety, like the legit variety of cars, is very impressive.
All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All run, B group, all run, B group. Come to tower side staging lanes, please. All run, B group. Come to tower side staging lanes, please, for your second shot. All run, B group. Tower side staging lanes. Also, I need the A group. A group. To lanes 11 and 12. A group, lanes 11 and 12. Adam, this is going to get interesting because now the sun's gone down.
And you know what that
we
means?
were talking about this. You could jump into this conversation. Feel free. I'm sitting here talking with Dragsine.
We're kind of going all. We're
we're all tossing microphones back and forth. So obviously you brought up Alex Corella earlier, and I was just talking to him. And he had an 852 in that car. Didn't touch it for 2 days because the DA was really close to sea level. It was even a little bit negative. Well, today, 1,600 feet above sea level. So obviously he's going like 862, and he's going, yeah, now I'm going to have to work on it. Now we're starting to get into the nighttime. Temperature's going to drop a little bit. Now all these guys are looking for 8.50, and it's going to be a bloodbath, man.
Yeah, and it's boost weather right now, and of course the track temp is going to come down.
As a matter of fact, let me get an official reading. Yeah,
go get the official reading. And, And on top of that, for the first time in 5 days, you can see your truck and trailer, so you can really
not until you in your time.
Well, yeah, but I'm telling you, you can pull out that wick. And you can really, really light off some good times and get those really, really wicked time slips going.
Yeah, we're getting down there. We're almost out of 4-digit territory. 1016 current corrected DA. Now, we were almost up to 1,600 earlier today. So right there, depending on your car, that's almost a half a tenth of a second if, it's tuned correctly.
I've spent a lot of time in the pits talking to different racers, seeing what's going on. And there's a lot of guys that were looking at this last session that were sharpening knives, banging on that keyboard, drooling. They're going out doing a little track feel. I think you're going to see a few people throwing the old hold my beer, watch this tune up in these cars.
Very well, yeah.
In fact, I talked to one.
Who was it?
The Nightmare Mustang.
Okay, that'll be interesting.
He has the party pulley on that thing.
Oh, so wait a minute. Did he make the checkout pass already?
He has not made a checkout pass.
Oh, so he's going for broke already.
He's going for it. He said, you know what? I can't win anything. It's not a big deal. I'm kind of, 6th or whatever in my class, and we're just going to let it down, and we're going to see what happens. And he said if it doesn't shake the tires off of the thing, wait and watch the pass. The thing should be really, really good.
You know what's going to be even more interesting when you think about this? Because, again, Brian, I know you've been to lots of different racetracks with the prep. You've been to Bradenton before. Wade Rich and his group, they know how to make this place hook. But, again, the problem is that with a lot of these cars, small tire, limited suspension, they just automatically throw every ounce of it out there without thinking about it. And earlier today, sun was on the racetrack. I'm betting it was probably 110, 120 degrees. And now, you want to be careful about how much you loosen up that front suspension. Otherwise, we might see some big wheelies and we might see some oil pan smashes.
I will make you famous one way or the other with a photo. Like I got that Chevette that was on the bumper.
He did a great job. That thing never touched the bumper, but it sure got close.
I was on the shutter snapping that because you can tell when someone's going up like that what's going to happen. But exactly, you said you gotta make sure you got that front end strapped down a little extra when you start pounding the boost on, putting the party pulley on, putting the big boy jets in, because that track prep could do a lot of bad things in a hurry if you're not ready for it.
Oh yeah, your setup from 3 hours ago is absolute garbage right now. You cannot do anything with it other than just go, yeah, that's not what I need to put in it.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you what.
We're getting down towards the end of the C group.
Yep, it's really
some of these C group cars have been laying down some really good passes. Like a Cadillac just laid down 10.25, so they're close to the top of the session. This Mustang going down the left-hand side looking for a 10-second time slip.
That's Red Hat Scotty.
Yeah, 10.91, 124. So he's going to come back and he's going to do a grudge race later, you said, right?
So he is. Now check this out. Paul Castiglione. Paul Castiglione in the right lane. He told me how to say his name, and he said, no, just say Paulie C, because no one can pronounce my name right. And I had him say it for me a couple of times, and now I got it. Paul Castiglione in the right lane.
Wheel standing Challenger running the 10.
Challenger E-body Mopar, that's my jam. Sam right there.
Oh, yeah. He can take this thing to a car show and clean up, but he said, I'll collect time slips instead. 10-second pass coming up, 10:24, 131.
And it does not look like a 10-second car, and he's coming down from New York with that bad boy.
Anybody that asked to be called Paulie C, I'm guessing was probably from New York or Jersey.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, it's a pretty safe bet.
100%. But no, yeah, and then actually from New York here in the right lane as well, that's Greg Wagzilla. They call him Wagzilla. Everything he owns is a wagon, except for, now he got the long roof Trackhawk.
Dude, those things are nasty. I'll tell you what, I have a buddy of mine who has a Hellcat. We put a smaller pulley and a little bit of an HB Tuners tune in it, and it picked up like 0.4 of a second just doing that.
Funny story about a Trackhawk. James Lawrence, the owner of Power Auto Media, brought his out we were shooting the final season of the 10K drag shootout at a Verona, and the track officials did not know what he had or how quick it was. And when that thing went down the track and ripped off some ridiculous number, like they were chattering over the radio about, oh, did you see that? I'm like, yeah, I could have told you that was going to happen.
That is crazy, man. I mean, when James rolls up and he's got that little smile and whatever it is he's driving, track officials should probably pay attention. He's been around horsepower for a long time.
Absolutely, absolutely. And, it's just, again, everything you're looking at today, 800 street miles on it over the last 5 days. We make you prove that you got a street car. So, yes, this stuff is fast, but this stuff is fast, and we drove them down the road. And they're, living off of gas station hot dogs, and they're driving the thing down the road on whatever E85 they can come across or 93 octane they can come across.
Yeah, because Florida, unfortunately, had a shortage of E85.
Yeah, exactly. And when we found it, it was like
gold.
And it was super expensive, too, which is great.
Speaking of gold, I am now calling C Group. C Group to the all run. Tower side. I need B Group and C Group to tower side staging lanes, please. B Group and C Group, tower side staging lanes. And again, if you are not reporting to the staging lanes because you have a pass that you're happy with, take that time slip and whatever you recorded all your checkpoints on, down to the first floor of the tower. Tanya Turk would really like to get those from you as soon as possible to help her tabulate the rewards. They're up there working like mad people in the tower.
Check out the organ grinder.
Dude, I'll tell you what. They say 1,320 feet in a quarter mile. This thing uses about 1,400.
Yep, and he's a Rocky Mountain Race Week regular, and he has definitely, he made him a pass, and the thing was crazy. It was all over the track, and I said, hey, keep it shiny side up, but it ain't got a shiny side.
One more time, and it just yanks to the left. Going up against Justin Chestnut, it seems almost right. We got a couple of hot rods going down the racetrack. One Model A looks completely different than the other Model A. 1198 at just 95 miles an hour as he lifts early. Now here's an interesting one. We got Vice Grip Garage. Their NASCAR style theme, Monte Carlo over here on the left side.
They also put that on the hose.
Oh, they did?
They put
had
nitrous
spray
on
to
that
it.
today.
Yeah, everything's better with nitrous.
Yep.
On the other side, the really big AC compressor on the Cletus McFarland Marauder that is being driven this week by Sam Langford, the guy that makes everything shiny in their group.
Mr. Sam, baby.
See, he probably wants a 10-second pass. There's the hose on the Monte Carlo. It blows all the carbon off the plugs. Sam looking for a 10-second pass on the right-hand side. 1089, 126 miles an hour. Look at Cletus. He's all pumped up. He could have just made a 7-second pass. I think he's more happy for Sam making that run. 1438 at 90 miles an hour out of the Monte Carlo. Obviously, the hose helped.
Right, and Derek Beery in the right lane out of Vice Grip, and he's also, of course, brought us that portable car hoist this week, and we
Which a
appreciate
lot of people
that.
have used. I think the roadkill guys should pretty much just pay for that.
Pretty much, yeah. They should go over and give Derek a big old handshake and say, thanks, man.
Yeah.
Infomercial for Vice Grip, 100%.
Yeah, proven well by the roadkill guys. Although I don't really know if that's really a testimonial that somebody would want.
And the Independence Chevelle, they're got full race, so they got the hood on.
Yeah, this thing is a ProCharge big block. Yeah, I think it'll easily run in the 9s. He's probably going to have to clomp the brakes. No, 973, 140 miles an hour. Now, the only problem is he can't turn that in. I mean, he's technically
Well, he can, but it'll be a 20.
He can, but it'll be a 20-second time, so he'll have to come back and do it again. Speaking of coming back and doing it again, I have called B Group and C Group. Tower side staging lanes, please. B Group and C Group, I need you to tower side staging lanes, please.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, man. Everyone that's had their first pass, everyone's kind of coming around, and again, the track's getting better.
Here we go. A couple of cars looking for 8.50. We're getting back into the B Group. I like it. This is where we're going to start talking about some number crunching.
Yep, so that, of course, S2000, our only car that's gone 8500.
Yeah, he knocked it out of the park on the first day. Right now, not leading his class, he's number 3. That's Richard Flint over on the right-hand side, that little S2000 that, stop me if you've heard this before, LS swap with a turbo.
That's right, again, the torque mod.
Yeah. On the other side, little Chevrolet Vega. I think I've seen more Vegas this week than I have at a bracket race. I mean, there's at least 3 of them, and this one over here, turbo influenced, and it just hangs that left front tire out there just a little bit, looking like he's kind of leaning in, like, God, it needs an alignment the worst way. Oh yeah, the wing and the parachute just make, I think, look super healthy. See, look at it. It just hangs that wheel out there, looking like it needs a little bit of adjustment. They're both rocketing down the racetrack, looking for 8.50. How about 857s a pair? Man. The left side got out of it, though. 157 miles an hour for him. 162 for the Honda. No good. Bring them back around.
Because, again, if you're not 8.5, kind of 2, 3,
1 or 0.
Yeah, you're kind of nobody right now.
Here's a guy who's leading his class. Little 26 by 8.5 inch tire.
And look
this
at the
underglow. This is the 235 class.
And the underglow for extra style points.
Yeah, well,
maybe.
I mean, you know, the license plate says sexy time. So, I mean, what's more sexy than underglow on a Mazda Miata that has a LS swap with a turbo?
The 90s called, they want their underglow back.
I will make sure that Matt Lanfear knows about it, but the guy known as the Turtle, this guy actually did really well on Drag Week last year, runnered up in an 850 class at the 352 shootout last year in October, and right now he is leading the Outlaw 235 class, but he needs a good time. He doesn't have one yet. It's gone too fast. It's gone 845, so he needs to be 50-something. So that thing is 9-second capable. We'll see if he hangs it out there. Lanfear's going to be close. 851 to 5, 160. That might be good enough. He may hold on to that one, but keep in mind, guess who's chasing him? Doug Cook with El Toro, less than 1/100 of a second behind. So that is not a lockup. I'm not going to say he's won the class with that. He may still want to wait and see what Doug Cook does.
Okay, so here is Stephen Willingham on the left lane. He's been limited to 10 flat. He told me he's pulling the wick out.
Yeah.
This car has been 880s and 870s before.
Let me
so
guess,
let's
no
see
cage.
if it does it.
No stuff.
He is driving this back to New York.
That is awesome. I love this thing with the Welt 17 inches and the V-Box on the back.
Oh, yeah.
No, it does not. It looks absolutely crazy. The Mustang getting out there looking for, he's in the J category. He's looking for an 850 time slip. 861, 155 now.
So he does need that 1022 to turn in.
Look, 991 is what he ran earlier. Yep. So he needed that time slip to turn in. So
now
that
he'll bring
is
it
a
back
rinse and
around.
repeat, bring it back.
That's bringing it back around.
Again, all B and C class cars. All B and C class cars.
Strategery.
You can bring it back to the tower side staging lanes and you can make another run. All B and C class cars, tower side, bring them back if you need to make another run. Strategery, is that what did you just use that word?
The maroon single cab is sweet. The Silverado on the left lane with the nitrous bottle on top of the toolbox, of course. But that single cab.
Oh, yeah, he is gone right-hand side. 963, 141. He went 1013 at 107, so he already has the turn-in pass. But he decided to let it all hang out and just ran out of Eric Cowell's life.
You got to take advantage of the pristine track conditions and air when you get the chance. You know that again, it's part of the strategery of this deal. Is you get your time slips you need, and then, like you said, you put the party time pulley on it. You know, you have that opportunity to do what you need to do and enjoy yourself. You know, you're here, you're safe, your trailer's close by. If you drive over a crank, you got time to fix it.
There is nothing. Well, hey, you got plenty of time to fix it. There is nothing wrong with pushing the up button once you have your safe pass in effect.
Absolutely. You got the El Camino in the left lane, Sally's Speed Shop livery on the thing.
Dude, this is a perfect day 2 kind of muscle car look. You know, it looks like something they could have done back in the day. Meanwhile, on the other side, this is Barry Burrish. This is the heads up racer, Glenn Burrish's dad. This is a bone stock 2020 Mustang GT with a couple of twins on it. They did nothing else to it. 1043, 136.
1308 out of the El Camino in the left lane, 107.
Yeah. Glenn, Glenn Burrish, how did Dad like driving all week? Did he have a good time? Yeah? He looks like he's good. You can watch him on Southern Chaos on YouTube. They've been uploading a new video every day. This is their first ever drag and drive. We had him in the tower yesterday at South Georgia Motorsports Park. this heads-up guy now tells me, yeah, I think I got to put something together.
I absolutely love everything about the vehicle in the far lane and the guy driving it.
Oh yeah, this is the blue torch. You probably went right after it.
So this morning I was snapping pictures, and homeboy has a Sawzall on the front of this thing, getting the cow guard off it, and he just looks at me, and I'm snapping a picture. He goes, "Got a bolt stuck," and just gets back at it with the Sawzall. I'm like, "Oh, this is fat. Like, this is so fabulous on so many levels." But I love this conversion that he's done on this thing. The company that makes these, they make a couple different versions that you can have a lot of fun with this and anger a lot of people.
So what you're saying is normal people would use the WD-40, but he went for the Sawzall. He went for permanent removal.
Yeah, he went straight for the metal melting blade, and he was getting after it, which I have a lot of respect for. I mean, that's the kind of vehicle that you can take it to Home Depot, and
don't worry about scratching the paint on this one.
Yeah.
Only Chad gets the lumber, man.
Well, the dude with that other vehicle here, if he breaks the frame on that whatever that is, the 1925 car,
yeah.
You just go to Home Depot and tell him I need 13 board feet of treated lumber and all the wood glue you have, and he's right back on the road.
That would take care of the frame and the wheel and a whole bunch of other things. 13-second pass for the conversion.
This has 10 boogies too.
Oh yeah, this is a 9-second capable truck. I think he's been limited most of the time. He's getting after it here. 153 to the 60 foot. Let's see what comes out of it. Still in it good. That's going to be a low 10-second pass based on what I'm seeing at the 8th mile. 10:30, 132 miles an hour, but still didn't look like it was going to do it.
No, piling all in on the back half, and like you said, the up arrow on the tune-up at that point, you're like, yeah, just past the 8th mile, let's put this thing in party mode and let it rock.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, when the trailer is within sight and you're at the end of a week and there's a party coming up and awards and stuff that's going to be given away and everything, it's kind of hard to say, yeah, let's go ahead and tune it up a little bit. Let's make it extra spicy.
And then personally, the up arrow will get you, but the right arrow, that'll get you there faster because that goes 5. What's this going to do? Let's just make it happen.
All right, here comes, how about these two cars right here? Here comes the car known as Roxanne. This is James Roulette, the guy from Boost of Burden. Yeah, he was on the fastest cars in the Dirty South in Season 2. He brought out 2 brand new cars. They were never out of his shop before. So he has a GTO that's got a patriotic wrap on it. The LS1 that's out of it is in this car right here.
What about a wood grain Dodge Demon?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, never seen that. James Roulette right now, number 3 in his class. He's been shoot dumping it to try and slow it down. Let's see if he does it again. 873, 134. This time he just went for the brake pedal.
And then 1125, 129 out of the Demon.
189, 60 foot is not.
No,
yeah.
It was clawing and biting and doing all kinds of stuff there on the starting line.
He was almost going to shake the wood off of it.
Here's that chilling with Chet. This is that Tesla Plaid, and this is the one with the extreme weight reduction. He's looking to put it in the 8s.
I don't know. Has there been a Tesla Plaid in the 8s yet? I know they've been close.
Yes. The name escapes me. Husband and wife team have GTRs. They put the first one in the 8s after the World Cup. I forget the name there, but yeah, I walked by this Tesla and noticed it looks like he robbed. Yeah, he robbed the local Home Depot of the 10,000 marbles, please kind of line. May I have the largest piece of Lexan you have, please? Just roll with it.
All right, so Chet off the starting line, 147 to the 60 foot. Let's see what the 8th mile pops back at. 594, 122. It's going to be a good pass. 914, 152. Yeah, see, like normally that would have to be like a 570 somewhere in order to be an 8-second pass, but it definitely picked up the back half. 30 miles an hour. That's pretty solid.
Yeah, and that's, again, I am one that I would like to do some fun stuff with electric cars just to do it, just to push the technology. And it was kind of creepy at the NMRA finals. The Cobra Jet rolled up on us at the top end, and it was like.
Have you ever been working on a car or at work and you need to get a hold of somebody to ask a question, but you just don't have time to wait on hold? We have a new service. It's a text service. It makes things really easy. If you have a question, you can just text us during normal business hours. Customer service reps will be on the other end of the line. Watch how easy this is.
I'm Dave Schroeder. We're running Sick Week this week, but here to talk to you about Sick the Magazine. Badass magazine about drag and drive cars. You gotta subscribe to it. You've never seen anything with so much content and so many badass real cars.
Meatloaf loves Sick the Mag. He flips through every single copy every time I get it. Just loves the pictures and articles. You will too. Get your copy today.
Hey guys, have you subscribed to Sick the Mag yet? Sick the Mag is the magazine for the drag and drive community. It's kind of more like a book. If you haven't subscribed, get over to sickthemag.com, subscribe.
Have you ever been working on a car or at work and you need to get a hold of somebody to ask a question, but you just don't have time to wait on hold? We have a new service. It's a text service. It makes things really easy. If you have a question, you can just text us during normal business hours. Customer service reps will be on the other end of the line. Watch how easy this is.
No chance to win with that 1130 he turned in yesterday, but if he's got the transmission turned back around, now is the time. You can pull all the wick out, and you know what? He works at the place that builds the engine, so, you know, if the worst happens, he can go ahead and take it back to the shop and reset the thing.
Yeah, we got close to 8,000 people right now watching on the live stream. I mean, granted, it's a Friday night, you know, you don't really need an excuse, so to speak, because some people actually do have lives and going out there, but I don't care. Look at all the spectators out there ready to watch one more hour of wheel standing, 6-second, 200-mile-an-hour action. We're going to bring it to you here in just a few minutes. Brian's up here from Dragzine. We got Luke here from Sick the Mag, and Adam is here with me. My name's Derek Putnam. I know Chad's out there somewhere. Probably find a margarita machine somewhere.
There are several things you don't want to leave unsupervised in life. Toddlers, puppies, and Chad Reynolds. That's just, if you leave those things unsupervised, there's going to be carnage, mayhem, and fun, but you just don't have to clean it up.
So once again, if you're on the live stream, go ahead and check in. Let me know where you're watching from. Ladies and gentlemen, if all of you, please do me a favor. I mean, we're well over 500,000 views this week. Absolutely insane. But if you could, please jump on over to Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. That's B-A-I-L-E-Y. Make sure you subscribe, smash the like button, let us know where you're watching from. We really do appreciate everybody's support. We've had a whole lot of comments. Adam, I'll tell you what, there has really been a lot of feedback on this first ever Sick Week. We already got it confirmed. Luke said we're going to do it again next year. He's going to release details maybe as soon as next week, because who knows, Tom's mind might be churning on Monday morning at 8 o'clock.
No, heck yes. And again, big thanks to Motion Raceworks for bringing you that live feed that's free. You guys are sitting at home paying $0, sitting in your chair, hanging out watching drag racing all over the world. And Derek Putnam is going to tell us where those guys are coming from. But again, thanks to Motion Raceworks. Go check them out on all of their streams and feeds and all that stuff. And again, Gear Vendors. man, Gear Vendors brought you this entire week. We appreciate Rick and the crew down there. And again, just support those that support what you like.
There it goes. That thing's starting to rock away just like a news feed. It was just rolling right on.
Netherlands, I just saw.
Yeah, I've got Syracuse, New York. Somebody, a really creative one, said they're watching from their living room.
Gulf of Mexico.
Tennessee, South Carolina, Niagara Falls, Ontario.
Yeah.
Somebody from Australia again checking in.
We love those Australians.
Antarctica checking in.
They're all just waking up right now, so I mean.
Norway, we got
and
checking
tomorrow.
in.
Hey, Australians, just let us know if tomorrow's good. See, since you know you're ahead. You're time traveling. You're ahead of us. But no, thank you guys so much, and thanks to all of the sponsors that help us bring this to you, because without them, we could not make this happen. I promise you that 100%. So support those that support what you like.
Yes, and several people are now commenting on the live stream. Thanks, Motion. Thanks to Gear Vendors. Yeah, absolutely. All these great companies coming out here, getting behind this effort. Again, like Tom said earlier today, 4 months from invention to completion. Here's where we're at. I'll tell you what, you get the right people, the right companies, and man, it is a home run.
Yep, 100%. Thanks again to all of the tracks, all of our host tracks, and I feel really bad that we couldn't race at Orlando Speed World, but I have a feeling that we're going to be back there next year.
Dude, can you look down there in the vendor midway? Check it out. 6 Seconds 2.0, the Camaro just sitting down there next to the SICK booth. I guarantee you there's... Dude, that line is way too short. I could go down there. I had to stand in line for an hour to get my merchandise. There's like 4 people standing down there right now.
Yep, absolutely. And you know what? I bet they're running low on that merch, so get
Lonnie's
down there.
telling me to look at my phone. He says, A-Class cars load up, please. A-Class slicks load up, please. Oh, man, we're going to go to the fast cars. It's going to get good here. Everybody that couldn't make it down when it was warm out, now it's cool. Now the track temperatures come down a little bit. And, man, they're putting down the rubber and the traction compound. Ooh, it's going to get good.
Absolutely, absolutely. Wow, we're kind of thanking all the sponsors. Thanks to Dodge and the Radford Racing School. I drove in that 1320 Challenger all week with Luke. And, dude, thank you guys so much. Thanks for everything you're doing for this deal. We really appreciate that. Of course, Holly is down there. They've got all those Terminator X units that are down there that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, Rick Anderson, one of the main tech guys at Holly's been with us all week. You know, I went over and said hi to him. He was talking to some people. I mean, again, they're bringing out the biggest and best people out here. They're not bringing out some sales guy. They're bringing out people that really allow you to interact directly.
Yeah.
And it really answer your questions, make you feel more comfortable. I mean, Brian talked about this earlier. I mean, it's like if you can do something to make somebody be a little bit more at ease of getting into our sport, hey, that's one more enthusiast that keeps the hobby even stronger and goes into the next century.
Plus, what about free nitrous fills for competitors out there?
Dude, they're nuts, man. You realize how much nitrous they've probably given away? There's probably dental offices that are missing theirs.
No, it's incredible. And, of course, Iski Cams giving us a hand down there. We appreciate Iski, and they've been around for a really, really long time and really building horsepower and, you know, started from the beginning and really doing a lot of fancy stuff out there with those Iski cams.
Yeah, Summit Racing Equipment's been on board with us all week. They got 4 different retail locations, one of them in McDonough, Georgia. Probably, I'd say, about a 7-hour ride from here. They got a big old retail store. I've been by it like 5 or 6 times, and thankfully I've never stopped in there because I would need to water cool my credit card if I did.
Heck yeah, how about TBM brakes, man? Of course, Motion Raceworks bought TBM brakes, and if you want the best brakes for your ride, go check out what they got on there. Also, reach out to those guys. If you got a car that they don't have an application for, check it out and see if they can maybe make something for your car, because I'll tell you what, those rotor hats and stuff like that aren't really all that like specific. You get a different like bearing set in the deal and it'll fit on your stuff. So reach out to them, see what they have right now, and see if you can maybe get them to make something for what you got.
Yeah, the good part is they recently relocated down here to Florida. They got a brand new warehouse. Doug gave them all the tools that they needed. From relocation to being up and shipping was less than 2 weeks. I'll tell you what, man, Doug Cook, when he sets his mind to something, man, they really deliver. Talk about delivering. Mickey Thompson was here all week. Jason Moulton and his crew delivering all the rubber that everybody needed. They had small tires, 275 Pros. They had big slicks. You and I talked about the fact they had 28 by 10.5 stiff sidewall slicks. They had non-drag radial 275 60s. They covered all the bases. And I'll tell you what, there have been a whole lot of people running fast with their tires, so hopefully Jason and his group were really happy.
Well, and again, if that stuff you run, last time I was down there, they still had those 2 sets of 28 1050 stiffs, and they had those 275 Pros down there. So if that's a tire that you run normally,
yeah, they're still down there. Probably not a bad idea considering supplies are limited in some places. So, yeah, instead of waiting a couple of months, go visit them right now. I guarantee you that if they could sell them to you instead of hauling them back up, probably do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, your trailer's just right at the end of the deal here, and so you can probably haul those home. And I did check with some people back in Colorado. If I buy those 28 1050s, they'll bring them back for me.
So what you're saying? Oh, I was going to say, so you're going to roll those up into check-on baggage?
Well, no, but like I said, they're going back to Colorado. I just have it in a couple days, no problem.
VB Racing Fuels was with us all week as well, carrying fuel for all the racers. Over 80 different blends of race gas. Everything from unleaded 109 octane, 3 different kinds of the E85 blend, so to speak, all kinds of race fuels. They've actually provided the traction compound for every stop on our race. You know, every track was prepped with VP track prep, so obviously we shoot them a big thank you. They've been part of this all week. And that's the guys you automatically think of. I mean, they got guys like Jason, you know, Pooch, the guy who does all this stuff for drag radial stuff at Doug's race. I mean, so they're heavily involved in it. They jumped on board, and they were part of it from the beginning.
Yep, and I saw a bunch of pails of like that C16 all out there for all these guys running that wicked race fuel, and then a few blends of those ethanol blend type of deals. And we appreciate them so much for coming on board, providing fuel for everybody out here running Sick Week.
Yeah, we talk about Vice Grip Garage, like we talked about them running the C-Class here just a little while ago. Obviously, Derek and his gang, pure enthusiasts. Go check out their YouTube channel. They've been out here running all week with us. Here's the other thing. They sponsored and brought out the portable car hoist, and that thing has been getting used like a village bicycle. I mean, obviously, the roadkill guys were on it like 2 or 3 times. But, yeah, the portable car hoist been going from track to track, and that's all thanks to Vice Grip Garage. So do us a favor, just like Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. Go on over to Vice Grip Garage's YouTube channel. Smash that subscribe button. Let them know you appreciate them getting me out. I mean, they're not gaining anything out of bringing a portable car hoist. They're doing it for fellow enthusiasts to get people from track to track. I mean, don't you think it would be a lot easier working on a car hoist than it would be working on jack stands and your arm's not able to twist around the way you want them to?
No, 100%. And I'll tell you what, I don't watch very much of the YouTube stuff. I'd be a first person to admit that, but I do watch Vice Grip Garage, and it is good. It's fun stuff, and he is super duper funny.
Also, unique awards, Race Quip helmets. All the people that win their classes are going to get Race Quip helmets, and we're talking about fully legal SA 2020, and they are painted in the specific orange that Tom Bailey uses on the SICK 2.0. You can see it over there parked in the manufacturer's area. They're all decaled out to look just like the SICK stuff that he has on the front nose of that car. I mean, I don't know, man. I think I would almost want to. Would
you wear it?
Yeah, see, that's the whole thing. I'm like debating with myself. It's like, would I want to wear it? Heck yeah, man. Helmets are designed to be used. So it's like, I'd want to wear it. I want people to know that I won my class. But at the same time, I'd also be sitting there going, there's never going to be another one like this. So maybe I don't want to wear it. You know, I'm confused. I don't know what to do.
I'm kind of on the same boat. And I said for sure I'm going to wear it. Yeah, I want people to know that I won my class. But then I started thinking about it. You know, what a cool trophy to put on your big trophy like container thing or whatever you got. You know, your Wallies and stuff hanging on. Stick that Race Quip helmet up there, and that's a conversation piece. That's a trophy that not everyone has.
Oh yeah, I would definitely put that like right up there with an NHRA Wally. I mean, these are the kind of things that not very many people have. I mean, don't get me wrong. Always enjoy going to a car show and walking away with an award, but let's be honest. I mean, the same plastic trophy gets old. You get something like that, like you said, conversation starter exactly.
Yep, 100%.
And also, thanks to Rhino Classifieds, they jumped on board this year. Obviously, with the Rhino Racer Support Tour, they were at every single stop. I think Luke even got a couple kickbacks from them as they're working with Dream Car Garage, I believe. Did you get a couple entry in those? What's that? Dream Car Giveaway, that's right, yeah. Did you get a couple entries into that? You did? Okay, so you should have renegotiated that. No, I never saw anything, sir.
No, I had no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah. So once again, a big shout out to all of those companies. Again, we mentioned Gear Vendors. Rick and his group are here. Obviously, Motion Raceworks. Doug and Andy Cook, their whole group is here. They're running 3 different cars this week. Yeah, I mean, all these companies just jumping on board and getting behind it. I mean, we can't say enough good things about it. It's been great.
And really, again, it's the putting your money where your mouth is. Here you are. You're at the racetrack. You're helping people out. You're giving everybody, tech stuff. You're helping everybody with all their problems if they're having problems. Well, most aren't having problems, but if you do have problems, they're standing right here. They're ready to stand behind their product. And like I said, put their money where their mouth is. And this is, of course, racers helping racers, racers for racers, and that's what we're all about here at Sick Week 2020.
And a whole lot of media coverage. Yeah, 2022. You got to throw that in there.
Keep messing that
up. And again,
a
whole lot of media coverage here. Obviously, again, Wes Buck and his gang from Drag Illustrated has been on site all week. Brian from Dragzine has been here all week. Brian up here in us with the tower. I know he wants to get down there and shoot pictures. Brian, thanks so much for coming up to the tower and
thanks
talking
so
with
much
us.
for rapping
Your
with us,
insight
man.
has been really great, man. I always love listening to your podcast, and really do appreciate you taking time out of your schedule to be part of Sick Week. You said again, first time you've ever done one all the way through, and we really hope you can come back and join us next year.
God willing and the creek don't rise, maybe I'll drag my junk down here and they can create a media class to have us have a lot of fun and go out there and try to tear our stuff up and document the shenanigans.
See, Lucas over here nodding like, okay, wait a second, maybe we could throw staff in there too. And
there's a lot of room for...
Yeah, he said he's going to talk to Dodge and see about that.
A lot of room activities. But yeah, I want to get down there and shoot this because my final thought is we're at the point where like we were talking about earlier, last possible run of the night, there's one group of people that's probably sitting at home watching the feed with bated breath. That's the engine and transmission guys, because they know potentially Monday morning they're going to be getting phone calls from guys panicked because they sent rods into low orbit or turned clutches into glue. So I kind of want to go get my ringside seat for this. Thanks for everybody that's come out to this, watching on the live feed. Make this a destination next year, folks. Absolutely. Take your vacation on it. Don't go see the big red rat in the castle with Cinderella. Come do some drag racing stuff.
Hey, if you need to keep your wife happy, you can send her up there, and then you'll go down here through the rest. Yeah, exactly. So, Brian from Dragzine, thanks so much. Make sure you go check out his podcast. He's going to go down there and grab some great images.
Well, and like he was saying, he's been all over the place. He's seen all sorts of stuff, and he's jazzed for Sick Week 2022. He's super
Dude,
jazzed.
who
for
isn't?
Sick
I mean,
Week
this has been a great
2023.
time.
And these are, again, these are people that have seen all of this type of stuff, and this is different. It really, really is different from other stuff you've seen, and you need to make it a point to sign up for this Sick Week 2023 when it comes out. And you can always find all that stuff on sickthemag.com. You can also see it on the Facebook page, Sick the Mag. And, of course, if you're watching on that live stream, again, click that subscribe button. That's on the Tom Bailey YouTube channel, Bailey. And then, of course, if you're on there right now, share the link because it's about to get wild.
Yeah, absolutely. Want to make sure that when you subscribe, make sure you hit the bell. We go for all notifications. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, the final hour of racing. It's hard for me to even believe I'm saying this. The final hour of racing after 5 days of drag and drive, 4 different racetracks, 800 miles. All the fastest cars are about to come to the water box. Adam, this is, hour of power, baby. I am literally on edge. This is going to be great.
This is going to be such a good session here. And like I said, everyone's got the wick pulled out. The sun's gone down. The track is great. This is going to be a fantastic session. And I just can't wait to see what all these guys kind of pull out of the woodwork.
Yeah, you see some of the crew chiefs and some of the drivers up there that are already looking at the surface. They want to know, hey, how good is this? I loosened my front suspension up because everything was kind of, it was hot out. Now, they don't want to have all that travel in it because otherwise you're looking at moonshots, man. I mean, and as much as wheelies look cool, as much as I love doing wheelies is wasted energy and wasted time. You want that thing to go A to B, not up and then A to B.
Absolutely, and you know what? I had the chance, while you and Chad were up here kind of yakking and doing your thing, to go talk to a bunch of these guys, and Joe Barry has the wick pulled out. Of course,
so he's going for sixes.
Royce
all right.
Payton has the wick pulled out. And you know what?
That's right. He went to the party pulley.
He went right to the party pulley, and that's going to be his first pass.
Yeah. We need to clarify that. This is a guy who has won Rocky Mountain Race Week before. The blown 1965 Mustang, the black and white car. You want to talk about stuffing 15 pounds of you-know-what into a 5-pound bag? Nobody ever designed a Mustang to have these big of tires, this big a motor, and the dude just turning it up, and he hasn't even made a checkout run yet.
Hey, it's running right now. Here it is.
Yeah, dude, how can you not hear the rump?
No, it's so good.
Rump from the supercharger.
And I talked to Jordan, who is his crew chief and has been riding with him. I said, how much boost do you think? He said, our map sensor doesn't even go that high.
Well, here he comes, Royce Payton. Look at him. They're telling him to get out of the way. They don't want this thing coming anywhere near him. He'll blow the hats off everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. All right, if you are not somewhere in the grandstands or on the fence line, you need to get there. And I mean right now.
Aiden Bailey in the left lane.
Yeah, here comes an interesting confrontation. I mean, these two cars, otherwise not really classified together. I mean, they are in the B category, which is unlimited iron, which basically means you need to have a steel roof and quarter panels. But other than that, you can lighten them up. You can run any motor and trans you want in them, but they do have to weigh a minimum weight. That is it.
Yep, and I'll tell you what, Aiden looking for that 7. We were talking to Tom Bailey. The first quarter-mile passes he's ever made is in this car. He earned his license in this car on Rocky Mountain Race Week, and so he's got his teeth fully clenched on drag and drive. And he's going to try to get this thing in the 7s here today.
He's already made 2 career best passes here, 824 and 820. So he's still happy. He's still got some good runs. Dude, check it out. Luke from Sick the Magazine is already down there on the starting line, right next to Royce's car. So you got a supercharged, I mean, all the tire you could possibly stuff in it, twin parachutes, 1965 Mustang. On the right side, left side, the 1957 S-Box of Doom, turbocharged LS. Over on left side, here we go! Royce, 119, 60, no, it falls silent. Aiden all the way down the left side, 820, he matches his career best number, but oh no, he's in the wall. Oh, that is not good. He is in the wall. Everybody way back. Everybody, please stay where you are. Everybody, please stay where you are. Let the safety crew do their job. Please do not cross the starting line. Do not cross the starting line. We need you to stay back so the professionals can do their work. Please, everybody, please stay back. So Aiden finished that run and ran about what he normally would. And I got to wonder, did he pull the parachute and it just got loose? I couldn't see with the darkness.
I'm not sure. I can't see on that end either. And we wait to hear if Aiden's good on the end of the track there. But beautiful, beautiful pass. But, yeah, like you said, just sort of right at the end there, unfortunately got the thing into the wall. And we'll wait to hear what happens here on the top end. And again, everyone get out of the racing surface. We do need to get as much equipment over there as we possibly can. And, you know, they're going to do a lot more good than you are, unfortunately.
Yeah, we know you want to get to the driver, especially if you're with the crew and everything, but please let the EMTs do their work. We have the professionals out here at Bradenton. All right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Driver is conscious and okay. Put your hands together. Driver is conscious and okay. Safety equipment does its job once again. You know, hate to see that happen. Obviously, you know, that car probably a handful to drive already as it is, considering the aerodynamics. But, you know, yes, driver is out and okay. That is all we needed to hear.
Yep, 100%.
Aiden Bailey out and okay.
And really, as much as we like to go fast and all this stuff, every one of these cars, their first job is to keep their driver safe. And the car did its job in this case for sure. Thank you so much. We appreciate that the Bradenton Motorsports Park crew got out there really quickly and got to that 57, the S-Box of Doom, and to Aiden Bailey. We're re-watching the...
We're bringing it back up on the live stream because where we're standing at the tower, it's kind of hard to see with the lighting once you get past the finish line. So Adam and I really did want to kind of see what happened because, I mean, that thing looked like a nice straight and true pass, but, I mean, you know, there could have been a couple of different things that could have happened. It could have lifted a cylinder head and gotten fluid underneath the tires. Yep. He could have had the parachute catch on one side. So we're going to watch right here and see if we can see what happens as we change camera angles.
You know, and it was 160-plus miles an hour.
Okay, so here we go. Oh, it just completely turned and got on its roof.
It turned over and did get on its roof and into the other lane, so that's a tough one for sure.
Yeah, unfortunately, going on his lid at 163 miles an hour. So it looks like maybe what happened was, I mean, from the camera angle that I have at about the 1,000-foot mark, it looks like what happened is he might have gotten out of the groove over to the left, and he just got loose, and the rear end came out from underneath him. And Aiden didn't do anything wrong. He didn't, like, try to snatch the car back over. It just got out from underneath him. So, again, ladies and gentlemen, we are concerned with the safety of the driver. Thankfully, Aiden is out and okay. We just have to worry about getting the car off top end of the racetrack.
Absolutely, and yeah, unfortunately, that car did roll, and it rolled, but it looked like relatively hard. And again, its job is to keep its occupant alive and safe, and it looks like it did its job in this case.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I believe when they built that car, it was built to 6.0 standards back when it had the top alcohol motor in it. So it is built as much as you could build a cage. And Aiden, obviously, like I said, the safety equipment doing his job. He is out of the car and okay. That is the important thing.
Absolutely, and that's just a scary deal, and especially for Tom at his event. You know, prayers go out to him and to Aiden. And you know, we can rebuild race cars, man. We can't do much more than that. And you know, again, thanks so much to the Bradenton crew getting out there really quickly. They got there really fast, and you know, that's a scary deal to watch, especially if that's your kids. So Tom, man, I know that's a tough thing for you to watch, but you know you put him in a safe car, and that's all that matters.
Yep. And the thing is again, nothing that you could really point a finger at or whatever. I mean, the internet guys will pretty much judge it, but like I said, the only thing that we could see from our camera angle, and we're not, you know, here to make judgment, is that the rear of the car just came around and didn't look like anything that was Aiden's fault. It just, the rear of the car came around at the top end, and this was after we had just prepped the racetrack, so he may have been out of the groove a little bit, could have possibly put some water down. I mean, it's hard to see with the wall angle that we had, but either way, doesn't matter. When the driver comes out of the car okay, that's the main thing we're after.
100%. And you know what? It's almost a really good thing that Royce Payton's car didn't make a full pass, because he wasn't sitting in the next lane right next to him.
Yeah, considering that when it went over, and it came over, and basically the first thing it did is it went on its left side, which would have exposed the floor. Now, granted, with that level of cage, you have a whole lot of roll tubing underneath that car in the floor pan, and that's what it's designed to do, because what happened to Steve Griebeck way back in the day, where somebody hit him in the floor and there's no protection there. That's why the updated SFI specs purposely say that you have to have roll cage tubing under the floor to keep that thing nice and solid, so in case you do have an impact underneath it, that you are going to remain safe.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, that is it's so nice that those guys at SFI are really staying on the top edge of all this safety stuff, and you know, that stuff does matter. So again, thanks so much to SFI, thanks to everyone, and again, just really happy to hear that Aiden's out, and like I said, we can build another S-Box at some point.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So we're going to go on pause here for a minute, as we've got a couple of really fast 55, 56, 57 Chevys coming up next. Sean Fink, the 695 guy, and Joe Barry, who's been in the bottom sevens. They're sitting in the water box waiting. I guarantee you, as soon as we get the all clear, we'll go right back to action. All we got to do, clean up the mess and get the car off the top end. As soon as we do that, we'll go back to action. We'll be back on the mics here with you in just a minute. All right, so once again, we're getting word from the top end. I'm just getting a text message from the Turks. It says, Aiden is totally fine, a little shook up, car's on its roof, otherwise everything okay. So once again, the good news, everything is okay. Thankfully, he didn't scuff any paint on it. We're trying to make light of the situation because, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, the good news is the driver's okay. And based on how it looked like it went over, there's a very good chance he might actually be able to rebuild that car.
Yeah, it definitely, and you know, it definitely kind of skidded on the roof, and it did hit the other wall. But you know, I'm sure we'll get a look at that thing before we leave this deal. But yeah, man, like you said, we don't really need to go down the rabbit hole of what if and this and that and whatnot. Really, at the end of the day, Aiden's good. and that's all that really matters.
So just as a little word as we work our way through our schedule, because we were scheduled to stop at 8 o'clock. Obviously, we got a bunch of cars in the lanes. Thanks to Chad Reynolds. I appreciate you checking in by message, letting us know that he's out of the car and okay. Thank you very much. Keep in mind, the front gates to the Freedom Factory are now open. They started at 7:30. Obviously, we're going to have our awards ceremony over there, but it may be delayed a little bit considering that we obviously, we're not running right now.
Yeah,
so
and there's going to be
behind, but
and there's going to be a little cleanup and stuff, obviously. But
right.
if there's one kind of silver lining in this, is that all of the wreck happened after the finish line, so the cleanup will be in the shutdown area, which will be, a lot easier than the race surface. But again, there is going to be some cleanup, so we'll be down for a few minutes.
Yeah, for those of you that are still on the live feed, as I told you before, we still got a bunch of cars in the staging lanes, and we have a bunch of cars over on the hot car side of the lanes too. 6 and 7 second capable cars, obviously looking for the good air session of the day. As the DA continues to drop, that's good because they'll make more power and make better runs. And obviously, like I said before, the racetrack not at fault here. I mean, it is good. I mean, it is sticky, and we're going to put some good numbers down. We already have today. No reason we're not going to see more.
No, absolutely, for sure. And, the Bradenton team out here did give us a beautiful sticky track. And, we'll definitely be sending you some really, really fast stuff here coming later. I do see the C4 Corvette of the Swedes is back there in the staging lanes.
Yes, Stefan Gustafsson, the guy who basically has already laid down a run. And
I believe he's got the thing locked up at this point. I'm pretty sure.
Nick Taylor did not run in the 6s. I mean, he's really going to have to dig hard in order to try to get anywhere close to him. So I would probably say unofficially that Stefan Gustafsson in the Corvette, him and his crew can probably celebrate at this point because their average is almost 3.5 tenths apart. But again, I mean, they've already laid down a lap. I want to say that Nick Taylor ran 7:15, which again, not a bad pass for him. Again, you're talking about a car with less than a dozen laps on it total since it's been built. So, I mean, they have nothing to hang their heads about. But right now, their average is 7:07. And I'll bet they want another 6-second pass. They don't want to go away with the 7:15.
No, absolutely not. And that, really, that was kind of the deal with them is they were on the quest for 6s. Now they're on the quest for 200. So we're going to try to get 200 miles an hour out of that car. But like you said, I'm pretty sure that unfortunately Gustafsson is going to be out of reach for them.
Yeah, and more than likely, your 1, 2, and 3 in Unlimited is going to be Stefan Gustafsson, Nick Taylor, and then Joe Barry. Joe Barry, who opened with a strong 7:19 on the first day, had some problems. He went 8:85 at the second stop, just couldn't get it together. And then the last two, he's gone. And then at Georgia, he went 7:16 at 2:01, shedding some trim in the process. And we joked about that.
Right.
It only runs 7s when he sheds the trim. So, he's sitting number 3. He's got a top 3 spot locked up. But right now, I'm sure he wants something better.
Yeah, absolutely. I talked to him in the pits a little bit earlier, too, and that car's actually Ultimate Iron legal. He doesn't run methanol in that car. That car runs on race gas still. So he just wanted to run in the Unlimited class because he really wanted to see if he could get himself on the podium in that class, and it looks like he's going to get that thing locked up for sure.
Now, the other side of it, you got like Sean Fink, for example. He's running in Unlimited Iron, and this is the new 1955 Chevy 210 Bel Air that he put together. Some of you might remember Sean Fink from back in the day. He used to have a 2-door Chevy Nova station wagon.
Yep.
And he finally got that thing into the 7s, but I'm sure he probably looked at it and went, okay, this is probably not optimal to go after really fast passes. So he put this 55 together. First day, 7:21. Second day, 6:95 in Gainesville. Third day at South Georgia, 7:03. Right now, his current average, 7:07 at 197 miles an hour. He's been 2:04 with this thing, so I'm betting he's going to want to come back and probably lay down a nice lap as well.
So here's what's amazing to me are the second and third place cars in that class. Clint Sadowski in a small tire, and Kevin Smith with a small tire.
Yep. And then number 3, Kevin Smith out of KSR, the first time ever for Soccer Mom, and it went 7:82 earlier today. That is his best pass of the week, and something tells me that he may not be back because honestly, they have nothing else to prove. I mean, unless they wanted to knock down a 770 something.
Right.
But obviously the air here is not the best as it's been all week. They already went 782, so something tells me that him and Will Stevenson, probably already celebrating and packing the trailer up.
Yeah, but I mean, really, like I said, second and third place in that class.
Couple of small tire cars.
Small tire cars. That's like being a flyweight and a heavyweight bout, and they're holding their own definitely in that class. That's super awesome.
Well, again, Royce Payton didn't really have the week we expected him to. I mean, that car's been proven low sevens before. So far, the best pass that he's made this week, 803 at 176. I mean, that's not indicative of what that car really does. So, I mean, yeah, he'll finish top 5, but unfortunately, both him and Steve Morris, both guys that you expected to be near the top and be able to compete for it, and both of them had their, well, hang on a second, let me back up a minute. Royce Payton just had, his performance was off the entire time, and that's no disrespect. It's it's not running what it should be.
Exactly.
Now, Steve Morris, on the other hand, lived in the 680s the first 2 days, and then unfortunately day number 3 that bit him. 1177 at 74 miles an hour. The turbo 400 in it came apart. He could not make a second pass. Got it back together, brought it out here, and still has not made a representative pass. So again, will Steve Morris lock up a top 5 spot? Honestly, I don't know. Aiden Bailey's probably got a good enough average to beat him if Steve Morris doesn't lay something down in this session.
Right, exactly. And of course, he did make the pass, and he made a pass earlier. Aiden did. So those passes count. And he fortunately he crashed, but he crashed past the lights. So that pass counts.
Yeah. Now on the other hand, the modified class. Now this is where things start to get sticky. The top 2 guys are Rick Prospero and Mikkel Borgren. Now, Mikkel Borgren with the 87 Volvo wagon, the car that literally knocked our socks off. Only one of 2 cars to run in the 6s on the test day on Sunday.
Sorry, I'm looking over your shoulder.
Nah,
here
that's
on the
okay,
other
man.
side. I know you're looking for me.
I'm rotating back and forth. Adam is playing peekaboo with me here. So you want to talk about back and forth. Rick Prospero and Mikkel Borgren, first day, they're separated by 100th of a second, 685 to 686. Then they move to Gainesville. Prospero was number 2. Then he hops back into number 1 by going 690 versus Mikkel Borgren. Best pass he made, 701. Both of them going 203 miles an hour. Then let's move to Georgia. And now it flips again.
Yep.
And it's 692 at 200 for Rick Prospero. It's 685 at 207 for the Volvo wagon. So you do the average work, 690 with a 1 for Prospero, 690 with a 7 for the Volvo wagon. That's how close they are.
Yep.
So again, every lap counts. I'm sure that one of them is going to be in this session. I'm not sure if Prospero just decided to lock it up after one and done, or if he's going to get back after it again.
Yeah,
okay, here's the official word from Lonnie Grimm. Racers, please pay attention. Here's the official word from Lonnie Grimm. We are going to extend this session until 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock hard close. We will run once we have until 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock hard close. So, of course, because we are losing some time here, we're going to extend the session. So, 9 o'clock is when we're going to shut it down. So, I do believe the Freedom Factory is already open and lit up. If I look down there, it actually looks like all the lights are on. So, I'm pretty sure that they've already allowed people to go in there. And you know what? From what I've been told, they will have food and beverage available for purchase.
Absolutely. And I'm hungry, so that'll be a good thing.
Are you hinting at something?
Well, no.
I mean, we did have pizza in here earlier, and you denied it.
Man, where was I with the pizza?
You were here. You said no thank you.
I can't remember.
You don't remember that? It might have been Chad Reynolds.
That's probably Chad. Either way.
Yeah.
But no, that's gonna be cool.
Yeah, Florida Street Scene Tiffany was nice enough to bring up an entire large pizza.
How cool is that? How cool
I
is
mean,
that?
hey, well, she's a car chick to start with, so I mean, you're already checked in the box right there. And then she brings food up.
I mean,
yeah, I'm
up.
like, yeah, I'm ready.
Heck yeah. And thanks again to Cletus, man. Open up Freedom Factory and let us check that out twice.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that's a super cool deal. And if you didn't get a chance to check that out on our first day, definitely swing over there now and get a look at that thing. And that's a cool deal for him, and I'm real happy for him. And we sort of built him out of these drag and drive events a little bit and kind of got his start moving in that deal. And he took it off and ran with it, and now he owns a racetrack. How cool is that?
Again, we've talked with so many different people here, and it almost makes me feel like I'm like talking down to a kid or something, because I mean, I'm only 45, so don't get me wrong, I've been around this for a while, but hang on, Lonnie, I already looked at my phone and I made the announcement, buddy. I'm one step ahead of you. I already sent you a response. Lonnie Grimm, look at your phone, please.
He just doesn't ever pay attention to us. He just assumes we're not paying attention to him.
Yes, Lonnie Grimm, look at your phone. I've already announced it.
But Lonnie, we love you. We appreciate you down there.
Of course I love Lonnie. I don't want Lonnie to be mad.
how
See,
about
look,
it?
now he's giving me thumbs up. Like, after he radioed up to Law for me to look at my phone, he just realized, oh, wait, I fudged.
Hey, how about a round of applause for Lonnie?
Yeah, everybody put your hands together for Lonnie Grimm, part of the tech department. He's been doing the hard job down here, standing at the front of the staging lanes in the sun. I mean, Lonnie Grimm does it. Yep, that's him right there.
There he is. And hey,
Lonnie Grimm, I'll tell you what, he is, I swear, if I could hire him for my event, I would. But I know he's busy in Las Vegas that weekend. But I've known him for 15 years, and talk about a great guy to have on your staff because he's a racer. He builds and works on race cars, and he really does immerse himself in this, but doesn't really have a mean bone in his body. I mean, he could have somebody yelling at him, and he still treats him with utter and complete respect.
Yep, fair and firm, and he looks real good in white, too.
Are you hitting on Lonnie Grimm?
Well, yeah. That's, who wouldn't? Look at him.
I guess. I mean, he does look good to me. But,
and he's look at him down there right now. He's taking this stuff seriously, right to the end. He's double-checking the track, and he's making sure that this thing is safe. And, yeah, he says, this looks good. He almost lost his shoe. So, yeah, we're looking good down there. What would be funny, the most funny, is if he lost his shoe and then fell.
No, I really don't want to see that.
Okay.
I would not wish that on anybody. Because I don't know if he's still here on the property, but Kevin Diassi, still out there somewhere? I don't know if I see him down there anywhere. He might still be here. Saw him earlier today. He is a great photographer. I've worked with him for NMCA and NMRA for several years. He's local here in Florida. We had a funny story once where there was downtime where the track was getting cleaned up and drug, and he and I were standing, I want to say probably about, I don't know, maybe a couple hundred feet down the racetrack. I was shooting video, he was shooting photos, and there was a Gatorade cap in the lane, and I pointed it out, and he goes, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to let Petey know. Petey's a guy who works out here at Bradenton Bradenton. Sorry, I got to say it correctly. Yep. Sorry, Law's going to smack me over the head with a Budweiser. He goes, I'm going to tell Petey. And I go, dude, just signal to him. And he goes, no, I'm going to walk out there. So he walks out there on the live feed and gets both shoes stuck, then gets both socks stuck, then tries to unstick the shoes and fails at that. And the sad part is the screen grabs started happening right away. People started posting it on Facebook right away. And Kevin was like, oh. And I go, dude, I warned you. I said, I would have just pointed it to him.
I was talking to Michelle Berry, and she was saying that's her biggest fear because she's out there helping Joe and doing all that stuff. And that starting line is sticky. It's like flypaper out there. If you've never been on the starting line of a radial prep track that's like the Bradenton crew out here provides us, that stuff is sticky, icky. And she said, you know what, all this stuff, I get it. I got it down. It's all good. What I don't want to do is walk out of my shoes, walk out of my socks, and God forbid fall on the ground.
Yeah, there was, who was it? Law, was it JT? Who got stuck to the racetrack during a big money bracket race here in December, and he fell like right behind the car, and he's the starter. He's the guy throwing the switch. So like these guys are trying to like stage up, not realizing there's nobody in the middle of the racetrack to throw the switch.
That's good times out there.
So ladies and gentlemen, once again, we're sitting here talking about results along with some other stuff. Obviously, everybody on the live feed kind of waiting for us to get the all clear sign to go back. All the stuff that I'm telling you about obviously is unofficial. We're just kind of going through the sheet, letting everybody know who the players are. For example, we've already gone through unlimited and unlimited iron. Now, here's the other thing you got to keep in mind, though. Like, for example, when I talk about, like, Nick Taylor and Joe Barry being, like, number 1, 2, and 3, it doesn't mean they're the fastest cars.
They're just the fastest in their class.
Right, exactly. So, for example, you look at the averages, and you look at Nick Taylor. Nick Taylor's average is 707 with an 8. Well, he's number 2 in unlimited. Sean Fink's average is 707 with a 0. He's the top guy in unlimited iron. So technically, if you're going to talk about the quickest 3 cars, Sean Fink would jump into number 2 above Nicky Bobby.
By just that much. And, of course, I think we have seen both of those cars run, and we don't have those results stacked into our deal just yet. But
right, this is through yesterday.
Through yesterday, coming into today, that's what was happening. And, we have seen those cars make runs, and unfortunately I don't have those runs sitting right in front of me. But this is tight racing, and we're talking average of 4 days, street cars with 800 street miles jammed in the middle of all that mess.
So anyway, we're sitting here talking. Oh, I just got the information from Dragzine Man himself, Brian Wagner. He says Nick Taylor is done, lifted a cylinder head, and doesn't want to risk another run. So that's a little, I mean, I'm a little upset about that because, obviously he went 697 at 197 yesterday. His pass today should lock up number 2 in Unlimited, but now that number 2 spot is risked at. It's all in Sean Fink's hands on whether he wants to do anything or not. So Nikki, Bobby, and Adam Hodson, guys, congratulations. I mean, you truly do deserve an attaboy. I mean, take a car, let's throw a brand new combination in it, 0 miles. It has no track time on it at all. Let's run better. Let's run 7:15 or better 4 times, including a 697 at 197. Yeah, they didn't get 200, but they got in the 6s, and they finished second in their class. That's pretty good.
Oh, and P.S., drove 800 miles.
Yes, drove 800 miles. Now, granted, when they showed up here, they didn't have any street tires, so they were going to drive on regular slicks, 16-inch wide friggin' big boys. I think they wisely figured out how to decide to go ahead and get a 5-on-5 bolt pattern and throw some street tires on it. Because, hey, there's Royce Payton coming back around. Is he going to park it in the lanes again?
It looks like he is.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be happy with that lap he just made. The only person that was...
Oh, no, it is going to his pit.
No, maybe not.
Yep, that's where his pit is, but we'll see if he'll put a fresh top off
He's
of
got
methanol.
a little bit more time. Yeah.
Yep, and then put that thing in the lanes and see if he can put that thing in the low 7s.
So once again, Brian Wagner from Dragzine, thanks for checking in and letting me know what's going on. We do appreciate it. Giving us the 411. Still over 7,000 people watching live on the live stream. We appreciate all of you again.
Yep.
Please make sure you smash that like and subscribe button. We really do want to make sure that everybody knows how much hard work has gone into doing all of this. And we're just having a great time out here. I got people checking in that I normally race with. They've got the live stream on their television at home, and them and their kids are watching. I'll tell you what, Amber and Ben Matz, thanks for checking in. We appreciate it.
And we're not going to be too much longer, y'all.
No.
I mean, so definitely share that link for all your friends. We're bringing back fast cars as soon as we get this racetrack all good to go.
All right, drivers, load back up, please. Drivers, load back up. I just got the call. Drivers, load back up.
So, again, share that link right now. We're bringing back fast cars before you know it. And
Let's try Power Hour. Let's try it again. Take 2.
Yep, exactly. The Hour of Power, take 2. And, again, Royce Payton, we did just hear drive back to his pit. And I'll tell you what, I think if they put some fresh methanol back in that car and put it back in the lanes, that we can get that thing in the low 7s.
All right, so here come a couple more. Again, we're talking about Joe Barry and Clark Stansel. This is a guy who...
we will actually be doing the ceremony live streamed as well. So all
Correct.
of the awards ceremony
will be live streamed.
So Warren's going to pack up all of his gear, go over there, and he said he's got enough stuff he can do 2 of them. So and they're both going to be up at the same time. So we're going to have both of those available.
Okay, this is a pair that I really want to see. Remember we were just talking about this? Guess who's going in the water box? We got Joe Barry on one side, the creamsicle. The other side, Sean Fink. We were just talking about him.
Yeah, absolutely. How about a 55 and a 56, both big tire cars?
Yeah, both big Chevys.
Yeah, absolutely. One in Unlimited, but he is an Unlimited Iron legal car, and he just said, you know what, I want to put it in Unlimited and get on the podium in that class. And then, of course, Sean Fink in the Unlimited Iron class.
Yeah, while we got a quiet moment, I just want to, again, I mean, this is the kind of thing that really, kind of hit me hard when we were talking about fellow racer Bob Benson and him taking the ride with Merrick O'Grady and Willard Howard the entire week. I mean, fellow racer, this is the kind of thing that really does hit home. I mean, Bob, I didn't see him all the time, but every time I did see him, this guy was smiling. It didn't matter what was going on. He was at the racetrack. He was having a good time. Unfortunately, again, passed away due to a tragic accident, and he went for a ride in a coffee can the entire time during Sick Week. He got strapped into that Nova that Merrick O'Grady drives, that red 69 Nova, and went 9s at every track. I'll tell you what, man, if I'm going to go, that is probably the best way that you could send me off, other than maybe putting me in a parachute pack like Chad talked about earlier.
Tell you what, I actually did that with my own dad. I took his ashes with me on Rocky Mountain Race Week, and one of our stops is in Pueblo, and he used to water ski out at Pueblo Reservoir. And I actually took his remains out there and scattered them on a Rocky Mountain Race Week, and I got to take him with me for the first couple of days, and he was sort of the first, influence of me on in the hot rod deal, and so I get it. I get that deal, and that's a super special thing, and a very cool deal that you'll never forget. Doing it yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, got a couple of hot and heavy hands coming up right here. Sean Fink and Unlimited Iron, Joe Barry and Unlimited. I mean, you can't get any more American than this. A 1955 Chevy on the left side, 1956 Chevy on the right side. Both of these cars proven to run in the 7s, over 200 miles an hour. Sean Fink's car has run in the 6s on this Drag and Drive tour. Joe Barry's car has run in the 6s before. He hasn't done it here. This could be the time he does it.
And we obviously know the car is capable of 680 ET performance. So hopefully he's got the wick pulled out of the thing, and we'll send him down. And again, just huge shout out to the Bradenton Motorsports Park crew for getting over to Aiden as quickly as they did. And again, Aiden, man, tough break, but we are so happy you're doing all right.
And again, a very big shout out to BMP's EMT team. Again, I gotta shout out those emergency crew. I know that they are second to none. Thank you for all the hard work you guys do. Obviously, we really hope you never get called when we're here at the racetrack, but thankfully when you do, you guys and girls step up and deliver every time. You're always on there right away, record time. Thank you so much for watching out for us. We really do appreciate it. We're going to go back to action, and like I said, I really hope that they stay parked because we don't have any issues.
Oh, God. Are you cool if I turn off this fan?
So, ladies and gentlemen, again, all of you, both on the live stream and here on the grounds, we thank every one of you so much for being part of Sick Week. I mean, I can't say this enough. Obviously, Adam and I have never met each other before this week, but I'll tell you what, man, we're fast becoming buddies because we're up here. We're getting to tell you about all this great stuff that's happening at 4 different racetracks over 5 days, doing the cruise. We were at Garlett's last night. I mean, dude, pinch me. This doesn't get any better.
No, absolutely not. And a big thanks to Tom Bailey, man. Thank you so much, Tom, for bringing us all out here and kind of, again, assembling this crack crew. And it's got a lot of the staff from the drag week sort of world. It's got a lot of the staff now from, of course, NMCA and NMRA, which is where you do most of your announcing. And, of course, a few little smatterings of some Rocky Mountain Race Week folks like with me. And, it's kind of it's the creme de la creme, the best of the best on this deal. And thank you so much, Tom, for putting this thing together. Thanks so much to all the SICK staff for everything they did. I know everyone's working really hard to bring you the best product we can bring you, and we really, really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I mean, all the other people that have jumped on board because of, again, from inception to completion in 4 months. I mean, that's a crazy timeline.
And I'll tell you what, we got heat in the pipes. Yeah. We're going to send cars very soon. So, again, Joe Barry, Sean Fink coming at you.
Tell you what, a couple of nasty turbocharged hot rods. Look at the burnout from Joe Barry, ladies and gentlemen. Both of them getting to the 330-foot mark. Ladies and gentlemen, stand up in those grandstands. Let them see you. The other hand, letting it all hang out.
Share that link.
Share the link. Smash that
that
subscribe button.
like.
Here we go.
Yep,
Look at it. The reverse light's working on Joe Barry's car, just like a street car should.
That's right, baby. And I'll tell you what, that's that all-metal body. It's got steel fender, or I'm sorry,
steel roof and quarters.
Steel roof and quarters on the thing. And actually, I think this actually has fenders and doors.
Yeah, now Sean Fink's car, same thing. That is the way American Iron works, and that is what Joe Barry's car is really geared for. I mean, that thing is really heavy. I mean, the only reason he decided, like you said, he wanted to kind of mix it up with the big boys and see how he can do. Well, again, his best pass so far this week has been a 7.16 at 201 miles an hour. That was yesterday up in South Georgia. And he shed some trim on it.
Absolutely. And earlier today in the heat went 765 at 193. So let's see if we can get both of these cars in the 6s side by side.
Oh, dude, I would settle for a low 7 side by side. But yeah, 690s, 200 miles an hour.
Giddy up,
dude,
baby.
I'm perfect. Yeah, absolutely. As Chad Reynolds would say, bring the lumber.
That's right.
So once again, we got Sean Fink, who has been 695, over 200 miles an hour, on the left side. Low 7 say right to Joe Barry on the right side. Let's play. Joe Barry's kind of digging for traction. Fink is out of it.
Barry
is also out of it. at 8 flat 127. He went 475 at 150, but
both of those cars were just kind of dancing around and fighting for traction, and it just not really, from pretty much letting off the button. Neither of those cars looked right.
So let's explain just a little bit. That is not a lack of traction. The problem with both of those cars is excessive traction.
Too much.
Right. So a big tire car like that, when you do a radial prep with a lot of glue, the problem you run into is a tire like that likes to wad itself up. And the problem that creates is it creates tire shake.
And it's really driving over itself. The tire's driving over itself.
Here comes Stefan Gustafsson, the #1 car on the tour. His best pass, 664 at 215 miles an hour in this little C4 Corvette.
And like we were talking, your unconfirmed winner of Sick Week 2022.
Correct. Unofficial, because I don't believe he's turned the time slip in yet. I don't know if he's going for something faster or not, and I also don't know if there's going to be, anything that they might find. Yeah.
Anything else behind him that's still yet to run.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as far as the ET average goes on my sheet, he's got this thing locked up. I mean, he's pretty good. And he already went 683. Now, granted, that's not as fast as he has run, because he only went 198 miles an hour, and he had a lot of smoke come out of it.
And he did do that in the heat.
Correct. So, 664, 215 laid down right here at Bradenton. Probably, 4 days ago? Yeah,
That's
on
right.
Monday. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you kind of lose your mind by the end of one of these things.
Yeah, it all kind of runs together and looks like a bunch of goop.
Yeah, and you're like, what day is it? Is it Friday? Wow.
I don't even remember what day it is. I've gone drag racing for 7 straight days, because it started on Saturday. All right, Stefan gets it up on the chin. Here we go. 109 of the 60-foot. He is on a pass.
Smoke on
top
the
back
end.
end. 653. 217 miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, the fastest pass of Sick Week by over a 1/10 of a second. He laid one down and locked it up with authority. 653.8, 217 miles an hour. That is your unofficial winner, Stefan Gustafsson. Put your hands together. That is the #1 car. He just locked it up.
And that thing was on a pass. And again,
look at his crew out there. Man, y'all give yourselves a round of applause.
Big round
you
of applause.
worked hard. That's a C4 Corvette. There's not a whole lot of storage space in that car.
No, sir. And don't forget, 800 miles on that car, and he's towing a trailer, and that trailer has 2 kegs of beer in it.
I have a feeling those are going to be empty kegs of beer.
100%. I'm over there. I'm going to go over there and go grab myself a cup of that big and save me one.
So for anybody that thought Bradenton's surface was suspect, there's your answer on the scoreboard right side. 653, 217. He made the right call and the right tune-up choices, dropped almost 0.3 of a second and picked up almost 20 miles an hour over his pass in the heat.
And I'll
Same
tell you
lane.
what, 0.3 of a second in even a 12-second car is insane. 0.3 of a second in a 6-second car? Are you kidding me?
Dude, that was an absolutely insane pass. The only bad part of it was, actually 2 things. One, he had no lights on, so I couldn't see where the car was in the lane. Number 2, when the smoke started to come out of it, I was kind of going, oh, God, I hope that's tire rub and nothing else.
Right, and it looked like it totally was, because the thing was on a pass, and it was, it was making it was just, as soon as you let off the button, the thing was just nuts.
It was rocking and rolling. So, it looks like of the cars that I have left in the lanes, when I'm looking over in the other side, looks like all of them are radial cars. So, I've seen Wade putting down some fresh traction compound. So, we're going to get the radial prep all tuned up, because I see some 7-second cars, and I see the Volvo wagon.
The Volvo wagon is back there,
Again,
absolutely.
look at that. Rick Prospero is at the back of the turn, so you've got your top 2 modified cars. Again, a 6.901 for Prospero on his average, a 6.907 for Mikhail Gorman. It's his average. That's how close they are right now.
And both of those cars are in the lanes right now.
Yeah, so modified is far from locked up, ladies and gentlemen. That one is going to be a nail-biter. That one's going to go down probably to the final pass.
Absolutely.
I would not be surprised if both of them probably put it back in the lanes again after this one.
Yep, absolutely. There's an entire lane full of B and C cars back behind these guys.
Oh,
so
yeah, we got a whole bunch.
We got some action coming to you. We're 8:05 in the PM right now. We're running until 9 o'clock tonight.
Almost 8,500 people checking in live and online. Please make sure you hit that like button and smash that subscribe button. I'll bet Tom Bailey would really appreciate it, ladies and gentlemen.
And of course,
almost
share that
96,000 subscribers. Let's get that number to 100, please. Even if you're here on the property, jump on YouTube, jump onto Tom Bailey's channel, Bailey, and hit that subscribe button. I mean, we've been giving you all this goodness for free. Please do just a little bit back for us and help us strengthen this for 2023.
Absolutely. And you know what? Again, thanks to Motion Raceworks, bringing that that free live stream to everybody at home. Everyone on the live stream, just pop out 1 second, put a link on all your social media deals and say, hey, you want to see some fast street car racing? Come check this out.
Yeah, right now we've already laid down a couple of laps. We've got the fastest pass of the day by a long shot. But again, Rick Prospero already 684.6, 208. Now, that throws, again, the ball right back over in Mikkel Borgren's lane. He only went 774 because, remember, he struck the tires real bad. Well, hey,
but again, only for him.
Well, remember, when you went 680, you could say only 770.
Absolutely.
But look at the speed on him, 207. He's almost at Prospero's speed. That's why Rick is in the lanes.
Yep.
Because he knows that Mikkel has the chance to go faster than he does. And when you're separated by less than 100th of a second in the average, Rick has to be ready. I mean, he has to, be ready, belt it in, and if, say, for example, like Mikkel lays down, like, say, an 83 or an 82 or an 81, Rick's got to be prepared to go up there and make a shot.
100%, and Rick Prospero did 208, so only bested him by, like, really a quarter of a mile an hour.
Yeah.
So really, really close performance on those cars, and it'll be really awesome to watch them duke it out right to the end.
The baseball man, Clint Sadowski, 776 at 180, and he's at the front of the lanes. That beautiful 68 Camaro with a little bit of carbon fiber influence. Man, that thing is, I'll tell you what, I mean, again, I keep saying favorite car, and I know that gets old because you just keep saying it, but that thing is really nice.
Yeah, for sure. And I see Clark Rosensnagel.
Oh, wait, the Z01 5th generation Camaro back in the lanes.
Yep, absolutely. I see that car back there. I see Scott Brown is back there with the 53 Chevy.
So it's probably fair to say at this point,
check it out,
that we are still looking at the possibility of not one, but 2 6-second passes possibly coming.
Absolutely. Here's one right here.
Yes, the right-hand side, ladies and gentlemen. Let's pay attention. Here we go.
Clint Sadowski in the left lane. Of course, the baseball guy. That beautiful 68 Camaro.
I am going to assume single-turbo LS motor.
It is. Big single-turbo LS on methanol.
You can start to see a little bit of the dew getting onto these cars. Like the Camaro is a perfect example. You can look at the roof and the trunk lid on this. You can see that the humidity is starting to come up a little bit. I mean, let's be honest. We're not that far away from the beach. So,
nope, not at all. And
this is not an uncommon thing. But again, if we continue to run cars down the racetrack, the heat will stay in it. We'll be okay. But right now, as far as I'm concerned,
all eyes on the right lane.
Yeah, I mean, Clint Sadowski, I can't take my eyes off that Camaro because it is a beautiful car. But again, performance base, everything. Right here on Mikkel Borgren's car. The number he's looking for, 683 or better. That's what he has to lay down.
Yep.
And then you got to see if the averages play out right. He's in the right lane. He hasn't been over there yet. Let's see what he does with it. 118 on the 60-foot. The wagon all the way down. Top end says 694 209.
So honestly, like you were saying, that leaves the door open for Prospero.
So right now, honestly, yeah, the ball is now in Rick Prospero's camp because Mikkel did not get past him. He's a 1/10 of a second behind. So if Mikkel comes back around, he has another shot at it. But I mean, obviously, the mile an hour, his best of the week, 209. So it shows the powers there. They didn't. What they did though, they softened it too much on the 60-foot.
Yep, absolutely. Next pair, Darce Laws in the right lane, big block twin turbo.
Beautiful,
left lane.
Yeah, nice little 65 Cutlass. Talk about the short time. Shot. Dale Gebhardt did not get after the front half, but meanwhile, Darce Laws just comes right on by.
751, 187. That's his best pass of the week.
Man, he had the choo-choo hooked up on that one.
And I'll tell you what, his license good to 750. He runs 751. That's how it's done.
That is the 8th quickest pass of the day, ladies and gentlemen.
And he thought that car was hurt. It had a open hole. It had a dead hole, and it was just pumping oil out of one of the turbo ends. And he got in there, tightened up all the head gaskets, or the head studs, and came out here and lay a 751, his best pass.
Dude, that is impressive considering he's been struggling a little bit this week. Now, this is a giveaway car. You know a little bit about this. Being driven by Audra Beeler, 1968 model El Camino.
Yep, this is the Rocky Mountain Race Week giveaway car. They did a little waffle, if you will, on this car, and she ended up winning this car. This has got the entire drivetrain out of that ZL1 Camaro of Tom McGilton's car.
So
And
this
it's got
has about 600 horsepower.
Yeah, and it's everything. It's all the hoses. It's the engine.
Look, she clicked off a 10-second pass, 1099 with a 5, 121. That's a good lap for a full size.
Absolutely. So another pair in the burnout box. We got James Tall in the left lane, James in that C5 auction Corvette, and of course Parker Mitchell in the right lane, teeth and turbos.
Yeah, let's bring back a rematch. Now, here's a case of where you're looking for 8.50. And Cletus McFarland down there looking over one of his cars being wheeled by his buddy, otherwise known as Jack Stan Jimmy. You got LS George down there standing there with the camera. You could probably watch all of this on Cletus McFarland's channel, I'm guessing, the next couple of days, as they have gone from track to track, and he loves to document that stuff.
I'll tell you what, Parker Mitchell has not gotten a time slip that he can turn in yet. He's
No,
got
it would equate 20, basically.
And 845, so he needs an 850 or slower to turn in.
Meanwhile, James Tall on the other hand, his best run, 863, and he's about a tenth of a second off, so got to tune it up just right. James, the 60-foot is much better. He might be a hair fast, though. No, he's okay.
858?
No, look at the speed, 148. He got out of it.
And 876 for Parker, he can turn that in.
He also got out of it.
But that is not one he's going to look to turn in, unfortunately.
No.
Now
the good news is both of them were above 850, so they both now can turn them in.
Turn them in.
Now,
Scott
here
Brown.
comes Larry Albright. Now, I'm going to tell you, here's a guy right here that has already locked up his first sick week, so he's done. He already ran 784, so he's done.
Yep, and I have not seen Scott Brown.
He's going to turn it up. I talked to him yesterday. He says, I'm going to make the first pass, and then the up button is going to get pushed.
Absolutely.
So Larry Albright, who was in the 60-foots earlier this week, might go ahead and put the beans to it. Scott Brown in the Capone car, the 1953 Bel Air over on the left side. He's looking for 850. 117. He's looking for 7.50.
761, 179, and Scott Brown, 849 with a 4. 6,000's too fast.
149, that's a lift. Larry Albright, his best pass of the week by a bunch. 761, 179. He's been living in the 770 range, but he told me, and he fulfilled his promise. He said he was going to turn it up 117 to the 60-foot on small tires.
Now,
baby, he got after it.
Derek Putnam, look at this next pair getting ready to put it in the beams.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one right here. Now, granted, this is not exactly for like a place or anything, but again, Rick Prospero far side, and over on the right side, Clark Rosenstengel. Now, let's talk about Rick Prospero for a minute. Again, he's still sitting in the preferred place. He's a tenth of a second today in front of Mikkel Borgren. But the question is he going to turn it up some? 684, his best pass of the week.
And a 208 mile an hour.
Remember, he went 673 in testing here in Bradenton just this week. Can he turn it up some more? No, way too soft. Something was not right. So we'll watch Clark's pass down the left side.
And I think he's out of it as well.
No, 881, a little bit. 881, 144. He did lift early. I don't know what happened there with Rick Steele, but the car 173 to the 60-foot, either it did not get up on boost, or something was just not set right in the computer.
Left in high gear or something,
Could
and
have
just
been,
realized it right away and just sort of like let it meander on down. But
so now the question again is, he's a tenth of a second in front of Mikkel Borgren. Now, Mikkel could come back around, try it again, which I would assume he would.
Right.
Because he just went 209. He went faster speed than any of them have run all week long. So if I was in his shoes, man, I'd cool it, fuel it, ice it down, and bring it back up.
Absolutely. And, in the meantime, we're going to bring those B and C cars to you. Those A lanes are absolutely empty at this point.
Talk about a couple of cars to start with. Now this one has class implications, also possible 9-second pass on the way. I know he really wants it. Talk to me about that 55 wagon.
The 55 wagon, of course, is Tom Stark. That's the stick shift, nitrous assisted, LS powered 55, and he's going against Doug Cook's car from Motion Raceworks. Tell us about that one.
That is the car they call El Toro. They built that car in 8 days last year to compete on drag and drive competitions. Right now, Doug Cook sitting in the number 2 spot, less than 1/100 of a second behind Matt Lanphier in the 235 Outlaw Street Race category. So this run right here has huge, I mean huge implications. Right now his best pass, 8:49.1. And talk about pouring salt in the wound, 9 thousandths away from the run he wants.
So he's looking for 850 in the left lane, and in the right lane, Tom Stark looking for his first ever 9-second pass out of the wagon.
Meanwhile, he's got his son on board doing the... Ladies and gentlemen, check out the burnout out of the 55 with the stick shift.
How about a 100-foot burnout?
And he's going to back it up right quick, yeah. His son back there, see him? He's getting him right in the groove where he wants to be. That is also important for a stick shift car. Now, you know what he's going to do? He's going to swing the door open. He's going to turn the bottle on for Dad. He's going to give Dad a little fist pump and go, hey, I want a single-digit pass, Dad. No pressure.
It's time. 9 seconds. He's gone 10:06, 137, so just need to find 600ths of performance.
Yep, so Tom Stark, 10:06. That has been his best pass today so far. Over on the other side, again, like I said, the number 2 guy in the 235 Outlaw Street Race category, Doug Cook, sitting less than 100th of a second behind Matt Lanphier, so he needs an 8.50. That's what he really wants, and hopes that all the numbers will work out. Now, Tom Stark, you want to talk about how close he is? He went 10 flat with a 7 first day here. He really wants the 9. So both these guys looking for specific time slips.
Actually, you know what? I think that maybe...
Doug Cook all the way down. Oh, you kidding me? 8:49 with a 5. He's still 5 thousandths away from turning that slip in.
Oh, man, and I'll tell you what, I think that 55, he just missed third gear. Unfortunately, you saw first. Second was great. First gear, 137 in the 60-foot.
Yeah, it toted the left front wheel, man. He was on his way. It could have happened.
Yep, so unfortunately not what either car is looking for, and we'll maybe, we'll see if we see them back around, but I'll tell you what.
Doug Cook will be back. I know he will.
We only have 40 minutes of time left.
Yeah, that's true, but Doug Cook ran that thing 3 times in a half an hour at South Georgia.
Oh,
now,
yeah.
Did you see it? They had the emoji of it on social media where it had like a big tongue on the front of it from its tongue hanging out.
Absolutely.
Honestly, with that ET that he just ran, if I was him, unless he knows that it gets faster with extra engine heat, I'd bring that thing right back around and run it right like it was, because you know it's going to slow down just a hair.
Another car looking for a number. That's Mike Janisek in the right lane. That's that RX-7, that angry Dorito car. Of course, still rotary powered, stick shift car. He's been looking for the 8s, but unfortunately way off the number on the performance on that mid 9-second car.
Other side, Michael Mileone in the Pro Dial Your Own class. He needs one more bump to be staged. Here he is. Mustang on his way. The RX-7 once again kind of using up most of his lane. Currently number 2 in the stick class.
And same deal, 947 in the right lane, 147 miles an hour, and then the 856 in the right lane, 159.
Yeah, not bad considering he is running in modified, but that will, it's probably an 850 limited cage, I'm going to guess. But Michael, on the other hand, with the Dorito car, stays consistent within 200ths of his previous pass. Now here comes a guy again, someone looking for 8.50, Aaron Schaefer. That's the silver 1998 Super Sport Camaro over on the right side of the racetrack.
Absolutely, and it has won the 850 class in Drag Week, has won the 850 class at Rocky Mountain Race Week, trying to do it again here.
Right now he sits number 2 behind Alex Corella, the guy who also is kind of struggling a little bit. They're separated by less than 200ths of a second, so this match right here has a lot of implications. Now granted, he does have an 853, but that's not what he wants. He wants 8.50.
And that's not going to help. 846 is as good as a 20-second time slip.
Nope, toss it out the window. It sucks, too, because based on his 8th mile, it looked pretty good, but he really poured the beans to it in the back half.
167 miles an hour.
It picked up 34 miles an hour in the back half, which means he really laid on the boost.
Absolutely. Next pair, getting ready to get in the water here. Andy Cook in the right lane out of Motion Raceworks. Looking for that 850 on those 235 tires.
Yeah, now he was real slow for whatever on the first lick. Normally when this car has come out, it's been in the 830s and 840s, and then he has to slow it down. It's been complete opposite this time. 871 at 158, so I almost have to wonder if maybe something was wrong, and then they had to go back and kind of diagnose what the problem was.
Absolutely, absolutely. And, of course, going up in the left lane, that's, of course, that Bambi Slayer. And what are you calling it now?
You mean Michael Pryka?
Yeah, what's the name you
It
have
is now called
the
Eleanor of Minova.
Yep.
That's what he is referred to it as.
The Eleanor.
Minova is the official name that it was given to it several years ago. And Mike Pryka, Sr. and Jr. out here doing work. There's Junior right there behind the camera. He does a lot of work for Motion Raceworks. The sad part is that I was thinking he was going to shoot Andy Cook's car, but he's kind of biased towards Dad.
Yep. So a little Motion Raceworks on Motion Raceworks Crime coming at you.
Yep, and both of them LS powered. The near lane LS naturally aspirated. Now the thing is this car has already made some really good laps. He's laid down a couple new personal bests, but he's in the dial your own class, so he's looking for the tightest group of runs. I think right now they're probably like within 500ths of each other. It's all been in the 1040 range, so we'll see what he does here. But again, like you said, Andy Cook looking for 8.50 right now, number 2 in the street race class, and that's what he needs to do. So Andy Cook, a 128.60 foot. Now he's way too fast. 797, 172. They just said, oh, okay.
That's good.
We're throwing the average out the window. We want new best pass. Now, another guy. Like less than 2 pairs apart, like we saw Aaron Schaefer. Now here comes Alex Corella, the car they call Ginger Red. Single turbo, small block pushrod Ford, over on the right-hand side, 17-inch ponies, tailpipes on it. Yeah, man, I love this rod over here. He's looking for 8.50. 858 so far is his best run. Schaefer's got an 853, so Corella, pressure right here, got to do work.
Left lane, the C12 Turbo LS 480.
Look at those ponies work. 131 to the 60 foot for Corella. This one will be close. 851, 162. And I'll bet that that's enough. You get a high five down there from Christina. I have a feeling that might be enough because, again, 12 thousandths of a second is what separated them. I don't think that officially locks it, but it's pretty close.
Well, and Aaron Schaefer may be right back in the lanes right now, too, and just saw that 851 happen. So, you know, it's really, really going to be close. And I'll tell you what, on Rocky Mountain Race Week, Schaefer does have the ability. He has put up 8500 twice in our race.
Coming up here in the Volvo on the right side, the left-hand side, the 6th generation Camaro driver. That is Robert LeBron Frank. 1165 at 122. Look at the Volvo, 990, 147. Are you kidding me?
That's what I'm talking about. That thing is...
He got the boost up where he wanted it and got after it. Oh, look at the nitrous plume coming out of the left-hand side. This beautiful 1987 Mustang, kind of like the Hugger orange color. Jason King, he is running in the J class. The J class, that is, it would be great if I actually would have had that like right on the tip of my tongue. The 275 tire limited street race class. So again, another car looking for 8.50. So far his best pass today, 8.64. The little Malibu wagon over on the other side with the Sunoco hood. Turbocharger, he's going to bump it in there and get it ready. Big old rally bears. Going to check out the work. 128 on the 60 foot. The 8th mile is too quick for an 850. Yeah, 839, 156. So not a bad lap, but the nitrous decided to just run him right past the 50 range and into the 30 range.
Absolutely, and again, the last pass these guys made in the heat, so now they're in the cool, and a lot of your data from earlier, no good.
Yeah, I mean, it'll give you an idea of just how slow it is, but like look at Alex Corella, perfect example. Right. I mean, he went 858 in the hot, and now I have to wonder if maybe he even didn't change the tune-up and just left it alone and let the air and the track come to him.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I'm sitting up here debating it with myself, but it doesn't matter. He has the time slip he wants for now. Bradley Mixon coming up in the patriotic themed 2004 GTO on the right-hand side. He's running the J275 tire, limited street race category. Left-hand side, the Cadillac. The Cadillac driver, that is Kyle Eden, 2016 model ATSV. That's the little turbocharged 6-cylinder model.
Yep, absolutely. I believe twin turbo even. So 1113 in the right lane, 1176 in the left.
I have to wonder if Bradley Mixon just used that one as a checkout run, because car's been in the 9s, and that's not representative of what that car should be running.
Absolutely
so I
not.
wonder if that's just the checkout pass. Maybe they heard something and he just wanted to get down the track.
Absolutely, you just never know. And again, all this stuff, lots and lots of variables here. Everything's kind of driving down the street is the great equalizer on all this stuff. So, that's one of the deals. But here's that Fairmont wagon in the left lane, that blue deal. Love that with the laundry hanging out of the back. And, of course, that beautiful Nova in the right lane with the white top. This is the one that checks all that boxes for you there, Derek.
Talk about a couple of sleepers. You literally just yanked the parachute off the car in the left-hand lane, and I guarantee you neither one of them would pass for a 9-second car. Now, of course, the guy over on the right-hand side, he is running in the bullseye category, so he's looking for 66. He went 70 the previous run, but for some reason it is slow. 9:21.44 for Linebaugh.
73.
Yeah, but he ran 70 on the previous one, so that's probably no good.
So Rick Hardy doing his burnout in the right lane. Here's a story from the road. He had this car on fire on the side of the road.
I saw the pictures on social media. Yeah, go to Sick the Mag group. You'll find all the details there. As had to take a step away real quick. Saw a good buddy of mine, Steve Bauer from NMCA, NMRA, and of course Race Pages magazine. Meanwhile, pretty much a completely stock 1979 Camaro on the other side. The Camaro get down, the juice on. You can see the flame coming out the side. He's got the jug on that thing. He ran bottom 9s. Let's see what he gets. Oh, it's slowed. 911 at 140 is when he ran last time. 956 at 133. Speed is down.
Absolutely.
Might have nipped a plug or two on that one.
And you did see it kind of fighting through the, lighting the candles on the thing. So.
Yeah, it looked good for the first 330 feet, and then after that, it kind of started to mix them up a little.
Yeah, absolutely.
So once again, we still have plenty of cars left in the lanes, but we don't have a lot of time left. We're getting down to about a half an hour, Adam. I mean, hey, look at it. There's the Volvo station wagon.
Is back in the lanes.
So the question becomes, if you are Rick Prospero, do you pack it up and just say, nope, I've done what I can, or do you ice it down, get it ready for one more in case you need it?
Good question. We will see, obviously. But here's another Volvo wagon in the left lane.
Yeah, this is a 1984 model over here on the left-hand side, going up against the Mustang with the Coyote in it over on the right side. That's a stick shift entry. It's a stick shift entry over on the other side. That's Zachary Wicks, 2013 model. That Volvo, I'll tell you what, man, he is hauling the mail down that side. William Sanjoff, what did he run? 964, 142. Just spanking that Mustang.
Oh, yeah, 1195, 119, grabbing gears in the right lane.
I mean, don't get me wrong, not a bad pass at all, but the Volvo just humiliated it by 2+ seconds.
Absolutely. Dennis Kirkland in the left lane, the GTO, longtime Rocky Mountain Race Week racer here. This thing on the jug, LS.
Yeah, beautiful example of the 04 to 06 GTO that Pontiac used that came out of the Holden Monero group. They basically rebadged them as Pontiacs and had different front and rear ends on them. You know, the interesting thing when these first came out, I remember when people would actually start buying and importing the Holden front ends and rear ends and would make them look like the right-hand drive counterparts. It was kind of interesting to see what the subtle differences were.
Absolutely, and this one, of course, 427 for power, so he actually mixed the 6.0 and 5.7 badges that came on the trunks, made a 7.0.
That's pretty cool. The nice little Cutlass over there. Going to hang that left front wheel out of there. All those little baby hubcaps going for 10s. I'll tell you what, man, that thing lights all the right fire in me. Lumber achieved. 1088, 122. That was a good side-by-side battle. 1088 and 1087, old versus new, both going above 122 miles an hour.
Absolutely, both under that 1 second reaction, but half a second difference on this end of the track, so that's the difference on the other end.
Yeah, that's probably why you see about 2 or 3 car lengths between them, but otherwise, at least they left close to each other.
Yep, good enough. How about a full-size pickup truck extended cab?
I think he's just going for time here. He's going to let it pull up. Oh, yeah, no tire hookup. So that run, unfortunately, is a toss-out.
Yep, and again, you got to be under a 1 second reaction time. Otherwise, they're going to add everything over a second to your time slip, and a 4, 8, 6, 7 ain't going to do it.
Well, he's kind of throwing the pass out anyway, so
Yeah.
he doesn't care if it's a 17 or a 21 at this
Right.
point.
Yep. Exactly.
Janice Wick's going 12:31.16 over in the Shelby, but it was also over a 1 second interval. So it'll be interesting to see if either one. Well, I know the other guy's not going to claim his, but
yeah,
I don't know if Wicks will claim the other one. Little like NOS inspired Mini coming up over here on the right hand side in this real nice, I call it kind of pistachio color, the 1967 pickup truck. I love how he did the cage through this. He didn't do it through the window, he did it up through the cab. So he probably tucked the bars up high, no cutting of the glass so you can still see everything. Really nicely done, kind of those extra touches.
Well, you can use glass now, which is beautiful.
And unfortunately, he did not bump in time. He got timed out, so he will get no data.
Brian Glover in the right lane, the turbocharged and nitrous-assisted Mini.
Looking for a good ET. 13:03 at 111. I think that might be his best pass of the
That
week.
may be, absolutely. And he did break an axle a couple of days ago, and he's getting really, really good at putting axles in this thing. He says he's under an hour.
I don't know if that's noteworthy or if that's scary.
Well, it's both.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the thing that should tell you is, excuse me, sir, your car is not designed for this level of power.
100%.
Now granted, if you just look at it as a challenge, then, hey, that's fine.
Hey, good for you, man.
Yeah.
Go for it.
David Croft and Mike Puckett coming up here, a couple of Chevy products. It's interesting to look at these and realize there's 13 years in design difference between these two. That's kind of interesting to mention upon.
Yeah, but really, when you break it down to brass tacks, it's LS motor.
So Puckett in the class, you can't run faster than 10.0, and I have a feeling this is going to be quicker than a 10.0. Maybe not, he might have lifted.
1061, 118.
Yeah, but look at the speed at the 8th mile. He was already running fast enough to run 9s, but he just backed out of it, 98 miles an hour. That's like a 7.0 pass.
Yeah, his
so.
earlier pass today, 1026 at 130.
Yeah, it did go 134 to the 60-foot and hung the hoops pretty good, so it's obvious that thing's got plenty left in the tank. If he decided
Chevette.
to really... Oh, Brian Anger's coming back up.
That's right, the Chevette. Of course, no wheelie bars on this because he broke them earlier.
Yeah, he broke him earlier in the week after he was practically leaning on him like a fat kid leads on a jungle gym when he's having a Twinkie.
That's right. And really, we were trying to get that Gremlin and this Chevette to do a little grudge race because those things like to hang the hoops, and we could maybe see which one can turn the thing over backward.
I don't really think I'd want to see either one of them turn over backwards because both of them are from a dying breed of car that I don't think you're going to find a lot of replacement parts for. But Brian Angers is going to fog out the sauce over here on the right-hand side and see if he can't keep the thing from going over backwards, because this thing so far has really just been the management of the power wheelie. It's been a low 9-second, 150-mile-an-hour car so far, has not run in the 8s. He's gotten close, but like you said, the all-important wheelie bars are nowhere to be seen, so he's really got to have a lot of self-control. He's got to modulate himself.
No, 100%. If you got the nitrous programmer on the thing, you got it all pulled out in the first little bit of this track.
Something tells me he's just whacking a button based on how this car works.
Yeah, probably.
All right, they're staged and ready. This time he got it. 135 to the 60 foot. I didn't even see the front tires come off the ground.
Not at all. That was
almost
amazing.
an 8.
904, 147. So close.
Oh, yeah. 1107 at 135 out of the caddy over on the other side. I'll tell you what, I don't really think you could honestly do much better than that on the starting line. The mile an hour and the ET, that's almost a perfect pass. You can't get any better. The front end didn't come off the ground. He had his finger on the button early. Again, I don't really think you can do much better than that.
No, kept the thing really tame, and good on him. Running a low 9 in that car, and really been kind of fighting that starting line pretty much the entire week.
I gotta wonder if he was almost bored on the fact he didn't have to pedal out of the wheelie.
How about another rotary RX-7 here in the left lane?
Yeah, he's letting the smoke out though, and I'll have to call our resident Chad Reynolds and find out if that's a problem of letting the smoke out.
That's just rotary things.
Looking for an 11-second ET, 1160, 107 miles an hour. How about 1234 at 108 out of the little Dodge Dakota pickup truck?
Absolutely. Next pair, doing their burnouts and pulling up to the line. We got a Malibu in the left lane, and we got the Cummins pickup truck in the right.
Yeah, this has been a low 14-second player. This is Jackson D. Von Ann. He's taking the unusual route to go through Sick Week. I mean, it's a really, it's an interesting pickup truck. I mean, it's obviously hasn't been cut up like some of the other diesels that we've seen and been made into a purpose-built car. It still looks fairly tame. I mean, he obviously took the tailgate off it for weight. Obviously, it's been hopped up some.
Yeah, absolutely. It's probably a pretty good example of a guy's tow rig, and maybe hurt his race car and went out and bought. You got to have purpose-built tires on the stuff here, so he went out and bought himself 4 tires on the thing, and not Mickey Thompson's. Unfortunately, he should have put Mickey Thompson's on it.
You're right. He should have. Robert Worcester over in that little 2-tone Malibu, parachute hanging off the back of it. He's gonna get everything done. He's not bumped in yet. Now he is. Nice little wheel stand there for Worcester. 125 on the 60-foot. This could, no, probably low 9-second pass. 9:34, 140. That's about right. Jackson, 14:20 and 93. I think that's his best run of the week. Ooh, Scott Brown.
He's back.
Capone coming back.
Looking for that
Look who's in the lanes behind the wagon. Rick Prospero is back.
That's what I'm talking about.
Now, granted, he's a couple car lengths behind, so that might be I'm going to make sure you know I'm here.
Absolutely, and he could definitely just pull the thing back out of the lanes if Prospero, Borgerin doesn't make the pass that he's looking for, but he's ready to go if Borgerin does lay down the number.
Scott Brown, the 53 Chevy they call Capone on the right side, number 3 in the street race class. He is looking for a better time slip. He went too fast last time.
How about the Ford Lightning in the left lane? These are cool.
Obviously, he's going to fall yards behind Brown.
Absolutely.
Now, Scott Brown's a little fast at the 8th mile. 851 with a 7, 150. That's out of the gas by a good 10 miles an hour.
Absolutely.
But I'll tell you what, he timed it perfectly. If he got on the brakes, kudos to him, dude. I mean, I don't know if you just pick a spot and hammer it, but yeah, Scott Brown lays down an 851 with a 7 at 150. For those of you paying attention at home, he went 539 at 128 to the 8th mile. So that mile-an-hour number out of that car, despite the aerodynamic difficulties, should have been excess of 160.
Absolutely, 100%, and probably was more like a 839 kind of pass.
So he may have left the tune-up alone and just picked the spot to hit the brakes.
Yep.
Late model Mopar over on the right side, probably a Hellcat. That is Brittany Sammartino. Kevin Rice in the Cadillac over here on the right-hand side. As again, ladies and gentlemen, the Power Hour down to less than 25 minutes, and we are still working our way through to possibly crown winners. And again, modified, not over yet, is Mikkel Borgerin and Rick Prospero. Both sit in the lanes. Mikkel in the Volvo, the class leading speed over 209 miles an hour, but he was too soft on the front half and went 694. So Rick Prospero, who didn't make a good pass behind him, still has the ace up his sleeve for now, but is still open to possibly shuffling that order one more time.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, 3rd gen versus 4th gen.
A couple of really nice examples, too. The one on the near side's got the Jakes wheels on it, all blacked out option. The other side, 1984 model. That's David Waxman. I mean, he's got the original style, like 5-spoke wheels on it.
Yeah, that kind of high rock wheel.
Yeah, I like the way it looks. I mean, it doesn't have the big spoiler on it. It has the 2-tone paint scheme on it. Still, and it's moving down the track good. Now, the 4th gen's going to nip it at the top end. 1181 to 115, but 1261 or 1269, not a bad pass for the 84 Camaro, because again, those things ran like 16s bone stock.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do we got somebody good rolling in the beams up here? Or?
We got a little 55 Chevy in the left lane.
And I see a 5th generation Camaro over on the right side. Question is how many people do we have left on tower side? Still looks like we have a decent amount. Okay, so
decent amount of cars out there.
Yeah, there's still a decent amount of cars out there. If you have run the number you want, ladies and gentlemen, if you have run the number you want, please make sure you go down to the first floor of the tower. Make sure you bring evidence of all of your pit stops and checkpoints, and get them to Tanya as soon as you can. Oh yeah, you should know who this is.
As soon as it did the burnout, I knew it.
Yeah, this is. Yeah, come on.
It's
This is
Frank Romano, man. This is the man pedal car, the stick shift car.
Big block Chevy.
Naturally aspirated. will definitely run well into the 9s.
Yeah, he's looking for 940s if he gets everything hooked up right and he totes that front end when he comes off the front. Now, I will tell you, it will pull the wheels when he yanks second gear.
Absolutely. G-Force 5-speed.
Yeah, I mean, and he comes from New York. You know this is a no-nonsense kind of guy, just going up there to do work.
And he's a tattoo artist, too.
And pulled the front end up 146 to the 60-foot. 107 out the 8th mile. Top end says 980, just 139. I have to wonder if he might have skated around a little bit.
It sounded like he missed third gear. The thing was kind of pounding the limiter at about 660 feet. Oh, Joe McGill in the left lane doing his burnout. The stick shift full-size pickup truck. Apparently, the fastest stick shift full-size pickup truck in the nation.
I'm not going to argue with you about that. I do see the glow of his laptop in there, as he obviously wants to get all the data. You talk about like extreme roll cage in this thing. He's got 4 bars coming through the back window as he tries to keep that thing all tightened up. 991 at 147 is what he laid down on his last pass.
Now, I'll tell you, the thing is only legal to 10 flat. It only has a 6-point bar in the thing. So, hopefully, you know, he can't turn that 991 in, but we'll see if he goes for the hero pass or he tries to slow it down and get something in there.
It's not going to be a hero pass there as he spun the tires 187 to the 60-foot. He might still run it out the back door just to get the data on it. It's going to have a lot of speed, but no ET, 1214, 117.
Oh, it did let off, too, 117. So that's a shame.
That's all right. Bring it back around. Still got a little bit of time left. We're right at about 20 minutes remaining. So, again, this is where be a hero or pack it up and settle for second or third is about to happen. I mean, honestly, I know Doug Cook has probably got to be back in the lanes. You know, I mean, you got some people that are fighting for first, second, and third. Some of these classes where it's really close.
I got the pleasure to talk to this cat, and I'll tell you what, he's a good little kid. You know, good little kid. I call him a little kid. He's a good cat, man. You know, younger kid, come out here on Drag and Drive and brings out his 12-second GT Mustang and having a blast out here.
Bill Spangler going 993 and 133 in that wheel standing. Fairmont, and here comes, this is, now I will tell you, now this is going to be interesting because, again, now we have a pair of cars that have already run each other once, ironically, same lanes as they were last time.
P.S.
But here's the difference. Now they're running on well-grooved surfaces. So, it'll be interesting to see how much they turn the Volvo up because you know they're not coming up here and making the same pass again.
And if you look at what's pulling in the water, Rick Prospero.
Yeah, so he's ready.
Not even waiting.
Yeah.
Not even waiting. He's going to make
his last
a pass.
pass was garbage. I mean, he's got a good run, but I'm sure he still wants to keep the pressure. So Mikkel Borgren, the 6-second, 209-mile-an-hour capable Volvo station wagon on the right side. Who's on the left?
That's, of course, Quinn Sadowski.
118 to the 60-foot on the wagon. Hang on to it. Top end says
698, 206, 770 in the left lane, 163.
Both of them nice, solid runs, but the wagon actually slows down. He went 694 last time. Now 698, less speed.
Absolutely. And then
now if you're Rick Prospero, oh yeah, look at this. He's not
even doing a burnout.
He's not even doing a burnout. So now he's sitting here going, okay, there's 20 minutes left.
This is probably his victory lap, if you will.
His son, Cole Prospero, you want to talk about pressure on a kid? I mean, this guy took over the tuning abilities not that long ago. He actually lives in Gainesville, Florida. He goes to the University of Florida. I actually talked to him about it, and he said, yeah, you know, he goes, we don't need to do anything. He goes, we're just going to make a wagon.
And you know what? He just shut it off. They're just going to back him right out. He says, you know what? We're not going to ruin the parts, or he's going to do a burnout. Either way, but it looks like he's just not going to ruin the parts.
Yeah, there's no reason for him. Right now, I said still, he has a faster pass by over 1/10 of a second over the wagon. So again, the pressure's not on Prospero. Pressure's on the wagon.
Absolutely, 100%. No
again,
reason
Rick
for him to
probably.
make a pass.
I'm not going to say for sure, but Rick was probably doing that just to put some pressure on the Volvo. I mean, come on, let's be honest. If you roll up in the Volvo, yes, you already know that you need to run faster by 1/10 of a second. If you see Rick in your rear view mirror, you know that he's just sitting there waiting for you after you've made the pass. That's some additional stress on you.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, Prospero just drives the thing right back to his pit.
Yeah, I mean, again, he has already laid down numerous 6-second passes. He laid down a 6 at every single racetrack. That is the major difference right there between him and Mikkel Borgren. Mikkel Borgren went 7-0 at one track. That was what shifted everything day number 2 at Gainesville. Now, granted, he ran faster than Rick did at South Georgia, but Rick had built up enough of a lead in number 2. He picked up over 1/10 of a second. So, right there, that was what shifted the balance of power, where Rick rolled in here with a little bit of a lead, has had better pass by 1/10 of a second over the wagon. I have to wonder if he's just going to sit there and kind of wait and let the last 20 minutes elapse, and but the wagon might come back around. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's probably about the best he can do. I mean, he ran 400 slower and 2.5 miles an hour slower, so I don't know if the wagon has anything left.
You just don't know, and I mean, we'll see. If we see the wagon pull back in here, it'll be interesting to see if we see Prospero come back around. And, this is the chess match that happens after 4 days and all the passes that we've had, and again, 800 street miles on everything you're seeing. That's just, that's part of the deal here. So, a little bit of cleanup. It looks like Sadowski's car, it's been having some issue putting methanol on the track. So it's going to be down just a second while we get all that cleaned up.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please jump on over and smash that like and subscribe button for Tom Bailey. 8,500 people watching live on YouTube right now. Alex Corella checking in. Talk about all these people that are worried about their leads or possibly trying to get in front. 9 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen, the hard close time. It is now 8:45. 8:45, that is what time it is. Jim Barlow checking in by message. Jim, I appreciate it, buddy. I hope you've had a chance to watch some live and possibly be here at the racetrack or look at it on YouTube. Fellow friends of mine that are out here racing all year long in Florida, and I'll tell you what, man, this thing has just been absolutely insane as far as the response goes. Alex Corella just hit me up. He goes, I'm pretty sure I just sealed it up with that 851 he made. I'll tell you what, man, I couldn't be happy for you. I mean, talk about a true street car. Ginger red, 17-inch ponies.
That thing is
the full
super
tailpipes. Cool. I mean, like I said, just yank the parachute off that thing and nobody would give it a second look.
We were talking about that with a couple other racers at the Garlet stop, and that's one of those cars that you pull up next to at a stoplight and you're like, that could be like a cam only, like 1250 kind of car, and then he goes and just like, donkey stomps you with an 850 car. That's a super cool car.
Yeah, and of course the turbocharger doing the effect of kind of like a muffler and everything. So when you add that into the mix and he has tailpipes out the back, yeah, there's really nothing that's going to like wave the flag and make you go, you don't want to get next to this guy. You don't want to do anything.
Yep, turbos are my favorite muffler. And hey, looking down there, I see Scott Whitty from 1320 Video.
Where's
hey,
he
Scott.
at down there?
Hey, it's Scott Whitty's birthday.
Happy
birthday, Scott.
Hey, Scott, happy birthday, man. I can't think of a better place to spend your birthday than the racetrack.
How about that? The final day of Sick Week 2022. Happy birthday to you, sir.
Oh, so Alex Corella checking in and telling me that he does still have some sand in the trunk because he is infamously known as using the Sandman tune. His car has been 810, 170 miles an hour on those ponies. 17-inch wheels. That's... I don't know if anybody's been quicker than that with 17-inch wheels.
Yeah, that's getting it. And that car is cool. And I thank you so much for bringing that car out to Sick Week 2022 and driving it 800 miles with a bunch of the people that you're now going to get to call family.
Little shout out to my buddy James Thompson, fellow bracket racer here in Florida. He says checking in from home. He'll be here in Bradenton. See, I'm going to kind of sell it out.
Yep.
He's going to be here next week when they go back to bracket racing, and he'll be wearing his voice out. Fellow announcer, little kudos out there, buddy. I appreciate you checking in. Hope to run into you at Orlando on Tuesday, but obviously Mother Nature just said, nah, sorry, it's not happening. So,
and that's one of those that's one of those tracks I really, really wanted to visit. South Georgia, and of course Orlando Speed World, of course Bradenton. I mean, this place is great. All brand new tracks for me. Man, it's what a fantastic trip we had.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to hit that time. We are about 10 minutes away from lane closure. 10 minutes away from hard close. Where's Lonnie Grimm? I need my official. Oh, he's standing up there next to the wall. I see
the official.
The official. I have my phone sitting right here. Keith Dirk says, make sure you remember about the awards. Those are going to be going on over at the Freedom Factory. And if you want to help us with the awards, please make sure you take your time slips to Tanya Turk down on the first floor of the tower, like, hey, Alex Corella, that 851 time slip with the Sandman tune in it, go hand that in to Tanya. Make it officially official.
Also, don't forget, you have to be present to win any of the awards at the award ceremony. So if you're not there and you miss out, that's on you. And I'll tell you what, that bit me. Drag Week 2014, Rick over at Gear Vendors gives out Gear Vendors like gift certificate kind of deals, and I didn't go to the awards deal because I was a little mad that I lost in this last round of the daily driver kind of class that they have. Now it's I can't remember what they call it these days, but I had won a $500 Gear Vendors gift certificate that I didn't end up getting, and that's always biting me, because I'll tell you what.
You should go over and tell Rick. I mean, the sad part is he probably won't feel bad for you.
No,
because it was your
he'll
decision,
say, you should have been there.
Yeah, but he should. I'd still like to see the response, though.
Yeah, absolutely. But no, thank you again to all of our sponsors. Of course, Gear Vendors, our presenting sponsor,
and
of course,
big thanks to Motion Raceworks. They brought you the free live stream the entire week. Doug Cook, Andy Cook, all of their crew that has been on. I mean, they practically live on drag and drive events, and a big kudos to them. They brought out their merch trailer and their spares trailer to every stop. Doug, thanks so much, buddy. It was great meeting you in the tower at South Georgia.
Totally.
And it doesn't hurt the fact that he gave Adam and I a nice little kudos earlier this morning. I'll tell you what, man, it truly was humbling. Thank you so much.
And I'll tell you what, that's one of those things. We kind of stand up here and we bake up in the tower for 8 or 9 hours a day. And, you know, to have a guy that comes up and goes, dude, you guys are killing it. And a guy that knows, dude, he races all over the place. And he hears announcers all over the place. And we appreciate you so much, Doug, and all the Motion Raceworks guys. And Tristan hanging out in the merch trailer. And speaking of Motion Raceworks, how about Mike Pryka?
Yeah, the Deer Slayer, otherwise now known as Eleanor the Mean Nova, and a couple of naturally aspirated Novas added. We have a little LS-powered Nova on the right side. Dad doing work as Junior looks on, right side. How about 890 out of the Disco?
How about 1051 out of the naturally aspirated Nova?
Yeah, now he deep staged because he tried to slow that thing down. So, again, he's doing the dial your own deal. Probably wanted to get something a little slower than what they had run previously, so I'm not sure which one they're going to hand in. I'll tell you what, the dial your own thing I haven't been paying attention to as much because there's so many cars participating in it. I mean, we have over 190 cars in the 10-0 and slower class.
And it's a floating deal, so it's tough to know who's where on that deal, so we'll know that at the award ceremony.
In the last few laps taken care of here, as it looks like the fast side is empty, so I don't know, man. I mean, we're getting down to the last few minutes. I gotta wonder if, you know, some of the ones that are hanging in the balance are just like, no, I'm close enough. I locked up the win, or I locked up second. Let's just go ahead and call it good.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, I'm really, really upset. I didn't really get to see Royce Payton, but you know, I'd like to see him come down and make another pass. But after watching Aiden do what he did right in front of him, you know, I don't blame you, buddy. If you want to pack that thing up, that's awesome. But at the same time, I really, really want to see that thing in the 720s or 730s.
There's a whole bunch of cars left on the tower side. I see Matt Lamphere, who is, dude, check it out. You want to talk about, like, how about pressure? We talked about Rick Prospero and Mikkel Morgren being one right behind the other. Look who's right behind one another. You got Matt Lamphere, number 1 in his class. Doug Cook, number 2, right behind him. They are right behind each other in the lanes.
They may end up racing each other.
Oh, dude, that would be awesome. I mean, we'd be literally deciding the title right on the starting line. That would be really cool.
How about a couple
of really cool ladies coming up here in
fast CTSVs.
Yes, now both of them are doing the Bullseye Challenge. That's the N at the end of their number. They're looking for a number ending in 66. That's what they're looking for. So whether they run 966, 1066, 1166, it doesn't matter. You can't run a 65. You want to run 66 or slower. That is what you are looking for. So the two drivers of the two Cadillacs, Sharon Klausner in the purple car, Felicia Smith in the orange car. And Felicia, once again, trying to get after that nitrous button with the blower and is not finding the traction that she wants.
Absolutely, and goes 146 on the tree, so that's going to be a tough
1070 with a 66 for the Bullseye. That's not bad.
That's not bad. And you know what? I think that may be the fastest pass out of that Valkyrie car.
That's not bad, you know, because we actually do have somebody that also went in the 70s So I think there's probably at least 2 people that are 400s or closer. So that bullseye is it's going to be tough. It'll actually be a good one.
That's a super cool class. I like that class a lot.
Yeah, Tom has come up with some interesting stuff. The bullseye definitely puts the driver in the game. You make you realize how much do you really know your car. August Mickelson and Greg Hambright coming up here. Hambright in the little GTO, and Mickelson in the police pursuit vehicle Caprice.
Hambright out of the Central Speed and Supply stables out of Oklahoma City. Goes 11:67.
12:44, 98 miles an hour as Mickelson let out of the gas early.
Sorry about that. We're kind of running all over each other and trying to figure out who's doing what. And I can't see the screen, and I'm trying to look at the track, and we're having a good time up here.
Well,
still.
dude, I'm handicapped. I can't really move all that much.
Well, you know.
Hopefully by next year, if Tom wants to have me back, I'll actually be able to stand more than I normally do. Chevelle versus Mustang, Chevy versus Ford. The Chevelle belonging to, I forgot, but it's the guy that I want to say used to own, yeah, David Gallimore. Didn't he used to own the Monte Carlo that ran in the 7s?
I believe, no. Well, no, maybe. He
yeah,
may
he
have
used to own
owned
a
it.
small
yeah,
tire.
He totally did. He totally
1076, 125 for the Chevelle, 1123, 133, but both of them were above the 1 second reaction time. So I have to wonder if either one of them can hand that in. Keith Turk might say no.
Here's a couple of Tesla Plaids going at it. The Chillin' with Chet one in the left lane.
And Alan Robinson over in the 2020. Now both of these 2021. Now again, the one on the right-hand side from where I'm standing looks like a factory one. Like, doesn't look like it has any weight reduction, but granted, it has tinted windows, so I can't tell. But on the other side, yeah, that one has...
it's got Lexan windows.
It has gratuitous use of Lexan, yeah.
Yep, a bunch of... he's trying to... Looks like maybe...
Can't get it in reverse, maybe?
Or stage it with the back tires. You can't do that.
I mean, you can't really, like, give each other a head start here. I'm not really sure what's going on.
Oh, he's broke.
Oh, that's not good.
So we'll let the Plaid in the right lane run a single. He has run 995.
Yeah, but only 114,
so way
lifted
off the gas.
early. Now the question is, does he have a slower pass already to be able to hand in? So the question is that will this one be a run it all the way out, or do you lift? We'll find out here shortly.
Definitely not under the 1 second reaction time here.
He's probably a little confused because he staged and got the green light, and it looked like he was a little confused there about whether he was able to go. So, see, that one had some starter instructions, so that one might be debatable with Keith because that's technically a single.
Exactly.
Again, the 8th mile is too fast for a 10-second run, 961, 145. So, hopefully has a 10-second time slip to hand in because, really, 4 minutes to go.
So now we're trying to figure out how to get a car off the starting line that doesn't run, but, you know, runs on batteries.
So for all of you that have always said, what do we do with the, oh, yeah, we turn the hazards on. That's how we fix it. I don't know, can we jump start it?
I'm not 100% sure here. We're going to try to figure this out, but yeah, obviously.
Can we push it? I don't know what
I don't know if you can push this thing or what. We'll figure it out.
I guess we have a first, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to try to get this one figured out. Now, I'm sure. I'm gonna kind of float this out there. I have a feeling that the chat room right now is going off with suggestions.
Yeah, exactly. Here's what you do to it. Well,
yeah, the problem right now is, like I said, if it's not moving, then the question becomes, can we hook it up somewhere, or can we tow it somewhere?
Does it have neutral? Can we get it into any gear? We're gonna pull up the side-by-side. We're gonna see if we can get this thing out of the way.
So a whole lot of cars still sitting behind the tower. Meanwhile, like I said, we're about to hit the 9 o'clock mark, and the fast side is closed.
I have 8:57 at the moment, so you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, 3 minutes remaining, and did he call it? Hang on a minute. Oh.
Yeah.
Correction.
So we're going to run the right lane while we try to figure out how to get the Tesla out of the left lane.
I was about to say, that's too bad, because you know who would have paired up otherwise? Matt Lamphere and Doug Cook. They were about to roll into the water together.
That's a shame.
That's okay. I mean, hey, as far as I'm concerned, the tension and the stress is still going to be there.
It's still there, 100%. It's just not going to happen side by side.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, let me reset the stage for you. Matt Lamphere, who now has the neon under the car to match the correct green color. It is no longer purple.
I mean, how cool is that? He can change it.
Oh, yeah, it's got a color wheel in it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, if you go follow Matt Lamphere, follow Matt Man on Instagram. He always posts photos of this car. Like I said, the license plate, it says sexy time. I mean, dude, the guy is a trip to be around. I met him last year, and he's just out here having a good time. Now, to be honest, I do have to wonder if he has a screw loose or not, because he tested this car up until 2 weeks before, and then he ripped everything apart to check it out. So right now he is leading the I-Class, the 235 Street Race Outlaw class. He won 8.50, because he's only leading that class by 100th of a second. What does he lay up? Oh! 50 with a 2. That will do it. Ladies and gentlemen, unofficially, Matt Lamphere pretty much just locked Doug Cook out of possibly getting around him with that time slip.
Now, I wonder, if you're Doug Cook right now, do you just hold the scramble button the whole way down the track and see if you can make the thing go fast, because you're probably not going to make there's no such thing as an 850-000 that beats an 850-2 when you're already behind.
Well, let me take a look here. I would honestly say no, because Doug Cook has Keith Fenstead less than 100th behind him.
Okay, so he's got to put the thing on the number.
He still wants the right number. So I don't think anything has changed. The only thing that is probably the bad part is Doug Cook is sitting here going, well, my chances are gone. But you want to hold on to second. So the El Toro Mustang, a stock Coyote with a single turbo, singing its way down the right-hand side. Top end says 856, 158, not bad, but
that's no help, unfortunately. He's got to do a little better than that to try to hold off Fenstead. So now the door is open for Fenstead, that green, beautiful blow-through carburetor, small block Ford Fairmont.
And all the pressure now on him. As ladies and gentlemen, it is now 9 o'clock. We have closed the staging lanes. We are done. We have closed the staging lanes. No more cars in the lanes, please. So how ironic we get to see number 1 and number 2 in the I-235 small tire class go down.
Oh, and the Tesla does, you can push a Tesla when it's dead.
Well, that's good. So Matt Lamphere unofficially locking up the top spot in 235 Outlaw Street Race. Unofficially has locked up the number 1 spot with the 850 with a 2. You're not going to get around that. But Doug Cook, 856 is his best run that he just made. So that, again, leaves the door open for Keith Fenstead and possibly, no, he's a little too far behind. I was going to say Jason Deutscher might be able to get out of 4th, but he's 500s behind on the average. That you can't make that up in one pass.
Unfortunately, that's not going to happen. So Fenstead likely has a chance.
He's the only guy left with a shot.
That can get second place, but first place looks like it's locked up.
Well, yeah, I mean, 850 with a 2.
You only get 2 thousandths better than that. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what happened here. We backed it up.
Maybe it's back under power. We just needed to back up a hair, and maybe it's going to run.
Itself or something?
Yeah, did you turn it off and turn it back on, Chet?
I'm not really sure what happened, but I mean, if it's able to roll, I would hope that they would just let him just drive down the racetrack, try not to stage it up. So once again, 9 o'clock, we have no more cars coming to lanes.
Yeah, Warren Evans comes in here and says if you just do Control-Alt-Delete, that maybe does it, and you just do restart, and it goes, no?
Sure.
Like the Windows?
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Or the Apple thing? Do-do-do-do. No?
Is it like the Google Maps thing, rerouting?
Yeah.
Yes. Recalculating your route, sir. Quarter-mile straight line, please. All right, so the awards ceremony going to happen here shortly.
I'm not sure what's going on. We do have, it looks like...
Hey, Alex Taylor out there driving her 55 Chevy around.
Are we...
We are officially shut down. We are not taking any more cars in the lanes. We are not taking any more cars in the lanes, ladies and gentlemen, so do not come up.
And I'm not sure. I mean, Tom Stark was up there, and he was getting ready to make a pass, and he just drove off.
Oh, okay. So never mind. So
we're done. That's it.
Yeah, we are done. 9 o'clock, hard stop. Talk about that. The last 2 cars to go down the racetrack, number 1 and number 2 in their class, and they were the last 2 to get a shot.
So unfortunately, if you're in the staging lanes right now, you're done.
Yeah, we're done.
So Keith Fenstead, unfortunately, doesn't get a chance to try to get that second place. And I'll tell you what, Derek, how about a action-packed, crazy end to Sick Week 2022. Unfortunately, 9 o'clock hit, and we're done. We're pulling the plug.
Yep, and I'm sure it is all the happier for Law because she has plenty of birthday Budweiser to keep her company.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you what, everyone on the live stream, everyone that came out to Bradenton Motorsports Park, on behalf of Chad Reynolds, on behalf of Tom Bailey, Adam Dory, and of course, Derek Putnam, we appreciate everything this week, and we appreciate you guys bringing us into your house and hanging out with us and doing some drag racing on what we like to call No Production Week over there on the live stream. And you know what? It's been a pleasure working with you, Derek, and it's been a pleasure to be part of the voice team and part of the broadcast team here for Sick Week 2022.
Absolutely. A lot of great people checking in. Well over 500,000 views on YouTube. Again, like I said, anything that you guys can do to help strengthen us for Sick Week next year, again, smash that subscribe and like button. Go and visit Motion Raceworks YouTube. Go and visit Tom Bailey's YouTube. Please go visit Gear Vendors Overdrive. Make sure that you say thank you to them. They got behind us right from the beginning. That's why we were able to bring you all this great action. Again, we are done, 9 o'clock. Please make sure that you bring your time slip and the evidence that you have from all your checkpoints downstairs, first floor of the tower, immediately. Like, don't wait, because that'll slow down our award session, which is going to happen right now.
And we're actually
at the Freedom Factory.
And we're live streaming that as well. So if you're on the live stream, stay tuned. Keep on this thing. We're going to bring all that to you. And, you know, if you're not already sick of our voices, you'll probably get to hear more of it.
Yeah, exactly. So on behalf of everybody here, the BMP staff, they worked really hard out here for 3 days this week, Sunday, Monday, and again here today. A big thanks to Law, a happy belated birthday to her. Thank you so much to everybody from Bradenton, the EMT staff right on top of everything as always, Adam Dory, Chad Reynolds, myself, Derek Putnam. Thank you all so much. Adam, it's been great working with you. Thanks so much for coming out.
Absolutely, and you know what? This is kind of my sign-off for Rocky Mountain Race Week, and I'll tell you what, I'm Adam Dory. This is Derek Putnam. Chad Reynolds is out there, and we are done.